Chapter 671. The first mission that heavenly sage Zhen Yang chose for Zhu Xuanji and the others was an exploration mission. That new cosmos was a stretch of chaos. There were only a few newborn chaos fiend gods. They were muddle-headed and didn't have any world laws. Besides searching, they also had to find the Great Tao Source Stone. As long as he controlled the Great Tao Source Stone, he could control that universe. Zhu Xuanji opened his eyes and asked curiously, "This mission doesn't look too difficult. Why did you come to find me in advance?" Nangong Jiayin smiled mysteriously. "Do you want to obtain the Great Tao Source Stone?" Zhu Xuanji frowned and said, "If we don't hand over the Great Tao Source Stone, we won't be able to complete the mission." What was this woman trying to do? His first reaction was that Nangong Jiayin wanted to drag him down with her. "Don't worry, I have a treasure that can duplicate the Great Tao Source Stone. When the time comes, I will hold them back, and you will be in charge of duplicating the Great Tao Source Stone. If I come, they will be suspicious." Nangong Jiayin smiled, making Zhu Xuanji curious. What kind of treasure could duplicate things? He asked, "Why did you choose me and not others?" If Nangong Jiayin didn't convince him, he wouldn't agree. In this world, there is no love without reason. It's very simple. Your cultivation is the weakest, and it's not just a star or two lower than ours. When the time comes, everyone will hand over the Great Tao Source Stone to you because it's useless to you. Nangong Jiayin raised her hand and brushed past Zhu Xuanji's ear. She then placed her hand on the tree trunk like a man intercepting a young girl. Zhu Xuanji was speechless and said, "Just talk, don't do anything." Nangong Jiayin smiled, then withdrew her hand and said, "So it's settled then?" She took out a golden basket. It was the size of an ordinary basket and looked simple and unadorned. "This is the jade gold treasure basket. I'll give it to you in advance. Don't take it out unless you need to use it," Nangong Jiayin said with a smile. Zhu Xuanji took the jade gold treasure basket and began to appreciate it. He asked, "What's my reward?" Nangong Jiayin smiled and said, "Of course it's the Great Tao Source Stone. I'll give you half of it. When you break through to the Tao-treading Saint realm, this half of the Great Tao Source Stone will be a precious treasure." With the golden treasure basket in his hand, Zhu Xuanji could not help but be moved. In the end, he agreed to this matter and placed the golden treasure basket into the supreme storage. The two chatted for a while before Nangong Jiayin left. Zhu Xuanji did not return but waited where he was. Cheng Ju quickly rushed over and respectfully said, "Senior, do you have any instructions?" He pretended that he did not see what had just happened. He did not dare to care who Zhu Xuanji interacted with. Even if the Longbow Divine Range wanted to protect Zhu Xuanji, they could not interfere with Zhu Xuanji's social circle. "Is there a place to search for information in the Origin City?" Zhu Xuanji asked. He wanted to find out more about the Great Tao Source Stone and the golden treasure basket. Cheng Ju nodded and immediately led him there. Half a month later, Zhu Xuanji returned to the Yu clan residence. He had already learned about the golden treasure basket and the Great Tao Source Stone. The golden treasure basket was a legendary treasure that could replicate anything. There was only one golden treasure basket in the entire Kunlun Origin Court. The Great Tao Source Stone was helpful to Tao-treading supremacies and Tao ancestors in their cultivation. This was also the reason why many universes were invaded and plundered. However, most of the Great Tao Origin Stones were controlled, and one had to spend large amounts of merit points to purchase them. No wonder Nangong Jiayin had such thoughts. Returning to the courtyard, he saw the old beggar and Shu Qing meditating under a tree. Shu Qing's delirious illness was nothing in the Kunlun Origin Court. Yu Shenzhong had already helped him collect medicinal herbs. So recently, the old beggar had been smiling all over his face. Seeing Zhu Xuanji, he immediately came over and asked with a big smile, "Xuanji, where have you been cultivating recently?" Zhu Xuanji glanced at him and said, "Origin City Tao Pagoda, don't ask me for merit points. I will not give them to your precious disciple." The old beggar stared at him and said, "Will the master be so biased towards my disciple?" Zhu Xuanji shrugged with a smile and did not say much. He was about to walk into his house but was stopped by the old beggar. "You are now a void boundary war god. In the future, you can go back and conquer that heavenly law universe and destroy that destiny. You don't want the universe you were born in to collapse, right? The old beggar said seriously. Zhu Xuanji thought for a moment before nodding. However, this matter had to wait until he completed his first Void Boundary War God mission. The master and disciple chatted for a while before walking away. Time was ruthless. They could no longer be as close to each other as before. Zhu Xuanji didn't hold a grudge. After all, the old beggar had taught him before. Taking in the old beggar and his disciple was already his greatest repayment. He also had his own path to walk. In the next 3 months, Zhu Xuanji was busy teaching the disciples of Emperor Sword Court to cultivate. Only the Void Boundary War God imprint in his ID card emitted a divine will fluctuation. The mission was about to begin. He immediately headed to the Vocation Palace. The Vocation Palace of each origin city could be used as a teleportation point. When he arrived at the Vocation Palace, Nangong Jiarin, Yi Jun, and Xu Huang were waiting for him. Brother Xuanji, you are finally here. Let's go, Yi Jun said with a smile. Then, they came to the Void Boundary Palace through the teleportation array and met up with the other teammates. Under Yi Jun's lead, they quickly came to the floor where Heavenly Sage Zhenyang was. Heavenly Sage Zhenyang stood in front of the railing beside the tower, waiting quietly. Seeing the arrival of Zhu Xuanji and the others, he said, "The first task is to get the Great Dao Source Stone. The Chaos Demon gods in this new universe are not simple. You have to be careful." Yi Jun nodded and said, "Heavenly Sage, rest assured, we will definitely complete the mission." The other team members nodded in agreement. Heavenly Sage Zhenyang waved his right hand, and a black hole glowing with purple light appeared beside him, motioning Zhu Xuanji and the others to step into it. Yi Jun took the lead and walked in, followed by the others. Just as Zhu Xuanji was about to step into the black hole, Heavenly Sage Zhenyang's voice rang in his ears, "If you can become a doubt-treading saint by the time you return from this mission, I will give you a big opportunity. Don't let me down. When necessary, you can swallow the Great Dao Source Stone." Zhu Xuanji was stunned. Just as he was about to stop, Nangong Jiarin, who was behind him, pushed him forward. Walking through the space-time tunnel, Zhu Xuanji furrowed his brow. What does Heavenly Sage Zhenyang mean? Can I swallow the Great Dao Source Stone? Is it a test for me? Or is it a hidden mission? Should we give this team a name? Yi Jun's voice came from the front, drawing the approval of the others. They began to discuss what name to give it. Zhu Xuanji was still thinking about Heavenly Sage Zhenyang's words. No. It's definitely a trick. Heavenly Sage Zhenyang said that everything should be based on the team. Now, he said that he should try his best to break through to the doubt-treading saint realm. If he couldn't reach it, he could swallow the Great Dao Source Stone. Isn't he just testing me to choose between the team and myself? After thinking it through, Zhu Xuanji felt relaxed and stopped thinking about it. Chapter 672. Finally, after some discussion, Yi Jun and the others named their team Xian Mao. The word Xian was related to most of the members. Some had the word Xian in their names, while others had the word Xian in their energy techniques or divine abilities. Mao, on the other hand, was planning for their future. The path of cultivation was long and boring. It was not easy to form a team like this. Moreover, everyone's power was about the same. Even the weakest Zhu Xuanji had 12-star talent. Such a relationship was beneficial to them. Zhu Xuanji was not too fond of the name Xian Mao. Since everyone was in high spirits, he would not dampen their enthusiasm. Looking at them chatting and laughing, Zhu Xuanji sighed in amazement. Dao ancestors were humans too. They had their own temperaments. Perhaps in front of other living beings, they were aloof, indifferent, and just, but in front of those of the same level and benefits, they would reveal their true nature. Along the way, Nangong Jiarin was not too enthusiastic with Zhu Xuanji. Just like before, she teased him occasionally. After flying for an hour, "We're arriving at the mission universe." Yi Jun looked ahead and said. His Dao energy enveloped everyone instantly. Zhu Xuanji was in the middle. With the protection of the 12 Dao ancestors, he was not worried at all. Soon, They flew out of the space-time tunnel and came to a dark, turbid universe. The entire universe was filled with chaos chi. There were no stars or meteorites. Zhu Xuanji looked around curiously at this newborn universe. Xu Huang said, "Split up. Gather intelligence first. No matter how powerful the chaos demon gods in this new universe are, they are only doubt-treading saints. Other than Zhu Xuanji, we can deal with them alone." Yi Jun nodded and said, "Zhu Xuanji, follow me. I will protect him." The others had no objections. Nangong Jirin curled her lip and said, "You really know how to build relationships." Yi Jun laughed but did not reply. And so, Xianmao split up. Zhu Xuanji left with Yi Jun. Along the way, Yi Jun chatted with Zhu Xuanji. The atmosphere was harmonious and not awkward at all. This newborn universe is not simple. A group of Dao ancestors came to check it out. It should be a high-level universe. Those chaos demon gods might be quite talented. Yi Jun said with a meaningful smile. Zhu Xuanji fell into deep thought. His 9-soul fusion technique still lacked 5 duplicates. Perhaps he could find these chaos demon gods. After all, his demon god body was not as high-grade as the chaos demon god's bloodline. Yi Jun was very fast. Before long, they saw a chaos demon god. That guy was curled up in a giant transparent egg. His body was ferocious and terrifying, but his face was very peaceful. This chaos fiend god was enormous. Even when it was squatting, it was still millions of feet tall. Zhu Xuanji stared at it and thought with squinted eyes. Yi Jun noticed his gaze and asked with a smile, "What? Want to subdue it? It's simple, but it's not the strongest chaos demon god. I'll bring it to the strongest one." In the Kunlun origin court, slaves were very common. Especially the chaos demon gods of the newborn universe, they were like pets to them. Zhu Xuanji shook his head. He did not like living spirits. He didn't like to force the innocent, not to mention that the 9-soul fusion technique would kill the chaos demon god. Next, Zhu Xuanji saw all kinds of chaos demon gods. Some were beautiful, some were ugly, and there were all kinds of oddities. 2 days later, Xianmao reunited, and each of them exchanged information. They only saw the chaos demon god, not the great Dao source stone. Xu Huang said, "The great Dao source stone should be hidden in the great Dao space, or it might have transformed into a chaotic demon god." The others nodded. "It seems like this mission is not that dangerous," a Dao ancestor said with a smile. A Dao ancestor laughed, and the others laughed as well. The atmosphere was very relaxed. Nangong Jirin covered her mouth and said with a smile, "Don't let your guard down. There might be some powerful beings hiding in the dark." Although she said so, her tone was obviously not serious. The atmosphere became more relaxed. They chatted among themselves, and the topic gradually deviated from the mission. Zhu Xuanji's purple pupils contracted suddenly. He looked in all directions, but no one knew what he was looking at. At that moment, he suddenly felt that someone was spying on him. "What's wrong?" Yi Jun asked him, and the others looked over too. Zhu Xuanji said with squinted eyes, "Something is watching us." 2 beams of light shot out from his purple eyes, which looked extremely evil. "That's..." Xu Huang opened his eyes wide. His heart was in great shock. Yi Jun and the others looked around vigilantly. All the chaos demon gods were still being nurtured. Who would be spying on them? Could it be the one who took the great Dao source stone? Thinking that the great Dao source stone might have been taken by someone else, their hearts sank immediately. A Dao ancestor took out a white jade bottle and sprinkled it toward the chaos. Countless drops of clear water flew out and froze the entire universe instantly. At a glance, there were ice crystals everywhere. Everyone's eyes locked onto a silhouette immediately. It was a man wearing a purple robe and a purple fox mask. His white hair danced in the wind, and the half of his face that was revealed looked extremely hideous. Especially his eyes, which were filled with viciousness and hatred. "What's that? It's not a chaos demon god. Someone has already set his eyes on this newborn universe. Everyone, be careful. This guy is also a Dao ancestor. Why does his mask look so familiar?" Xianmao's members discussed among themselves. All of them took out their enchanted artifacts and prepared for battle. Xu Huang was the first to attack. He came before the purple-robed man in an instant and slammed his palm. The purple-robed man moved swiftly as well. Boom! The two palms clashed, and the purple-robed man was blasted away, shattering pieces of ice crystals. Before Xu Huang could attack again, the purple-robed man disappeared. A word of advice. It's best to give up on this mission, or else you will surely die. The cold voice chilled the entire chaotic universe. A gust of ghastly wind blew with a dense murderous aura. Yi Jun's expression changed drastically and mumbled, "Could it be Daohu Chozuan? If it's them. No wonder. I was wondering how this mission could be so simple." The other Dao ancestors all went to capture the purple-robed man. Zhu Xuanji asked in confusion, "Who is Daohu Chozuan?" Yi Jun took a deep breath and said, "It's a faction. Their leader was one of the 5 ultimate gods back then. Their faction is widely spread and plunder the power of the universe. Even the Kunlun Origin Court has many of their people." One of the 5 ultimate gods. Zhu Xuanji immediately thought of barbaric ultimate god. Were his companions that powerful? Daohu Chozuan is very cruel. They will do everything they can to get whatever they set their eyes on. They even dare to kill Void Boundary Heavenly Lords. In the Kunlun Origin Court, they are feared by everyone. This guy is not too powerful, but I'm afraid that they have someone even more powerful. Remember, those who wear the purple fox mask are usually from Daohu Chozuan. Yi Jun sighed and felt frustrated immediately. Chapter 673. Xian Mao's Dao ancestors and the purple-robed man were fighting in the chaotic universe. They moved incredibly quickly, so quickly that Zhu Xuanji's eyes could not follow them. "Yi Jun, what should we do now? If it's really Daohu Chozuan, we might be in big trouble if we delay any longer." Nangong Jirin asked with a frown. If Daohu Chozuan interfered, how could she obtain the Great Dao Source Stone? In addition, if they failed the mission, they would lose their qualifications as Void Boundary War Gods. The first mission of an Emptiness Boundary Martial God was also a test. If he failed at the very beginning, how could the Void Boundary Palace trust him? Yi Jun looked around and said, "The Great Dao Source Stone should still be here. Otherwise, he would have left long ago. Everyone, don't act alone, or you'll fall into an ambush. Let's search for the Great Dao Source Stone together. It should be hidden within one of the Chaos Demon Gods." The remaining Dao Fathers all nodded. There were 4 Dao Fathers left to deal with the violet-robed man. That was more than enough. They had to find the Great Dao Source Stone as soon as possible. Zhu Xuanji followed them closely and watched them kill the Chaos Demon Gods one after another. Some of the Chaos Demon Gods let out miserable howls, and some were killed before they could even open their eyes. This was a massacre. Zhu Xuanji frowned. Although he did not like such behavior, he could not stop it. Firstly, he was not strong enough. Secondly, he had no standpoint. He was not related to these Chaos Demon Gods, so how could he speak? Soon, Xian Mao had killed more than 200 Chaos Demon Gods, but he still hadn't found the Great Dao Source Stone. Yi Jun and the others continued their search. Their speed was getting faster and faster. Zhu Xuanji almost couldn't keep up. Fortunately, Nangong Jirin supported him and flew with him. After a while, Xu Huang and the 3 Dao ancestors flew to their side, cursing angrily. He escaped. His divine ability is really strange. It can actually split. He can still think independently after splitting. Could it be an illusion? Everyone, be careful. Hearing their words, everyone felt as if a huge rock had been placed on their hearts. Yi Jun said solemnly, "Everyone, do not split up. Spread out your divine senses and be on guard at all times." Everyone nodded, but they did not panic. With 12 Dao ancestors joining forces, what was there to fear? Moreover, this was just a new universe, so Daohu Chozuan couldn't possibly invade on a large scale. "Your eyes are the exterminating divine eyes?" Xu Huang suddenly asked Zhu Xuanji telepathically. Zhu Xuanji glanced at him and nodded lightly. Xu Huang continued, "Do not use this pair of eyes in front of Daohu Chozuan. Their leader is one of the 5 ultimate gods, and the exterminating divine eyes is one of the 5 ultimate divine eyes. If you are discovered, they will not support you, but offer you to their leader. That guy has always wanted to fuse the 5 ultimate divine eyes. At this point, he said no more. Zhu Xuanji raised his brow. This meant that Daohu Chozuan was his hidden enemy. No wonder he had never heard barbaric ultimate god mention the other 5 ultimate gods. At this time, Yi Jun killed another Chaos Fiend Celestial and found a transparent crystal the size of a head in its body. Found it. Great Dao Source Stone, Yi Jun said excitedly, eliciting cheers from the other members. He turned to look at Zhu Xuanji and said, "This Chaos Demon God should be the most powerful being in this chaotic universe. I purposely left its body intact. You can have it." Zhu Xuanji hesitated for a moment before he waved his right hand and stored the Chaos Demon God. This Chaos Demon God had 3 heads and 6 arms. He had a green face and a head full of red hair. Even though he was dead, he was still horrifying. His aura had reached the cultivation of a doubt-treading saint. To Zhu Xuanji, this was a great serendipity. "Thank you," he said to Yi Jun. Yi Jun waved his hand and smiled generously. "It's no big deal. In the future, we, Xuanmo, must support each other to achieve a win-win situation." The others nodded with a smile. They were not envious. A Chaos Demon God at the doubt-treading saint level was not enough to make them envious. The way back must be very dangerous. "Let's put the Great Dao Source Stone on someone Daohu Chozuan won't expect," Nangong Jirin said with a frown. Nangong Jirin frowned and muttered, a thoughtful look on her face. The other Dao ancestors nodded. Yi Jun was the most powerful, so he must be the biggest target. Yi Jun looked at everyone and finally locked his eyes on Zhu Xuanji. "I will give you the Great Dao Source Stone, but you cannot take it out. You can only take it out when we return to the Void Boundary Palace. Can you do that?" All eyes fell on Zhu Xuanji. Some frowned, while others looked at him with approval. Zhu Xuanji was the weakest. Who would have thought that they would place the Great Dao Source Stone on the weakest person? In response, Zhu Xuanji took a deep breath and said, "I'm afraid." Yi Jun waved his hand and threw the Great Dao Source Stone to him. "It's yours. Hurry up and keep it." Nangong Jirin had a serious look on her face, but in her heart, she was laughing and sighing. This kid's acting was very realistic. Zhu Xuanji immediately stored the Great Dao Source Stone into the supreme storage. He was expressionless and did not say anything. Xian Mao's group continued to rush towards a certain direction. When they came, there was a teleportation array, but if they wanted to go back, they could only rely on their Dao energy to travel through the spacetime tunnel. He might be ambushed by Daohu Chozuan along the way. Of course, there was also the possibility of other enemies. After a while, Yi Jun suddenly stopped. The other Dao ancestors were moved as well. What happened? "The Great Dao Wall has been sealed. Not good. Daohu Chozuan is indeed plotting something. What should we do now? Everyone be careful." Zhu Xuanji frowned at everyone's cries of surprise. After coming to the new universe, he did not even have the time to cultivate and had been running around. Could it be that they were going to stop here? A Dao ancestor suddenly took out a golden door and said, "This door is connected to the spacetime turbulence. Everyone, escape first. We will meet in the Kunlun Origin Court." The group could only nod. Before Zhu Xuanji could react, Xu Huang pushed him into the door and followed closely behind. The others followed suit. Soon, the golden door disappeared into thin air. Not long after they left, the purple-robed man appeared. Could those eyes be the 5 ultimate divine eyes? He mumbled with a frown. His eyes rolled before turning into a puff of purple smoke and dissipating in the air. On the other side, Zhu Xuanji came to the spacetime turbulence. He was surrounded by electric currents of various colors, but most of them were silver. There was no sky, land, or other living beings. He extended his divine sense but could not sense the aura of Xian Mao's members. He waited for a while. After making sure that there was no one, he immediately took out the golden treasure basket and the Great Dao Source Stone. He placed the Great Dao Source Stone into the golden treasure basket. A moment later, another Great Dao Source Stone appeared out of nowhere. He immediately took one and wanted to see if he could replicate it again. It was a pity that everything could only be replicated once in the golden treasure basket. He did not regret it. After packing up, he turned around and left. It was his first time coming to such a space-time turbulence. Every time his body came into contact with electric currents, he would feel a sharp pain. He estimated that if his cultivation was lower than connecting heaven, he would have turned into ashes instantly. Chapter 674. Zhu Xuanji walked aimlessly in the space-time turbulence. As he moved forward, the space-time currents he encountered grew more powerful. If this continued, he would surely be annihilated. He stopped and began to think of a way to escape. He suddenly thought of Sovereign Xian and Dao Lord Shentian. He immediately activated the Tianxia map and asked them about the space-time turbulence. How did you come to the space-time turbulence? Overlord Saint Level 9. Brat, you're incredible. The two souls exclaimed in amazement. Zhu Xuanji noticed Dao Lord Xuantian's words. How did he know that he was at Overlord Saint Level 9? Thinking about it, he still did not know where Dao Lord Shentian came from. Sovereign Xian also sensed that something was amiss and asked Dao Lord Shentian how he knew Zhu Xuanji's cultivation. Hihi, there's nothing I don't know. It's not difficult to leave the space-time turbulence. You just have to dive into it. But it will be very painful. Just bear with it, Dao Lord Shentian replied. Dao Master Shentian replied with a smug tone. Back when the 9 souls were together, he had no sense of existence. No matter how much he boasted, no one believed him. Now that there were only 2 souls left, Zhu Xuanji did not want to talk to them. This made him very angry. After holding it in for so long, he could finally show off in front of Zhu Xuanji. Zhu Xuanji did not doubt him and charged into the space-time turbulence beside him. The destructive space-time currents enveloped him and made him suffer indescribable pain. But he did not frown and continued to charge in calmly. He was already more than 500 years old and had endured much pain. How could he be afraid of such pain? After passing through layers of space-time turbulence, he felt that he had broken through something. Next, a powerful light flashed before his eyes, and he came to a resplendent starry sky. He heaved a long sigh. His clothes were shredded, and his body was covered with wounds and blood. He took out the Holy Light Redemption sword to heal himself. After his wounds scabbed, he cast a spell to create water to heal his body. After a simple cleaning, he took out a white shirt and put it on. He scanned his surroundings with his divine sense to see if there were any signs of living beings in this universe. The spiritual qi here was abundant, similar to Wanshan Great Thousand. The most powerful being was only at ordinary Saint Level 3. He smiled faintly and flew to a nearby meteorite to cultivate. He took out the bodies of the 4 demon gods and let them cultivate on their own while he faced the corpse of the Chaos Demon God. This guy had the cultivation of a doubt-treading saint, and Yi Futian wondered if he could refine him into a clone. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, a ferocious green face, and a head full of red hair. Even after death, its aura still remained, making people tremble with fear. He began to cast the soul division art, splitting a wisp of his soul into the Chaos Fiend God's body. Boom! Zhu Xuanji suddenly felt an explosion in his mind, and a wave of memories forcefully flooded into his mind. This Chaos Fiend God's name was Pan Zhen, and he was the most powerful Chaos Fiend God in the entire Chaosverse. He possessed the quintessence of the Grand Tao of Power, and he was born with the mission to surpass all other Chaos Fiend gods. That mission was to split heaven and earth and manifest the Tao of the heavens. Unfortunately, Pan Zhen wasn't even born with intelligence before he was killed. After Zhu Xuanji absorbed this memory, his expression was a little strange. He couldn't help but think of the ancient myth of Huaxia, Pangu opening the heavens. They both had the surname Pan, and they both had the mission to split the heavens and earth apart. They were definitely related. Could Pangu really exist? Zhu Xuanji was in deep thought. He even saw the 3-legged golden crow, which meant that the Chinese myth had some basis. No matter what, Pan Zhen was very talented. The Great Tao of Power, as the name suggested, represented the Great Tao of Power. If he was nurtured well, he might become a lethal weapon for Zhu Xuanji. After that, Zhu Xuanji activated the Nine-Soul Fusion technique and merged Pan Zhen with himself. Boom! The meteorite beneath him was crushed instantly. The violent power scared Zhu Xuanji so much that he immediately deactivated the divine ability. Countless bloody wounds appeared on his body. At that moment, he felt that his body was about to explode. A Tao-treading saint's power was too powerful for him to bear. TSK. The great Tao of power. Brat, your luck is too powerful. Tao Lord Shen praised, every chaos verse will have a chaos fiend god created by the great Tao of power. The word Pan represents the origin of the great Tao of power. As more and more demon gods of the great Tao of power rise, they formed the Pan clan. Don't take this guy out when you meet them in the future. Pan clan. Zhu Xuanji's eyes sparkled as he memorized this name. What is your identity? He asked curiously. Tao Lord Shen laughed and said, I'm just a wanderer in the various worlds. It's not worth mentioning. Damn. So pretentious. Zhu Xuanji rolled his eyes and did not bother to ask further. He brought his 5 clones to another gigantic meteorite and sat down cross-legged. He took out the golden treasure basket and placed it in front of him. The thunderclap sword fell into the basket and shrunk quickly, just enough to fit inside. Next, another thunderclap sword appeared out of nowhere. He picked up the 2 thunderclap swords and sensed the power within them. They were exactly the same. I'm rich. Zhu Xuanji smiled. When he first obtained the golden treasure basket, he already had this idea. But it was not convenient for him to use it in the Yu clan, or else the aura of the golden treasure basket would alert those powerhouses. He began duplicating his legendary swords. He could even duplicate 2 primordial chaos legendary sword. Until now, he had a total of 1,356 legendary swords. Now, he had 2,712. This feels so good. The legendary swords were already powerful enough. If he used the sword fusion technique, Zhu Xuanji grinned from ear to ear. It was the first time he smiled like this since he comprehended Tao will. Golden treasure basket, you got such a treasure. Kid, using this treasure will consume your luck, Tao Lord Shen sighed. Tao Lord Shen sighed with a strange tone. How could this kid be fine after consuming his luck so wantonly? Zhu Xuanji asked, it didn't recognize me as its master. Whose luck is it consuming? Tao Lord Shen replied, naturally, it's the luck of its master. Because of this, many creatures fear it. If you accidentally lose it, won't you be played to death? Zhu Xuanji fell silent. He suddenly felt sorry for Nangong Jiayin. This woman was so careless. Did she think that he was honest, or did she think that he didn't know how to use the golden treasure basket? He couldn't figure it out and was too lazy to think about it. He no longer used the golden treasure basket and stored it in the supreme storage. After all, Nangong Jiayin treated him very well. If he used up all her luck, it would be a great sin. Sigh. If this treasure was his and he had unlimited luck, how great would that be? Zhu Xuanji said to himself proudly, if so, in the future, I will have countless legendary swords. His greed made Tao Lord Shen ridicule him. Luck is not so easy to obtain. But you are talented. Maybe one day, you will exceed my imagination. Chapter 675. What's the specific way to obtain luck? Zhu Xuanji asked curiously. Before, he did not take fate seriously, but the golden treasure basket's miraculous effect piqued his interest. Tao Lord Shen said, it's very complicated. Sometimes, you can obtain karmic luck by killing an enemy. Sometimes, you can obtain karmic luck by stealing someone's fortune. Sometimes, you can obtain karmic luck by occupying someone's position. The 10,000 worlds all have different methods of obtaining karmic luck. One thing is for sure, the higher your cultivation, the greater your karmic luck. Zhu Xuanji rolled his eyes. What he said was as good as not saying anything. Venerable Xian hesitated for a long time before asking, can I reincarnate into the Kunlun origin court? He was lonely in the heavenly law universe, which was why he challenged the heavenly law and perished. Now that he was in a wider world, he naturally wanted to make another breakthrough. To be honest, Zhu Xuanji did not understand. With his ability, What right did he have to challenge the heavenly Tao? Why didn't he challenge the heavenly saints? He had asked Shenzhen before, but Shenzhen refused to answer. Forget it. Foreign souls can't enter the Kunlun origin court. Since I let you out, you won't be able to reincarnate. Instead, you will be captured, tortured, and then killed. Dao Sovereign Shentian said disdainfully, instantly extinguishing the fire in Shenzhen's heart. Zhu Xuanji said meaningfully, looks like you know a lot about the Kunlun origin court. Could it be that you are also from the Kunlun origin court? Dao Master Shentian sighed. At that time, I saw a beam of light descending from the peak of the origin court and directly annihilated my physical body, leaving only a remnant of my soul. Now that you have obtained that beam of light, it has become your opportunity. You have to make good use of it. Besides us, there are many powerful souls that were swept away. I don't know if they still exist. If, Zhu Xuanji frowned, there were other powerful souls? For Dao Master Shentian to call him powerful, he was definitely not simple. He chatted with the two souls for half an hour before he began to cultivate. Since he couldn't find Shen Mao, and the great Dao Source Stone was with him, he wasn't in a hurry to return. He would cultivate for a while first. It would be best if he could break through to the Dao-treading Saint realm in one go. Soon, he noticed that something was wrong. It was unknown if it was because he had refined Panzhen into a clone, but he had a deeper understanding of the great Dao, and the speed at which he absorbed Dao energy was also increasing. Good news. He began to cultivate wholeheartedly. The 5 doppelgangers stood guard around him. If there was an enemy attack, they would instinctively attack. 20 hours later, Zhu Xuanji suddenly felt a divine will fluctuation from the ID mark on his right arm. He immediately took out the ID card. Nangong Jirin's voice came, "Little brother, did you use my golden treasure basket?" Her voice was still gentle, but Zhu Xuanji sensed a trace of danger in it. He replied, "That's right. I have already duplicated the great Dao Source Stone. I will give it to you when we return." Nangong Jirin asked with a smile, "Have you used anything else besides this?" He pretended to be stunned and said, "I can use it." He could tell that Nangong Jirin had already noticed the reduction of her luck, but for her, it hadn't hurt her foundation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had such an attitude. He could only sigh in his heart. It was a sin that he did not know before. I must make it up to her in the future. It's okay. You better not use it, or you'll hurt my sister. Nangong Jirin replied with a smile, and the dangerous aura disappeared. She continued, "Where are you?" Zhu Xuanji calmly replied, "Let's meet in the Kunlun origin court." "I don't know where I am either. It's only safe in the Kunlun origin court. What if this woman wants to attack me?" Nangong Jirin smiled before her divine will fluctuation disappeared. Zhu Xuanji could tell that this woman had already guessed that he had used the golden treasure basket. If it weren't for the golden treasure basket and the great Dao Source Stone being in his hands, she would have shed all pretense of cordiality. After thinking about it, he decided to leave this universe and cultivate in another universe. What if Nangong Jirin could lock onto his position through the communication just now? Caution is the parent of safety. Zhu Xuanji had been schemed against so many times that he would overthink everything. He immediately left with his avatars. He could still break through the great Dao wall. After all, his body was about to become a great Dao body. After leaving this universe, he came to a purple universe filled with purple chi. He continued moving forward. He didn't know how many universes he had flown before he finally stopped. This universe was very similar to the Milky Way. There were many civilizations that were inclined to body cultivation. He found an uninhabited star to stay and prepared to cultivate in seclusion. On the other side, in the universe where he was before, Nangong Jirin suddenly appeared on the meteorite where he was before. She furrowed her brow and murmured, "This kid is really cunning." She immediately tracked Zhu Xuanji's aura. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Although Zhu Xuanji's cultivation had improved a lot, he was still far from breaking through to the Dao-treading Saint realm. So, he focused his attention on the Great Li Divine Suppressor technique. When he broke through to the second level, he might be able to comprehend the method to break through to the Dao-treading Saint realm. On this day, He suddenly sensed that a creature had descended on this star. He scanned with his divine will and found a young man in a daoist robe. He looked to be only 12 or 13 years old. He looked fair and clean. He seemed to be looking for something and was flying around. This little monk's cultivation was probably around heavenly law true God. Chi nurturing, foundation building, enlightening, inner pellet, soul fountain, astral soul, astral projection, spirit refinement, great realization, 9 tribulation scattered immortal, 10th revolution golden immortal, void extreme immortal, heavenly law true God, universe heaven level 18, connecting heaven level 10, saint realm level 9, Tao treading saint, Tao ancestor. That was according to his understanding. Below the saint realm, the cultivation realms of each universe were different. But all in all, there was a significant difference between each level. It was still very easy to distinguish. This star was very big for the little daoist. And he was far away from Zhu Xuanji. So Zhu Xuanji didn't care about him and continued to cultivate. Both sides didn't interfere with each other. Another half a year passed. The little daoist had unknowingly approached Zhu Xuanji. Zhu Xuanji immediately left and came to the other side of the star so that the little daoist couldn't see him. Little brother, what are you hiding here for? If you want to cultivate, I can take you to a place. A familiar laughter resounded across the entire star. A familiar laughter resounded across the entire star, and Zhu Xuanji opened his eyes in shock. The little daoist looked up fearfully. Nangong Jiayin. She came directly to Zhu Xuanji and looked at him with a smile. Zhu Xuanji sighed and asked, "What do you want?" "This woman is too powerful. She can even find me." Nangong Jiayin said with a smile, "Give me back the great Dao source stone and the golden treasure basket." Zhu Xuanji didn't waste any time and directly threw the 2 treasures to her. If Nangong Jiayin wanted to snatch them, he couldn't do anything about it. "Don't be so afraid, I won't eat you," Nangong Jiayin said with a smile after checking them. Nangong Jiayin said with a smile after checking it. As she spoke, she began to wander around Zhu Xuanji. It was unknown what she was looking at. Zhu Xuanji could feel a vague murderous intent. This woman is hesitating whether to kill me or not. Chapter 676. You want to kill me? Zhu Xuanji asked with squinted eyes. He was calm and composed. He wasn't afraid of Nangong Jiayin at all. Nangong Jiayin rolled her eyes at him and said, "Little brother, don't you feel guilty saying this? To be fair, since you and I met, how have I treated you? You have consumed so much of my luck. I haven't even scolded you yet. Why are you acting like a victim?" Zhu Xuanji's expression became unnatural. He was indeed in the wrong. He sighed and said, "I didn't know what you wanted before. If I can do it, I will try my best to make it up to you." Nangong Jiayin covered her mouth and chuckled upon hearing this. Her smile was as beautiful as a flower. "Don't worry, I won't argue with you. I just hope that you can be honest with me. If I had any bad intentions towards you, you would have died 1,000 times over. You even hid your whereabouts from me. Now we are a team, and we are working together in secret. I hope you and I can stand on the same line in the future, understand?" Nangong Jiayin stopped smiling and said seriously. Zhu Xuanji nodded and asked, "What do you see in me?" With his cultivation, he wasn't worthy of Nangong Jiayin's attention. As for his aptitude, it wasn't worth Nangong Jiayin's effort. "You will understand in the future. Don't worry, I will still need your help in the future. Before that, I will also try my best to help you become stronger. Do you want to break through to the Dao-treading Saint realm? Let's go, I will take you to a place," Nangong Jiayin said with a smile. Nangong Jiayin chuckled. After saying that, she turned around and prepared to leave. At this moment, she suddenly noticed something. With a cry of surprise, she waved her right hand, and the little daoist appeared in front of her. The little daoist was taken aback. He quickly retreated in fear. But soon, he was frozen in place. This kid is not bad. His aptitude is estimated to be around 7 or 8 stars. Do you want to take him as a Dao child? Nangong Jiayin asked Zhu Xuanji with a smile. Zhu Xuanji was indifferent to this. The little daoist suddenly realized that he could move. He slumped on the ground, swallowed his saliva, and asked, "Who are you?" Nangong Jareen glanced at him disdainfully and said with a smile, "Little kid, we are far beyond the heavenly saints. Do you want to worship us as your master? The kid behind me is only 500 years old and has already reached the Overlord Saint level. The heavenly saints in this universe can't even stand a chance against him." The little Daoist widened his eyes and had a look of disbelief. He immediately came back to his senses and came up to Zhu Xuanji. He continuously kowtowed and begged, "Please take me in and help me cultivate." Looking at his excited expression, it wasn't completely out of surprise, but as if he had grasped onto a life-saving straw. He reckoned that this kid carried a blood feud with him. Zhu Xuanji thought for a while and nodded lightly. After some communication, Zhu Xuanji learned that this little Daoist's name was Mu Xuanfeng. He looked young, but he was already 1,000 years old. As for his past, Zhu Xuanji did not ask about it. Then, under the leadership of Nangong Jareen, they quickly left. With Mu Xuanfeng's help, Zhu Xuanji believed that she would no longer make things difficult for him. Otherwise, why would he go through the trouble of asking him to accept a Daoist boy? Nangong Jareen took out a feather fan and let the three of them ride on it. The feather fan burst out with a superb speed and directly escaped into the spacetime tunnel. Along the way, Mu Xuanfeng was very excited, but he didn't dare to speak. "Where are we going?" Zhu Xuanji asked. He was very curious as to how he could easily enter the spacetime tunnel. Could it be that he had to reach the Doubt-treading Saint realm? "Let's go to a place with dense great Dows. It will help you break through to the Doubt-treading Saint realm in one fell swoop. Anyway, the Great Dao Source Stone is in your hands. As for the others, don't worry. They are all old monsters. They are smart and have the means to escape," Nangong Jareen, who was standing in front, replied casually. Her eyes were drifting. No one knew what she was thinking. A place with dense great Dows. Zhu Xuanji couldn't help but look forward to it. He didn't say anything more and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. The atmosphere on the feather fan became silent. After 10 days, they came to a universe filled with red smoke. Many dried corpses were floating around. It was eerie and horrifying, making Mu Xuanfeng tremble in nervousness. Zhu Xuanji opened his eyes and looked up. He saw all kinds of dried corpses, most of them human. This place seemed to be an ancient battlefield. It was filled with an uneasy aura. "Is this the place you are talking about?" Zhu Xuanji asked with a frown. He felt that something was wrong here. Nangong Jareen smiled mysteriously and said, "It's deeper. Don't worry, there will be no danger here. The reason why the aura is strange is because there are too many corpses of powerful cultivators here. Their great Dows are gathered here and will never disperse. For you, this is definitely a holy land for cultivation. But you can't stay here for too long. Otherwise, you will develop inner demons." Zhu Xuanji couldn't help but sweep his divine will and found that there were indeed many great Dows here. Many great Dows were very strong. He couldn't even see through them. If he cultivated here, he was confident that he could break through to the Doubt-treading Saint realm within 100 years. If he could have a way to break through, he would save even more time. Soon, they came to an isolated island. Countless corpses were floating around, forming a white ribbon. There was a thatched hut on the island. There was a simple stone bed under a tree. Obviously, someone had lived here. "I discovered this universe by accident. I have cast an array. No one can find this place except me. You should cultivate here," Nangong Jareen said with a smile after entering the island. After entering the island, Nangong Jareen said with a smile, her tone somewhat complacent. Zhu Xuanji nodded. He glanced at Mu Xuanfeng before waving his hand. Mu Xuanfeng walked up to him with a respectful look on his face. Zhu Xuanji asked, "Do you like swords?" Mu Xuanfeng was taken aback. He hesitantly said, "Dao cultivators have flying swords, but I'm not deeply involved in the sword Dao. I'm best at the alchemy Dao. I like to refine pills." Zhu Xuanji slightly raised his brow upon hearing this. He immediately took out a handful of pill recipes from the supreme storage and handed them to Mu Xuanfeng. These pill recipes were collected from his enemies over the hundreds of years he had been wandering around. Before Mu Xuanfeng could speak, Zhu Xuanji had already walked to the stone bed and started meditating. Nangong Jirin sat on the edge of the island not far away, playing with the great Dao source stone in her hand. No one knew what she was thinking. Seeing this, Mu Xuanfeng had no choice but to find a place to study these pill recipes. After entering a state of cultivation, Zhu Xuanji immediately started cultivating the Great Li Divine Suppressor technique. He didn't ask Nangong Jirin about the cultivation method. He was afraid that this woman would play tricks on him. Moreover, asking like this would damage his reputation. Only by breaking through to the second layer of the Great Li Divine Suppressor technique could he obtain the method to break through to the doubt-treading saint realm. Time passed by minute by minute. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Sword owner has reached 520 years old. Gacha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Mysterious Dao, Almighty Divine Snake Sword of Controlling Daos, Sword Shield Art. The sword spirit's voice suddenly rang out, startling Zhu Xuanji into opening his eyes. Mysterious Dao Legendary Sword. A legendary sword higher than the primordial chaos legendary sword. He was overwhelmed with emotions. He had been looking forward to this day ever since he entered the Kunlun Origin Court. The mysterious Dao legendary sword had finally arrived. Chapter 677. Sword name, Almighty Divine Snake Sword of Controlling Waygrade, Profound Path, Description. Above the universe, there is the Almighty Divine Snake, which feeds on the Great Dao. This sword is transformed from the Almighty Divine Snake and can devour the Great Dao. The user of this sword must be at least at the intermediate doubt-treading saint realm. The Almighty Divine Serpent feeds on the Great Dao? Zhu Xuanji was shocked in his heart. Such a domineering divine snake. However, this sword required the cultivation of a middle-stage doubt-treading venerable, so he could only turn his anticipation into motivation for cultivation. Then, he started to inherit the sword radiance protection technique. It looked like a cultivation technique, but it was actually an existence similar to a divine ability. The sword light shield art could create many sword lights to protect one's body without any blind spots. Its defensive power was extremely strong. At the same time, one's senses would be even more sensitive in this state. After receiving the inheritance, Zhu Xuanji felt very satisfied. He liked this kind of divine ability, which could be superimposed on other divine abilities. No matter how fancy a sword technique was, it couldn't compare to his explosive state. Then, he continued to cultivate. So far, he had been able to create 58 Great Li clones. Once he achieved 100 Dali avatars, it would be the time for him to break through to the second tier. Over the years, Yi Jun had also contacted him. When he learned that he was cultivating with Nangong Jirin, Yi Jun breathed a sigh of relief. They agreed to meet at the Void Boundary and return to the Kunlun Origin Court together. The other Dao ancestors had also encountered different kinds of problems. It was likely that they wouldn't be able to return to the Kunlun Origin Court in a short period of time. However, Yi Jun was very confident in them and claimed that this mission was considered completed. As long as he did not have to face Daohu Chozuan, all troubles were nothing. Kid, we still have 10 years. After 10 years, we must leave. Nangong Jirin's voice drifted over, causing Zhu Xuanji to open his eyes and look at her. He frowned and asked, "Isn't it 100 years? It's only been 5 years." He had just found the feeling, so he naturally didn't want to leave too early. "I have calculated that something is calculating our fate. If we stay here for too long, we will be exposed." Nangong Jirin replied in a solemn tone. Daohu Chozuan. Zhu Xuanji immediately thought of this name. Apart from this force, who else would pursue him so relentlessly? Not far away, Mu Xuanfeng listened nervously. Over the years, he had already felt the powerful aura of Zhu Xuanji when he was cultivating. He couldn't imagine how terrifying the existence chasing Zhu Xuanji and Nangong Jirin would be. He shook his head and concentrated on refining pills, trying his best not to think about these things. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Zhu Xuanji obtained another 23 legendary swords, but to him, they were all quite ordinary. His Great Li avatars had reached 96, and he was very close to 100, but he had no choice but to leave. Nangong Jering was very decisive. Since she had said 10 years, she would do it without any hesitation. They left on the feather fan. Nangong Jering smiled and said, "Don't be disappointed. I think you are practicing some powerful cultivation method. On the way back, I will preach to you. How much you can comprehend will depend on your talent and comprehension." Zhu Xuanji nodded. He was indeed not too disappointed. Even if he couldn't complete the task given to him by Empyrean Jinyang, he could rely on the Tao Pagoda to break through. There were many paths, and he didn't have to choose one. He stopped cultivating and calmed his mind. After entering the Kunlun Origin Court, his heart seemed to fluctuate a little, which made him a little dissatisfied. The feather fan flew into the space-time tunnel. The three of them didn't speak, and it seemed very quiet. An hour later, Nangong Jering began to preach. The Tao of Jade Blue pursues its Tao source, seeks the spirit of myriad worlds, and casts its soul with myriad rules. If there is one vitality, it can create a prosperous myriad worlds. If there are two vitality, it can give birth to the great Tao. Zhu Xuanji's ears twitched. He immediately began cultivating the Great Li Divine Suppressor technique. Mu Xuanfeng was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of Tao. He was a little surprised. Soon, he noticed that Nangong Jering's voice had some kind of special power that made him want to close his eyes and cultivate. Next, he began cultivating just like Zhu Xuanji. As a Tao ancestor, Nangong Jering's cultivation was naturally broad and profound. Compared to Old Immortal, she was stronger. With the help of her Tao voice, it didn't take long for Zhu Xuanji to condense another Great Li avatar. 97 Great Li avatars. He was only 3 Great Li avatars away from the second level of the Great Li Divine Suppressor technique. Nangong Jering's light voice echoed in the spacetime tunnel. Zhu Xuanji suddenly had an idea. He opened up the realms in the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus so that all creatures could hear Nangong Jering's Tao voice. For a moment, the Demon Realm, the Northern Wilderness region, the Milky Way galaxy, and the world in the Lotus were all boiling. Everyone was in an uproar, but they soon calmed down because of Nangong Jering's Tao voice. Cultivation had been popularized in all the realms. Even those creatures who hadn't stepped on the path of cultivation could subconsciously attract the spiritual qi of the world around them. Nangong Jering seemed to have noticed something. She shot a meaningful glance at Zhu Xuanji. This kid actually brought the creatures of the 4 realms with him. Should I say that he is benevolent or ambitious? Nangong Jering thought to herself. But she didn't stop talking. She continued to speak. After 10 days, Zhu Xuanji finally created 100 Great Li avatars. He then cultivated the second level of the Great Li Divine Suppressor technique. The way the saint energy in his body was channeled suddenly changed. Somehow, he got the method to break through to the Tao-treading saint realm. Tao-treading saint, step on the Tao. As the name suggested, it was to step on the great Tao. Breaking the great Tao and incarnating into the great Tao was the sovereign. Above the great Tao, one would be the Tao ancestor. Their lifespan would be above the great Tao. In fact, after breaking through to the saint realm, lifespan was no longer important for cultivators. Most cultivators above the saint realm died in the hands of the great Tao rules or enemies. There were almost no cultivators who had exhausted their lifespan. Zhu Xuanji began to ponder. Although he had absorbed countless Tao energy and seen all kinds of great Taos, what was his own great Tao? My Tao is the sword Tao. Zhu Xuanji quickly figured it out. He was born for the sword. His soul was a sword. His body was a sword. Naturally, his Tao was also a sword. He wanted to be the Sword Emperor. He was no longer the only Sword Emperor under the heavenly law but the only Sword Emperor in countless universes. The Emperor of the Sword Tao belonged only to him. Zhu Xuanji entered a state of epiphany. The surrounding invisible great Tao gathered around him, forming a gale. Mu Xuanfeng was startled by the gale. He looked at Zhu Xuanji in horror. What is he going to do? Nangong Jering looked back. Her eyes were filled with shock. It's impossible. This kid wants to break through to the Tao-treading saint realm. Is he crazy? Nangong Jerin's beautiful face turned pale. It was a very long process to go from Overlord Saint level 9 to Doubt-treading Saint. Countless creatures needed a long time to comprehend their own great Tao. It could take hundreds of millions of years to tens of thousands of years. There were so many great Taos, but every creature had a great Tao that was most suitable for them. Except for that great Tao, no other great Tao could help one become a Doubt-treading Saint. Zhu Xuanji found it so quickly. A great Tao wasn't something that would appear whenever one thought of it. Unless one was a legendary genius, they could directly create a great Tao that would shake the origin court and cause anomalies in countless universes. Chapter 678. Zhu Xuanji had no idea about Nangong Jerin's shock. He was already fully immersed in Tao enlightenment. After coming into contact with the great Tao for so many years, he had never encountered the great Tao of the sword. Even in the spacetime tunnel, there was no sign of the great way of the sword. He did not panic. Instead, he created his own sword Tao. Back in the Wanshan Great Thousand, the old immortal had already trained him to comprehend the Tao will. From then on, his own great Tao was born. This type of great Tao was very mystical and weak. Compared to other great Taos, it was like a speck of dust facing a star. Now, he wanted to help his Tao insight transform into the grand Tao of the sword. He did not need to rely on the power of other great Taos. He only wanted to rely on himself to become a Doubt-treading Saint. The sound of the sword vibrating came from his body. A ring of silver light appeared around him and quickly expanded into a silver ball of light. Sword light protection art. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that this light was formed by countless light swords stacked on top of each other. It was a spectacular sight. Nangong Jerin's eyes lit up. She had known Zhu Xuanji for so long, but this was the first time she had seen this kid use his divine ability. What a beautiful sword Tao divine art. This aura was not inferior to an early-stage Doubt-treading venerable. Mu Xuanfeng was dumbfounded. What a powerful spirit. He felt that his body and soul were about to be crushed. What kind of cultivation realm did he have to possess such a powerful aura? Nangong Jerin noticed his discomfort. With a wave of her right hand, a ball of light flew out of her palm and wrapped around Mu Xuanfeng's body, reducing the pressure on him. At the same time, in Zhu Xuanji's spiritual world, he was spreading out his Tao will. He used the sword light protection art as a medium to condense his own sword Tao. The feather fan continued moving forward. Nangong Jerin's voice was still echoing in the spacetime tunnel. There was no obstruction along the way. Daohu Chozuan didn't appear. It seemed calm, but Nangong Jerin never closed her eyes. Half a month later, Zhu Xuanji woke up from his state of enlightenment and frowned slightly. His sword Tao was about to condense, but it was lacking a little. This feeling was very strange and indescribable. No matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find it. Nangong Jerin's Tao voice also stopped. She looked back and said with a smile, "Don't be discouraged. You are already half a step into the Doubt-treading Saint realm, so don't think too much about it." She sighed in her heart. Was this 12-star aptitude? How terrifying would the legendary 16-star aptitude be? Wouldn't he be able to create whatever he thought of? Nangong Jerin shook her head. She couldn't imagine someone with superstar talent. However, Zhu Xuanji's talent made her more confident. She naturally had a reason for helping Zhu Xuanji. The more powerful Zhu Xuanji was, the happier she was. Everyone can only master one great Tao? Zhu Xuanji asked curiously. Mastering a great Tao could make one a Doubt-treading Saint. What about 2 or 3? Nangong Jerin replied, of course you can have more than one, but the physical body and soul are only so big. If you divide the space to other great ways, it will inevitably affect the power of the original great way. Zhu Xuanji understood this. This was why the Supreme Legendary Sword System wanted him to focus on the way of the sword. Alright, how long will it take to reach the Kunlun Origin Court? Zhu Xuanji asked. After comprehending for so long, he felt a little mentally exhausted. This was no ordinary epiphany. He was still creating a sword Tao. Soon, I guess. I didn't dare to go too fast in case I affected you. Nangong Jareen smiled as she looked ahead with a meaningful look in her eyes. Following her gaze, he could vaguely see the purple sea of fog at the edge of the Kunlun origin court. Zhu Xuanji looked at Mu Xuanfeng and waved his hand. Mu Xuanfeng immediately came over with a look of awe. He didn't dare to speak first. "You like alchemy the most?" Zhu Xuanji asked, staring into his eyes. Hearing this, Mu Xuanfeng's heart skipped a beat. He could already tell that Zhu Xuanji was a sword cultivator. Was he going to be expelled? He replied nervously, "Yes, if you want." "No. You can stay like this. I happen to lack an alchemy genius," Zhu Xuanji said, waving his hand. He didn't need a sword cultivator. There were tens of millions of them in Emperor Sword Court. Alchemy cultivators were very rare. There were some in Emperor Sword Court, but Mu Xuanfeng had 7-star or 8-star aptitude. Such an alchemy cultivator would probably be very popular in the Kunlun origin court. Mu Xuanfeng was overjoyed when he heard this. He immediately thanked Zhu Xuanji. Zhu Xuanji said, "I will put you in my artifact. Find a place to cultivate first. Don't wander around. I will let you out after some time." Mu Xuanfeng naturally didn't dare to object. He was also afraid that Zhu Xuanji and Nangong Jareen would be in danger. Next, he was put into Zhu Xuanji's lotus world. With his cultivation, he couldn't set off any waves in Emperor Sword Court. After all, he only had the strength of a heavenly law true god. TSK, what do you want to do with so many creatures?" Nangong Jareen asked curiously. Her eyes fell on Zhu Xuanji, looking him up and down. Zhu Xuanji shrugged his shoulders and said, "They are the ones I care about along the way. I don't want to give them up. We are walking on the path of cultivation. There will always be someone pushing us from behind." Nangong Jareen shook her head and broke into a smile. She looked ahead again. After half an hour, they flew out of the space-time tunnel and came to the void boundary. Zhu Xuanji looked ahead and could already see the outline of the Kunlun origin court. In the dim void, the Kunlun origin court was so eye-catching. "We are finally safe," Nangong Jareen said with a smile. She threw half a great Dao source stone to Zhu Xuanji with her right hand. Zhu Xuanji was stunned. "I have a share." The great Dao source stone in the Supreme Warehouse was a necessity for the mission. This half a great Dao source stone was his reward for helping Nangong Jareen. But he had already consumed too much of Nangong Jareen's luck. Nangong Jareen raised the corner of her mouth and said, "I am magnanimous. Don't be estranged. The path of cultivation is long. You and I still have a long time ahead of us. Hurry up and break through after you go back. There will be good things waiting for you." Good things. Zhu Xuanji fell into deep thought. Could it be related to the mission that heavenly sage Zhen Yang secretly gave me? After a while, they rushed into the majestic purple mist. Nangong Jareen raised her ID card high as the Void Boundary War God imprint burst into a brilliant light. "Welcome back, Void Boundary War Gods," a vast voice resounded. It wasn't the Void Boundary God that Zhu Xuanji was familiar with. After entering the Kunlun origin court, Nangong Jareen flew to the Void Boundary Palace with him. At the same time, she contacted the other members of Shen Mao through her ID card and gathered them in the Void Boundary Palace. Zhu Xuanji noticed that there were more creatures than before. It seemed that something big was about to happen. He captured the discussions of the creatures with his divine will. The superstar competition that happens once every million years is about to begin. Superstar competition, what's that? Only geniuses with more than 9-star aptitude can participate. There is only one cultivation requirement, and that is to reach the Dao-treading Saint realm. As long as you achieve excellent results in the superstar competition, you can get the Great Dao baptism of the Origin Court. Any Great Dao can be improved. Superstar competition. Zhu Xuanji fell into deep thought. How could I miss this opportunity? Nangong Jareen glanced at him and said with a smile, "It seems that you already have an idea. I will go and see your performance with my own eyes." Wonderful Bookhouse. Chapter 679. On the way to the Void Boundary Palace, Zhu Xuanji kept thinking about the superstar competition. He asked Nangong Jareen about it. The superstar competition was still more than 30 years away. At that time, all the origin cities would use spells to broadcast the competition. A grand event that happened once in a million years was enough to attract the attention of the entire Kunlun origin court. Many living beings who were wandering outside would rush back to take a look. This liveliness was similar to the Huaxia people celebrating the spring festival. At that time, the various divine ranges would also participate in the superstar competition to motivate their clansmen. After a while, when they arrived at the Void Boundary Palace, Yi Jun and the others had been waiting for them for a long time. They surrounded them and asked about their well-being. When Zhu Xuanji took out the Great Dao Source Stone, they all felt a sense of relief. Even though it was only for a moment, Zhu Xuanji still sensed it. "Let's go and see Empyrean Zhenyang." Yi Jun smiled, and the other members of Xian Mao followed him up the stairs. Along the way, everyone kept asking Zhu Xuanji if he wanted to participate in the superstar competition. They could all see that Zhu Xuanji was very close to becoming a doubt-treading saint. He had every hope of participating in the superstar competition. Soon, they arrived at the balcony where Heavenly Venerable Zhenyang was. When Yi Jun handed over the Great Dao Source Stone, Heavenly Venerable Zhenyang nodded in satisfaction. "This mission has been completed perfectly. Due to Daohu Chozuan's intervention, your reward will be increased to 2 million merit points each," Heavenly Sage Zhenyang said. As he spoke, he took out his ID card, motioning Zhu Xuanji and the others to take out their ID cards. They took out their own identity cards and stuck them to Empyrean Zhenyang's identity card, each receiving 2 million merit points. Taking back their identity cards, everyone had a smile on their faces. Heavenly Sage Zhenyang looked at Zhu Xuanji and said, "At the beginning of the mission, I said that as long as Zhu Xuanji broke through to the Doubt-Treading Saint realm, I would give him a reward and even allow him to take the Great Dao Source Stone for himself. But he didn't do so. He still considered the team." Hearing this, everyone looked at Zhu Xuanji in shock. Only Nangong Jiarin had a strange look on her face. This brat had already swallowed half a Great Dao Source Stone. Nangong Jiarin could only complain in her heart, not daring to say it out loud. Yi Jun praised, "Brother Xuanji is indeed an upright person. We are impressed. If it were them, they might not be able to withstand the test." The others spoke as well, and their impression of Zhu Xuanji greatly improved. Cultivate well. The next mission will be after the superstar competition. If you perform well, the Void Boundary Palace will reward you. Don't let us down, Empyrean Zhenyang said with a smile. After saying that, he disappeared from the spot. The Dao ancestors all voiced their support for Zhu Xuanji. After chatting for a while, Zhu Xuanji followed Nangong Jiarin, Yi Jun, and Xu Huang back to the origin city they came from. As soon as he walked out of the side hall of the Emptiness Boundary Martial God, Chengju appeared. It seemed like this guy had been waiting for a long time. "Senior, congratulations on completing your first mission as a Void Boundary War God." Chengju cupped his fists and smiled, a look of worship on his face. He was indeed shocked. Because Zhu Xuanji had become much more powerful, even as a doubt-treading saint, he couldn't see through Zhu Xuanji. If this continued, Zhu Xuanji would surpass him soon. He was indeed a 12-star genius. Zhu Xuanji nodded with a smile. He then bid farewell to Yi Jun and the others and quickly returned to the Longbow Divine Range. On the way, Chengju, like Yi Jun and the others, also asked Zhu Xuanji if he wanted to participate in the Ultrastar examination. Zhu Xuanji smiled and said, "Of course, I will participate. This is my serendipity." Chengju couldn't help but look forward to it. After returning to the Longbow Divine Range Zhu clan, Chengju went back to report to the Longbow Old Ancestor. Meanwhile, Zhu Xuanji returned to his residence. Qiu Hu, the old beggar, and the others were very excited to see him return. They curiously asked him about his experiences during this period of time. Zhu Xuanji didn't hide anything. They were all amazed by him. The old beggar was speechless and said, "You met Daohu Chozuan and came back alive. You are really lucky." Qiu Hu glared at him and snorted, "Why? Are you disappointed?" These words made the old beggar stomp his feet in anger. His relationship with Zhu Xuanji was already a little awkward, and this brat still tried to sow discord between them. The man and the tiger began bickering. Zhu Xuanji noticed that Xu Qing's eyes had become clear. He looked very calm standing behind everyone. He nodded and smiled at this senior brother as a greeting. In response, Xu Qing looked a little nervous. After so many years, the old beggar, Xu Qing, barbarian god Huang Luo, Jiyu Tianxia, and Buddha Yangling had all passed the first great elimination. They had officially stepped into the Kunlun origin court and would fight for themselves in the future. Returning to the house, Zhu Xuanji entered the world in the lotus. He brought Mu Xuanfeng to Emperor Sword Court and introduced him to Daoya Old Man, Xiao Jinghong, and the others. He decided to bring Xian Xianghua and several connecting Heaven Level 10 cultivators from the demon realm into the Kunlun origin court. With Xian Xianghua's ability, she would be able to develop better in the Kunlun origin court. Xian Xianghua was very excited about this. Jiang Shui and Zhu Xiaoxian were also very envious. If they weren't strong enough, Zhu Xuanji wouldn't have let them enter the great elimination. After staying in the world in the lotus for half a month, he brought Xian Xianghua and the others out and handed them over to Yu Zhongxiu to register. Knowing that Xian Xianghua was Zhu Xuanji's woman, Yu Zhongxiu's expression was a little strange. But she didn't look cold. Instead, she became more enthusiastic. No matter what she thought, she had to take good care of Xian Xianghua. If anything happened to Xian Xianghua, the longbow divine range wouldn't be able to keep Zhu Xuanji. After giving a few instructions, Zhu Xuanji left alone and went to the Dao Tower in the Origin City to cultivate. In the same 4-star Dao room, he took out 5 avatars and the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus before he began to create his own Sword Dao. This time, he wouldn't come out until he broke through to Dao Treading Saint. 5 years later, Sword Owner has reached Dao Treading Saint realm. Gacha started. Ding. Congratulations, Sword Owner obtained, God-slaying, Jade Queen Sword, 9 Extreme, Dragon Witch King Sword. Zhu Xuanji finally broke through to Dao Treading Saint realm. His great Dao of Sword was successfully condensed, filling the entire Dao room. His magic energy had completely transformed into Dao energy, and his body had completely transformed into a great Dao body. Because the Sword Owner has transcended the mortal body and transformed into a great Dao, you have obtained an epic serendipity. If you become a Dao ancestor within 1,000 years, you will obtain the wish-fulfilling sword. Let me announce the information of the wish-fulfilling sword first. The sword spirit's voice continued. Sword name, wish-fulfilling sword grade, unknown description, a mysterious sword that can fulfill any wish, except for invincibility and wishes related to the supreme legendary sword system. This legendary sword can only be used once every 10,000 years. Fulfill any wish. Once every 10,000 years. There's no cultivation limit. Zhu Xuanji's eyes widened as his breathing quickened. There's such a heaven-defying legendary sword. Any wish. If I encounter an enemy that I can't defeat, can I kill the enemy straight away? Zhu Xuanji's imagination ran wild. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. It wasn't impossible for him to break through to Dao Ancestor within 1,000 years. Chapter 680. Any wish. Can I have a golden treasure basket? Zhu Xuanji asked in his heart. Ever since he used the golden treasure basket, he had been addicted to it. The sword spirit replied, it should be possible. I want to become the sovereign, can I? Probably not. For the current you, it is equivalent to asking for invincibility. I want to have endless luck, can I? This is the requirement of invincibility. Who can kill you with endless luck? Then I want an immortal body. Yes, but only the body. If the soul is destroyed, you will still die. What about an immortal soul? The sword spirit fell into silence after hearing Zhu Xuanji's question. The wish-fulfilling sword had yet to appear, but the sword master had already begun to imagine, leaving the sword spirit at a loss. Zhu Xuanji stopped thinking about it and began to adjust his Dao energy. The difference between before and after the breakthrough was like heaven and earth. Dao energy and saint energy were even more incomparable. He felt that his strength had increased by at least 100 times. No wonder the threshold of the superstar competition was Dao Treading Saint. Now, he could truly feel the existence of Sword Dao. If he used Sword Dao rules, it would definitely be extremely lethal. After 7 days, he got up and left. When he came to the first floor of the Dao Tower, the women in front of the stone platform all looked at him with admiration. Senior, you have become the first in the citywide breakthrough ranking and obtained 13 million merit points, the cold and elegant woman reported respectfully. The cold and elegant woman said respectfully. Their expressions were complicated. Zhu Xuanji had been cultivating in the Dao Tower for a long time. His merit points were increasing, making them speechless and at the same time, admiring him. This is 12-star aptitude. Zhu Xuanji handed over his ID card in a good mood. At this moment, an arm hooked around his neck. He did not resist but smiled instead. It was Xian Xianghua. She was wearing a close-fitting purple robe and still had a veil over her face. Her hair was combed into a bun, looking beautiful and noble. 13 million merit points, my dear husband, you are really amazing, Xian Xianghua said with a smile, squinting her eyes. Xian Xianghua squinted her eyes and smiled, looking very happy. This was the first time she showed such a cute and helpless look in front of Zhu Xuanji. Zhu Xuanji said with a smile, I will show you around later. Just tell me what you want. The women behind the stone platform looked at Xian Xianghua with envy. So he also knew how to be gentle to women. Xian Xianghua smiled and said, I've already passed the first elimination, and I've directly broken through to Overlord Saint Level 1. Amazing, right? She possessed the heart of the demon realm and the exterminating divine eyes, so her talent was naturally outstanding. She had obtained 7-star aptitude and was being nurtured by the longbow divine range. She had to admit that the exterminating divine eyes were indeed powerful. After coming to the Kunlun Origin Court, Xian Xianghua clearly noticed that her cultivation talent was improving. What she did not know was that it was because Zhu Xuanji was becoming more powerful. Their exterminating divine eyes were a pair and could affect and sense each other. After retrieving the identity card, the two walked out of the Dao Pagoda. Cheng Ju had been waiting for a long time. He said respectfully, Senior, you have successfully broken through. Should we register for the superstar competition? Zhu Xuanji nodded and brought Xian Xianghua along as they followed behind him. On the way, he asked Xian Xianghua about her experiences in the Great Elimination. He had to admit that Xian Xianghua was really an old devil. In the Great Elimination, she used all kinds of tricks and often killed enemies above her cultivation level. She was also very decisive when she encountered opportunities. That was how she could break through to Overlord Saint Level 1. Buy more cultivation treasures for Jiang Shui and her son, especially Xiaoxian. She is very talented. You have to nurture her well, Xian Xianghua said with a smile. Xian Xianghua smiled. She was in a good mood. She regarded Zhu Xiaoxian as her own. Whenever she had good things, she would often think of Zhu Xiaoxian first. This was also the reason why Zhu Xiaoxian often talked about Aunt Xian. Zhu Xuanji nodded and instructed Cheng Ju, I will trouble you with this matter. I will give you 3 million merit points. Buy as much as you can. No need to save for me. He was very reassured about Cheng Ju. After knowing him for so long, Cheng Ju had always done his best. He had left a good impression on him. Leave it to me. Cheng Ju patted his chest and smiled. After half an hour, they came to the center of the origin city. There was a registration square for the superstar competition here. One needed to verify their identity card before they could enter the teleportation array to register. Since only the registrant could enter alone, Zhu Xuanji asked Cheng Ju to take Xian Xianghua to buy cultivation treasures. He also transferred 5 million merit points to Xian Xianghua. Over the years, he had earned more than 20 million merit points in the Dao Pagoda. When Jiang Shui came to the Kunlun Origin Court, he would also give her the same amount. In his eyes, merit points were nothing. After all, he still had the identity of Void Boundary War God. He entered the building and took out his identity card for the old man waiting in front of the teleportation array. Zhu Xuanji, your name is really well known recently, the old man said with a smile. He then returned the identity card to Zhu Xuanji before activating the teleportation array. Zhu Xuanji smiled and stepped into the teleportation array. As soon as a bright light appeared, he felt the power of time and space surrounding him. After becoming a Tao-treading saint, his perception of the great Tao had become more profound. Soon, he walked out of the teleportation array and saw a dark world in front of him. Thunder clouds rolled, the ground was scorched black, and there were many magma cracks in the ground. There were many teleportation arrays around, and several creatures were stepping out from other teleportation arrays. In front of him, there was a huge stele standing on the ground. Many golden words were floating above it. Ying Zhuge, 17-star aptitude. Meng Shun, 16-star aptitude. Chang Sheng Xiao, 16-star aptitude. Great Sorrow Momo, 16-star aptitude. Rulai Fu, 16-star aptitude. Zhu Xuanji's eyelids twitched wildly. 17-star aptitude. How the hell did they give birth to this? He glanced down and found that there were no less than 10 existences with 16-star aptitude. There were more than 500 of them, and only they had 12-star aptitude. These guys were definitely geniuses from the top 1,000 divine ranges. The Kunlun origin court was very big. The higher the ranking of the divine ranges, the more unimaginable it was. He took a deep breath and walked forward. In front of the huge stele, a ghost-like white-haired man was floating. His hands were in his long pockets. His face was expressionless, and his eyes were empty. Zhu Xuanji walked up to him. Before he could ask, the white-haired man spoke first. Put your ID card on the Superstar Sacred Stele, and you can sign up. Indifferent. Zhu Xuanji enjoyed a completely different treatment from before. It was enough to show that a 12-star aptitude was not worth mentioning here. He took out his ID card and put it on the Superstar Sacred Stele. Soon, his name appeared in the position of 537th. He turned around and was about to leave. At this moment, a dragon-like roar came from a teleportation array not far away. A true dragon covered in red scales crawled out of the teleportation array. It was 30 meters long and looked ferocious and domineering. A man in silver battle armor was riding on its back. Among the people present, only he came on a mount. It could be seen that his identity was not simple. Chapter 681. Yo, Ying Zhuge can also be ranked first. It seems that this year's superstar competition won't do. The silver-armored man smiled proudly, then rode the red dragon to the Superstar Sacred Tablet. With a wave of his right hand, he smashed his identity card onto the Superstar Sacred Tablet. Then, his name appeared in second place. Chu Morchen, 17-star aptitude. Second only to Ying Zhuge. Seeing this scene, Chu Morchen frowned and suddenly clamped his legs together, startling the red dragon so much that it let out a dragon roar and began to riot in place. The dozens of living beings in the surroundings couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. 17-star aptitude, Chu Morchen, isn't he the genius of Star Divine Range? Divine Pulse of Star, the top 100 transcendent existences. Too strong. How does it feel to have 17-star aptitude? Chu Morchen snorted in displeasure at the discussion around him. He took back his identity card and told the red dragon to turn around and leave. Soon, he disappeared into the teleportation array. As soon as he left, the pressure on this world abruptly decreased. Zhu Xuanji could not see through Chu Morchen. This guy was very powerful. He gave off a feeling that he was even stronger than Yi Jun. It was as if he was facing Empyrean Zhenyang. The Kunlun origin court is really a place where there is always a higher mountain. Zhu Xuanji shook his head and laughed as he walked forward. The superstar competition was not just about sparring. There were all kinds of competitions. For example, the Divine Ability Appreciation Competition was a competition to see whose divine ability was more spectacular and shocking. There was also the speed ratio, the strength ratio, the Tao power ratio, the Tao technique ratio and so on. It was just like the Olympics on Earth. It was precisely because of this that the superstar competition seemed so interesting. It could make countless creatures rush back from other universes. The various spars between the top geniuses were extremely entertaining. This was because geniuses were all proud and arrogant, and it was easy for them to not care about others' feelings. It could even lead to a fight between divine ranges, which would ultimately affect the situation of the Kunlun origin court. However, Every superstar competition would evolve into a stage for the top 1,000 divine ranges to display their strength, deepening their position in the hearts of all living beings. After leaving the teleportation portal, Zhu Xuanji went to look for Xian Xianghua and Cheng Ju. They were still on the street. Zhu Xuanji did not spend too much time after all. Soon, he met up with the other two. Xian Xianghua was very curious about the other end of the teleportation array, and Zhu Xuanji did not hide it from her. When Xian Xianghua and Cheng Ju found out that the highest aptitude was 17 stars, they were both shocked. The longbow divine range didn't have any geniuses participating in the superstar competition before, so Cheng Ju didn't know about the superstar sacred stele. In the past, they were just there to watch the show. This kind of Kunlun origin court is more challenging, but unfortunately, with her aptitude, it was impossible for her to participate in the superstar competition. She could only participate in the other exciting events of the Kunlun origin court. Zhu Xuanji gave a slight smile and said, "Hurry up. When the time comes, you and I can go to the Dao room to cultivate. I will also teach you." A Dao room could allow several people to cultivate at the same time, and the amount of merit points consumed was the same. However, one more person would definitely absorb more spiritual energy and Dao power. 8 hours later, they came to a 4-star Dao room. As usual, Zhu Xuanji took out 5 clones and the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. Xian Xianghua asked curiously, "You have another clone? This is the Pan Zhen you were talking about?" Zhu Xuanji nodded and smiled, "That's right." After that, he taught Xian Xianghua the Great Li Divine Suppressor art. Back then, Xian Xianghua had also imparted her cultivation technique to him, so he wanted to be the same as before. When he was weak, she could only pamper him. Now that he was strong, she should be pampered. After half an hour, Xian Xianghua exclaimed in admiration, "What an exquisite cultivation technique. Little husband, your serendipity is really amazing." No matter where he went, Zhu Xuanji could always obtain serendipity. She couldn't help but admire him. At the same time, she was very moved. She did not misjudge him. No matter what achievements Zhu Xuanji had, he treated her sincerely. "Okay, let's start cultivating," Zhu Xuanji said with a gentle smile. Zhu Xuanji said with a gentle smile. After that, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Xian Xianghua followed suit and began cultivating. The news that Zhu Xuanji had become the top cultivator in the Origin City Breakthrough ranking quickly spread in the nearby divine ranges. At the same time, the news that he had signed up for the superstar competition also spread. The creatures of the Longbow Divine Range were proud of him. They held their heads up high wherever they went. For a while, the Longbow Divine Range status in the nearby Kunlun universe began to rise. Qiu Hu, Sheng Tiandao, Jiyu Tianxia, and the others also began to choose their first profession. Everything was on the right track. In the void, Ren Niming flew quickly. He looked terrified. He looked back from time to time, sweating profusely. "Damn it. How long is it going to chase me? Why can it leave the heavenly law universe?" Ren Niming gnashed his teeth. His eyes were filled with despair. If this continued, he would definitely die. He was not willing. He didn't want it to end like this. "Where do you think you can run to?" A hoarse voice came from behind, giving Ren Niming goosebumps. He didn't look back but desperately accelerated. "From now on, I will become the only destiny, the supreme destiny in countless universes." The hoarse voice came again. Ren Niming couldn't help but look back. Immediately, his pupils dilated as a black shadow occupied his eyes. Time passed quickly. 10 years had passed. Zhu Xuanji's cultivation didn't improve, but his Dao energy grew a lot. He had completely stabilized his sword Dao. The harvest was not bad. Xian Xianghua broke through to Overlord Saint level 3 and could already condense 5 Great Li avatars. The two left the Dao room. Xian Xianghua didn't want to consume Zhu Xuanji's merit points anymore. She wanted to find a profession to earn merit points herself. Zhu Xuanji took her to the Vocation Palace. As for Cheng Ju, he didn't wait outside the Dao Tower. When they arrived at the Vocation Palace, the two strolled around unhurriedly. The profession that Xian Xianghua wanted was very similar to Void Boundary War God. There were tests, irregular rewards, and no upper or lower limit. After a while, Zhu Xuanji suddenly stopped. A man appeared in front of him. Zhu Xuanji and Xian Xianghua frowned at the same time. The man was dressed in white. His face and figure were exactly the same as Zhu Xuanji's, except that he had white hair and a weathered gaze. Enemy? Xian Xianghua asked softly, staring at him with a sharp gaze. Zhu Xuanji didn't speak. He was also very confused. The other party looked at him calmly. When their eyes met, he felt an inexplicable palpitation. Anyone would feel weird when they saw someone who looked exactly like them. At this moment, the white-haired man raised his right hand and touched his chest, making a gesture of digging his heart out. The corner of his mouth rose, looking unruly. "Who are you?" Zhu Xuanji asked. The other party obviously knew him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a provocative gesture. The creatures around them also stopped and looked at them with a weird expression. The white-haired man laughed coldly and said, "The person who will end you, Zhu Xuanji. Just wait, you will die miserably." After speaking, he walked straight toward Zhu Xuanji, brushing past him. At this moment, Zhu Xuanji felt an extremely strong murderous intent. Even if he tried to restrain it, he was still shocked. Chapter 682. Smack. Zhu Xuanji grabbed the white-haired man's wrist and said, "If you want to kill me, you should at least leave your name, right?" The white-haired man looked back at him and laughed coldly. "Then you can call me Sword Emperor Slayer." After that, his right hand turned into nothingness. He broke free from Zhu Xuanji's grip and continued to walk forward. Sword Emperor Slayer. This brat was provoking him. Xian Xianghua said softly, "He doesn't look simple. But he is so arrogant. He will surely die a horrible death." She had already developed a blind trust in Zhu Xuanji. So many seemingly invincible enemies were defeated by Zhu Xuanji. What was this Sword Emperor Slayer to her? Zhu Xuanji smiled and continued forward with Xian Xianghua. There were countless jobs in the Vocation Palace, and it was difficult to keep track. Every once in a while, new jobs would be born, and some would die out. Xian Xianghua had 7-star talent and could choose many jobs. Since Zhu Xuanji wanted to rest, he patiently chose for her. Xian Xianghua's divine sense captured a massive amount of information from the wall. Soon, she picked the jobs that interested her. They went to learn about them one by one. Not all jobs were like Void Boundary War God. Most of the job recruiters were like salesmen, extremely passionate. Finally, Xian Xianghua chose the Imperial Demon Official. They were responsible for patrolling the universe around the Origin City. There were also Imperial Demon Official, Imperial Barbarian Official, Imperial Dragon Official, and so on. Zhu Xuanji waited for Xian Xianghua outside the side palace. An hour later, Xian Xianghua returned with a man who was giving off a dense demonic aura behind her. "Fairy, we will be teammates from now on." "You must," the man said with a smile. He was wearing heavy armor and had wild hair. His cultivation was at level 9 Overlord Saint. Xian Xianghua ignored him and hugged Zhu Xuanji's arm, which froze the man's smile. Zhu Xuanji glanced at him and asked, "Who is this guy?" Xian Xianghua shook her head with a smile, "I don't know. Let's go home. I will serve you well tonight." She said this in a sweet and seductive tone intentionally. The man's face turned green immediately, as though he had eaten a fly. He looked at Zhu Xuanji's face and cried out in shock in his heart, Zhu Xuanji." He immediately cupped his fist at Zhu Xuanji and said with a smile, "Senior Zhu's woman. I will help her as much as I can." After that, he pretended to be generous and left. Zhu Xuanji was a super genius that everyone in this city knew about. Not long ago, he was ranked first on the breakthrough ranking and became a doubt-treading saint. Such an existence was not someone he could offend. Only by being sensible can one live longer. Zhu Xuanji and Xian Xianghua looked at each other and smiled. Then, they left the Vocation Palace and returned to the Longbow Divine Range Zhu clan. In the next period of time, Zhu Xuanji returned to the Lotus World to teach Emperor Sword Court cultivation. He focused on nurturing Xiao Jinghong, Zhu Xiaoxian, Zhao Tsongjian, Lin Chang'e, Ning Zifeng, Meng Tianlang, and Chen Bantian. These 7 people were the most talented in the way of the sword among his trusted subordinates. In the future, he would also become the representative of Emperor Sword Court. Zhu Xuanji gathered them together and used his divine sense to teach them different sword techniques. In the future, you will be called Emperor Sword Court's 7 swords. How about it? Zhu Xuanji asked with a smile. Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Tsongjian agreed, of course. Zhu Xiaoxian said with dissatisfaction, what an ugly name. Wouldn't it be better to call it 7 Ultimate Emperor Swords? 7 Absolute Emperor Swords? Zhu Xuanji blinked and thought of the 5 ultimate gods. This name is not bad. Master, can you enlighten us so that we can enter the Kunlun Origin Court as soon as possible? Chen Bantian said with a smile, rubbing his hands. The spiritual qi in the Lotus world had been growing rapidly. Their cultivation was at least at Heavenly Law True God, but they were still far from connecting Heaven Level 10. Zhu Xuanji glared at him and said, the foundation is very important. Don't rush it. Lin Changa let out a sigh and said, why can your cultivation advance so quickly? Is there really no one to enlighten you? Zhu Xuanji was already the faith of the entire Emperor Sword Court. Even his trusted subordinates respected him. In their eyes, Zhu Xuanji had been fighting and surpassing his limits. But logically speaking, his cultivation should not be so fast. Zhu Xuanji smiled and said, it's all due to serendipity. Even if someone enlightens you, you will not be able to catch up to me. Everyone was not discouraged. Instead, they looked at him with admiration. Zhu Xiaoxian curled her lip and said, I don't want to learn Heavenly Sword Descent. I want to learn that move to multiply sword souls. Zhu Xuanji shook his head and said, everyone can learn sword souls, but it's best to practice a trump card divine ability. It's fine if you don't use it, but once you use it, you will definitely kill. Everyone couldn't help but nod. They felt that this was reasonable. After staying in the Lotus world for 5 years, Zhu Xuanji continued to cultivate in the Dao Tower. With his current cultivation level, even if he had 12-star aptitude, it would take a long time for him to break through again. During this time, Xian Mao did not take on any missions. They were indeed lacking merit points to become void boundary war gods, but they were not in a hurry. They were also looking forward to the superstar competition. Time passed year by year. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Xuanji had reached the age of 567. And this year, the superstar competition was about to begin. He walked out of the Dao Tower and first returned to the Longbow Divine Range Zhu clan to inform them. Then, he went to the Superstar Competition Tower in the Origin City alone and teleported to the Superstar Realm, waiting for the Superstar Competition to begin. The world was dark and thunderclouds were billowing. The Superstar Sacred Stele stood on the ground like a mountain. It was so high and cold. More and more geniuses walked out of the teleportation array. Zhu Xuanji looked up and found that his ranking had fallen to around 700. He couldn't help but sigh. How many freaks are there in the Kunlun Origin Court? At this time, a screen of light appeared in front of him. It also appeared in front of the other geniuses. It listed the events of the Superstar competition. They could sign up at will. Each genius could sign up for at most 3 events. Zhu Xuanji rubbed his chin in thought. He definitely had no chance of winning in terms of strength, speed, or aesthetics. These events were all about strength. His eyes locked on one event. Learn. This event would take out thousands of powerful divine abilities for the geniuses to learn in full view of the public to see who was faster. Different levels of divine abilities would also have different results. In theory, the more difficult the divine ability was, the final result would be divided by a certain multiple. This was a must. In the Kunlun Origin Court, Sword Dao divine abilities were still very popular. This was the event he had the most advantage in. Next was the Dao debate. The rules of this event were very simple. Either convince the other party, or make the other party flustered or speechless. To put it bluntly, it was a competition of verbal skills. As for the third event, Great Dao aptitude, this event mainly tested the geniuses' Great Dao ability. It would limit the level of the Great Dao so that all participants would have the same level of Great Dao. Then, They would compete with each other. This event was extremely popular because Great Dao talent was related to the upper limit of the owner's achievements. Even in the Kunlun origin court, one couldn't become stronger all the time. Every creature would have their own bottleneck. Chapter 683. Study. Dao Debate. Great Dao Aptitude. Zhu Xuanji submitted the registration application, and the light screen in front of him disappeared. The other geniuses also registered successfully. Most of them had excitement written all over their faces. But no matter how excited they were, no one shouted. All of them were very calm. Zhu Xuanji looked around. Except for the high-profile Chu Morchen, he didn't know any of the other geniuses. Among those present, his cultivation was the lowest. He sat in the air and began to cultivate, waiting. One after another, geniuses walked out of their respective teleportation arrays. The number of people was still increasing. They registered one after another and then sat on the ground or hovered in the air, waiting. 5 days later, a vast pressure descended. All the teleportation arrays were closed. Zhu Xuanji opened his eyes and saw the thunderclouds forming a huge vortex. A figure wrapped in lightning descended. He was hundreds of meters tall, wearing a dragon-head Chilean scale armor. His black cloak fluttered wildly in the wind, and he held 2 giant hammers in his hands. His face was pitch black. Only a pair of eyes shining with purple light could be seen, looking down at the ground. I am Fierce Thunder Sovereign. There are 2,936 participants in this year's Superstar competition. The Superstar competition's venue is above my head. As in the past, we will compete in each event in turn. The spectator competition will be the first, and the competition of strength will be the last. It will take a total of several years. I hope everyone is ready. Next is the preparation time for the Superstar competition. All origin cities and divine ranges are connecting their spells. Fierce Thunder Sovereign began introducing the order of the events. The 3 events that Zhu Xuanji registered belonged to the latter half. Among them, Great Dao Aptitude ranked second from the bottom. One could see its importance. The top 3 in each event would be rewarded with merit points, cultivation treasures, and so on. The rewards for the competition of strength were the most generous. Zhu Xuanji could only register for the competition of strength in the next Superstar competition. Among the geniuses present, half of them had reached the Dao Ancestor realm. This showed how powerful they were. After Fierce Thunder Sovereign finished his introduction, he disappeared. The vortex in the sea of clouds had yet to subside. The geniuses began to talk in groups of 2s and 3s. Through their conversation, Zhu Xuanji finally learned about the cultivation above the Dao Ancestor realm. 9 vast heavens. This made him inexplicably think of the vast heavens in the legendary swords. Is there any connection between the two? Other than that, he also had to know that the ancestral realm was divided into 36 flowers. Every additional flower would cause a qualitative change in one's Dao power. Based on this deduction, how big was the gap between him and those prodigies who had reached the 9 vast heavens realm? Zhu Xuanji's imagination ran wild, but he was not discouraged. He was still young. Sooner or later, he would reach the Dao Ancestor realm and surpass the 9 vast heavens realm. While they were waiting, the outside world was in an uproar. In the giant city of the Yu family, 9 stone tablets were erected in the central square, bursting with a strong light, condensing into a light screen in the sky, projecting the situation around the Superstar sacred tablet. All the creatures in the city looked up. Did you see Zhu Xuanji? Why is it being screened in advance this time? Because our longbow divine range also has geniuses screaming. We don't have to wait for the Superstar competition to officially begin. These geniuses all look really strong. Look. Our Zhu Xuanji is calm and not afraid at all. Sounds of discussion rose from every street, all of them extremely excited. Even though Zhu Xuanji looked very small, the creatures could still see him with their eyesight. Xian Xianghua, the old beggar, Qiu Hu, and the others could see him too. They were sitting in the courtyard, eating spirit fruits while waiting. Yu Zhongxiu was also by their side. She said with a soft smile, as long as he can show his brilliance, he doesn't have to be ranked. This is a good opportunity to become famous. This was the superstar competition. Only God knew how many creatures were watching. As long as Zhu Xuanji performed well, the reputation of the Longbow divine range would soar, attracting countless creatures to join. This kid will definitely be in the limelight. The old beggar shook his wine glass and said with a smile. The others nodded in agreement. Zhu Xuanji's cultivation might be low, but they believed that Zhu Xuanji would definitely amaze everyone. This kind of situation and the gap in strength between the enemy and himself were the basic rules for Zhu Xuanji. Xian Xianghua propped her chin up and said with a smile, I wonder which 3 events he signed up for. The old beggar curled his lip and said, what's it called again? Dao debate, right? He must be one of them. This guy just likes to talk big. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. At the same time, the various origin cities and divine ranges were also discussing the superstar competition. Although the nearby origin cities and divine ranges were paying attention to Zhu Xuanji, compared to the entire Kunlun origin court and the superstar competition, Zhu Xuanji's fame was still at the bottom. Time continued to pass. Half a month later, the superstar competition that countless creatures in the Kunlun origin court were paying attention to had officially begun. The first event was the spectator competition. Fierce Thunder Sovereign appeared. The spectator competition is about to begin. Fierce Thunder Sovereign waved his right hand, and hundreds of geniuses flew up. The ID marks on their bodies lit up, and they were quickly sucked into the cloud sea vortex. A screen of light appeared on the superstar sacred stele, showing a huge square stone platform. It was tens of thousands of meters long and wide, surrounded by a dazzling starry sky. Soldiers in golden armor stood at the edge of the stone platform. The sacred platform. Hundreds of geniuses landed on the sacred platform. The atmosphere was silent, but the outside world was already boiling. All the divine ranges and origin cities burst into a deafening uproar, cheering for their favorite geniuses. Even if the other party couldn't hear them, they had to vent their emotions. Zhu Xuanji clearly felt that the atmosphere around him had changed, especially those geniuses who were ranked higher than him. All of them had a serious look on their faces as they sat upright. No one dared to come within 100 meters of one of them. He was wearing a silver beaded robe, sitting on a lotus seat. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He had a handsome face and a phoenix-shaped silver crown on his head. He looked indifferent. He sat there like the brightest star in the night sky. Even if one didn't understand, he could still attract the attention of many people. He was Ying Zhuge. 17-star aptitude. Legend had it that he was once an ancient god of the Kunlun origin court. For some unknown reason, he reincarnated. This body was a Dao body that he had cultivated for a long time. In less than 10,000 years after his reincarnation, he had reached the 9 vast heavens, which was unprecedented. Zhu Xuanji also paid attention to him. After all, this person was ranked first on the superstar sacred stele. Ying Zhuge stared at the screen, watching the spectator competition. This seat is the superstar divine official. Now, this is the spectator competition on the main island of all beings. Next, this seat will read the names in turn. Each of you will show your most magnificent divine ability. After the first round, this seat will judge the top 100 based on the number of shouts from the Kunlun origin court. A sun-like ball of light appeared outside the sacred platform. An excited and magnetic voice came from it. The superstar divine official had existed for a long time. He couldn't be bribed. If he was found out, he would be obliterated by the sovereign. This was how the previous superstar divine official died. Chapter 684. The superstar divine official's cultivation was extremely high. His divine will could cover the entire Kunlun origin court. He could judge the sound and determine the winner of the spectator competition. Not only that, although the superstar divine official was very intimidating, his tone was extremely emotional. It made the sacred arena not feel awkward and excited all living beings. His voice passed through countless screens and resounded throughout the Kunlun origin court. Soon, the spectator competition began. The geniuses made their moves one after another. All kinds of gorgeous and shocking divine abilities were displayed. They could name the scene they wanted, and the superstar divine official could create it. Different environments could create different effects. For example, a man slashed open the universe with his sword. For example, thousands of stars turned into golden lotuses and exploded at the same time. It was shocking. Some geniuses used their palms as blades, releasing billions of blade lights, piecing together the dark universe into a bright world. All kinds of exaggerated divine abilities made the emotions of all living beings in the Kunlun origin court fluctuate one after another. Most of the living beings exclaimed in satisfaction. Zhu Xuanji also felt that it was pretty good. Many of his divine abilities were very enjoyable to watch, but he didn't participate. The main reason was that the spectator competition was too early. Although it was lively at the beginning, who would remember it after the superstar competition was over? This was one of the reasons why Zhu Xuanji chose the midterm competition. After 3 days, the spectator competition finally ended. The first place got more than 500 million merit points and many treasures, which made everyone envious. Then came the second competition. Zhu Xuanji stopped watching and began to meditate. Among all the geniuses, he was the only one cultivating. Because for them, cultivating now was equivalent to making a last-minute effort. Most importantly, it was useless. The surrounding geniuses thought that he was pretending to be aloof and disdained him. Time passed day by day. The various gambling dens in the Kunlun origin court were in full swing. After all, the superstar competition was a carnival for the entire Kunlun origin court. Zhu Xuanji's first competition was the Dao debate. He was ranked 23rd. Most of the previous competitions didn't have any substantial competition until the artifact competition. This competition was definitely a rich man's game. Zhu Xuanji opened his eyes and saw the artifact being smashed. He felt a little distressed. It was worth mentioning that Ying Zhuge and Chu Morchen didn't appear. The top 10 geniuses didn't move. Half a year later, the Dao debate began, and a genius ranked 8th soared into the sky. His name was Wu Ya, and he had 16 stars aptitude. Zhu Xuanji sensed an unstoppable force enveloping him and bringing him flying toward the cloud sea vortex. He immediately took out the World Fool Sword and wore it at his waist. He raised his eyes and looked over, and he noticed that there were only 127 geniuses participating in the Dao discussion. There was another way to describe the Dao discussion, and it was a competition of words. One couldn't utilize Dao energy, and it was very easy to damage one's image. They passed through the whirlpool and landed on the sacred arena. The Longbow Divine Range, the nearby Divine Ranges, and the origin cities were all stirred up. They had finally waited for Zhu Xuanji. The superstar divine official introduced them one by one, and after hearing that there were 16-star geniuses participating in the Dao debate, Yun Zhengxiu and the others all felt worried for Zhu Xuanji. If Zhu Xuanji encountered a 16-star genius in the first round, wouldn't that be too tragic? Now, we'll start picking our opponents. 3 of them will be discussing the Dao together. 1 sentence at a time, no interruptions allowed. Only one victor will be decided. The superstar divine official said. He waved his right hand, and the 127 balls of light flew toward the sacred arena. The geniuses tried to snatch them, but Zhu Xuanji was not in a hurry. He absorbed the remaining ball of light into his hand. When all the geniuses obtained the balls of light, they were pulled toward their opponents. What a coincidence! Zhu Xuanji's opponent was the 16-star genius, Wu Ya. Wu Ya looked like a scholar. He had a smile on his face and looked very handsome. The two sat opposite each other, and so did the other geniuses. They were hundreds of meters away from each other and did not affect each other. What do you want to discuss? Wu Ya stared at Zhu Xuanji and asked with a smile. For some reason, he did not like Zhu Xuanji. He always felt that Zhu Xuanji was a despicable person, but he still maintained the demeanor of a powerful cultivator. Zhu Xuanji did not know if the World Fool Sword would work on Wu Ya. The World Fool Sword had the ability to lower one's intellect, and it did not consume any magic energy, so it was not against the rules. Where did the sovereign come from? Zhu Xuanji asked calmly. Born from the Kunlun origin court, of course. Where did the Kunlun origin court come from? Created by the original sovereign? Then how did the original sovereign come into being? The existence of Taos came into being at the right time. It was the same for the sovereign. Wu Huaiye readily accepted their advice and easily answered all their doubts. Zhu Xuanji raised his brow slightly. It seemed that he had underestimated his opponent. He wanted to ask a question like the chicken or the egg, which came first. But this guy answered the question forcefully, which made it impossible for him to answer. I have to get serious. Zhu Xuanji asked with squinted eyes, in a void boundary without any spirit, if a watchtower collapses, will there be any sound? Of course there will be sound, Wu Huaiye said with disdain in his eyes. Isn't this common sense? How do you know? Of course there is. This is something that everyone knows. But no one was there. After the Tao discussion, I will demonstrate it to you. But you are still wrong. How can you say something that you did not see with your own eyes? Wu Huaiye was frustrated by the questions. He always felt that Zhu Xuanji was being unreasonable. But he could not lose his temper. If he lost his temper during the Tao discussion, he would lose. Before Wu Huaiye could reply, Zhu Xuanji continued to ask, do you think that some things are true and will not change no matter what? Wu Huaiye replied, there are indeed some things that should be like that, but it's not absolute. Your name is Wu Huaiye. This is true, right? Of course. If the sovereign says that you are not Wu Huaiye and everyone believes in the sovereign, will you still be Wu Huaiye? Just my name? Is there a difference? Everyone thinks that you are someone else. Do you think that you are still yourself? Wu Huaiye frowned at the question. He felt that Zhu Xuanji was pressuring him with the sovereign. The powerful reigns supreme. Such a metaphor was illogical. He immediately took the initiative and asked, if it were you, will you still be yourself? Zhu Xuanji smiled and said, of course. My existence lies in my heart. If my heart changes, I will no longer be who I was before. If my heart does not change, I will still be me. Wu Huaiye was infuriated when he heard this. Is there something wrong with this brat's brain? Is there a difference between this logic and what he said before? Then, you are so sure that there will be no sound when the watchtower collapses. That means no sound is your answer. Wu Huaiye asked with squinted eyes. Zhu Xuanji said with a faint smile, that's me, not you. Wu Huaiye cursed in his heart immediately, and his murderous intent grew. He said coldly, then, you are not me. How can you say that my answer is wrong? Zhu Xuanji replied unhurriedly, because I asked the question. Wu Huaiye, I have countless legendary swords. I have countless legendary swords. Chapter 685. Wu Huaiye was so infuriated by Zhu Xuanji's shameless words that he almost exploded. Fortunately, he suppressed his emotions and immediately said, what you said, doesn't that mean that everything you said is reasonable and everything I said is wrong? What's the point of having a Tao debate like this? Don't you care about your reputation now that you've become a Tao-treading saint? His face was expressionless, but his heart was trying hard to calm down. What was going on? Why would he be angered by such a shameless person? He could not help but glance at the World Fool sword at Zhu Xuanji's waist. He did not sense any ripples of Tao energy. If it wasn't the effect of the magic treasure, could it be that there was something wrong with his state of mind? That's right. Ever since he prepared to participate in the superstar examination, the divine range he was in had given him a lot of pressure. If you're dissatisfied, then you can raise a question. Zhu Xuanji said with a smile. Seeing the ripples in Wu Huaiye's eyes, he knew that the World Fool sword was working. That was awesome. Could a mere amethyst divine sword affect an existence that surpassed the Tao ancestor level? Perhaps it was because Wu Huaiye had not noticed the use of the World Fool sword. The World Fool sword did not consume any magic power, and its attack power was very weak. It only had the ability to lower one's intelligence. Otherwise, its level would have been even higher. Zhu Xuanji decided in his heart to focus on nurturing the World Fool sword in the future and find a way to help it level up. Fine, let me ask you, how many great Taos are there? Wu Huaiye asked. His heart was filled with hatred. See if I don't kill you. As many as you think you have. I'm asking you how many you think there are. There are 3,000 great Taos, and they are endless and without end. Fellow Daoist, To ask this question, have you ever left your God meridian? Wrong. The number of great Taos is fixed. Otherwise, why would there be great Taos that are constantly being destroyed? Wu Ya was almost angered to death by Zhu Xuanji. This brat dared to mock him for being ignorant. Endure. He had to endure it. This was only the first round. He couldn't lose. The two of them continued to engage in a verbal battle. Since Wu Ya was the most famous, the majority of the living beings focused their attention on them. As long as he used his spiritual force to touch the light screens of the various realms, he would be able to pay attention to any of the geniuses on the sacred arena. Seeing that Zhu Xuanji and Wu Ya were equally matched, countless creatures were in an uproar. Who is this guy? How shameless. This brat is really lucky to be able to live until today. Why is Wu Ya so agitated? You're so easily angered. Why don't you try? Do you think you can remain calm after being provoked by an ant? Not bad. If it were you or me, would we dare to face a 16-star prodigy like this? All the divine ranges and origin cities were discussing Zhu Xuanji and Wu Ya. The Longbow divine range was seething with excitement. The old beggar sighed, "This kid really has my style." Qiu Hu's face was filled with admiration. Sai Mengyang, Sheng Tiandao, Jiyu Tianxia, and Shu Qing were speechless. Yu Zhongxiu and Xian Xianghua looked at Zhu Xuanji, their eyes sparkling. Zhu Xuanji's calmness toward Wu Ya was too charming. At the same time, the debate in the sacred arena had reached its climax. Soon, some geniuses were so angry that they drew their swords and were sent back to the superstar sacred stele by the superstar divine official. Wu Ya was still tolerating Zhu Xuanji. He felt that he was about to lose control. The guy in front of him was really asking for a beating. "Fellow Daoist, do you think the superstar competition is fair?" Zhu Xuanji asked with a smile. The more he laughed, the stronger Wu Ya's killing intent became. Wu Ya narrowed his eyes and said, "Fair, but also unfair." The same trick again. Zhu Xuanji shook his head and said, "Fellow Daoist, you are not sincere and speak ambiguously. What are you afraid of as a genius who dares to take responsibility for his actions? In my opinion, it's fairness. I can debate with a genius like you, and it's still the Tao of cultivation. If this isn't fairness, then what is? The sovereign is benevolent. If I lose to you, it's not shameful. If I win, it will be glorious. If you win against me, it's only natural, and you will be ridiculed for bullying the weak. If you lose to me, can you still be considered a human?" Damn. Wu Ya almost stood up and gave Zhu Xuanji a kick. This kid is definitely provoking me. His eyes were slightly bloodshot. He smiled awkwardly and said, "My goal is to be first. If I win against you, in the end, no one will remember me. If you don't even understand this, why did you come to the Tao debate? Fundamentally speaking, the superstar competition isn't fair. Take the sparring session for example. My cultivation, path, and realm are all higher than yours. You can't have a fair sparring session with me. You can only be clever and argue shamelessly. Even so, you still have to lose. Do you still think it's fair? An eye for an eye. Since you want to mock me, don't blame me for being rude." Zhu Xuanji was not flustered at all. No. You are the one who lost, so to me, it's still very fair," he said. Wu Ya chuckled and asked, "Why can you win?" Zhu Xuanji replied, "It's the same as my initial answer. My heart thinks that I will win, so I must win. I think that you will lose, so you will surely lose. You know what's the worst? It's not a nobody like me, but it's the geniuses below the top genius like you. You will always be the dim stars beside the bright moon, unimportant. Killing people's hearts." Wu Ya was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Why does it sound like I am inferior to the geniuses at the bottom? His hands in his sleeves began to tremble. Zhu Xuanji continued, "I have been observing. Geniuses like Ying Zhuge and Chu Morchen did not even look at you in the eye, just like how you did not look at me in the eye. In this case, isn't our treatment fair?" Wu Ya thought of Ying Zhuge and Chu Morchen's arrogant faces inexplicably. Flames of jealousy welled up in him. He felt that Zhu Xuanji was sent by those two geniuses to humiliate him. He immediately took out a dagger and was prepared to end Zhu Xuanzhi's life. Next, he disappeared into thin air. The superstar divine official teleported him away. Wah! Everyone was in an uproar. A 16-star genius was eliminated in the first round. Wu Yue returned to the superstar sacred stele and was stunned. Strange gazes were directed at him from all directions. He was so ashamed that he wanted to kill himself on the spot. Damn it! Why couldn't I hold back? Why did this happen? After getting out of the World Full Sword's control, Wu Yue hugged his head and was on the verge of collapse. Recalling what happened just now, he felt as though he was bewitched. Chu Morchen smiled disdainfully and said, "He has just stepped into the doubt-treading saint stage. So embarrassing." He spoke loudly on purpose to provoke Wu Yue. Wu Yue was furious, but he dared not to speak. On the sacred platform, Zhu Xuanzhi sensed a divine will sweeping past him. To be precise, it was sweeping toward the World Full Sword. It must be the superstar divine official checking if he was cheating. However, the superstar divine official did not notice anything unusual about the World Full Sword. Zhu Xuanzhi could not help but sigh in amazement. The Supreme Legendary Sword system was really awesome to be able to create a treasure like the World Full Sword. He closed his eyes and began cultivating. His calm demeanor shocked the outside world even more. A doubt-treading saint defeated a 9-vast heavens cultivator in the Dao debate. A 12-star defeated a 16-star with his mouth. Zhu Xuanzhi became famous instantly. Each divine range began sending people to gather information about Zhu Xuanzhi. Many living beings who bet on Wu Yue lost money. Countless living beings were so furious that they vomited blood. Chapter 686. Amazing. Qiu Hu exclaimed. If he was in front of Wu Yue, would he be so eloquent? The others were also sighing in amazement. Although they appeared to be very confident in Zhu Xuanzhi, his opponent was a 16-star genius. They were all worried for Zhu Xuanzhi. He did not expect Zhu Xuanzhi to really pull off an upset. Xian Xianghua smiled proudly and said, "Looks like my little husband is going to be the champion." Even the strongest opponent had been eliminated by him, so there was naturally hope for first place. Everyone's spirits rose, and they couldn't help but look forward to it. They could hear the entire Yu family's huge city boiling with excitement. All creatures were shouting Zhu Xuanzhi's name. At the edge of a vast plaza, there were many pavilions surrounding it. Countless creatures were cheering and shouting from above. Empress Red Dragon stood in front of the railing and stared at the screen in shock. That brat. This, Empress Red Dragon had almost forgotten about Zhu Xuanzhi. She did not expect to see him at the superstar competition. How long had it been? This kid had actually become a doubt-treading venerable. The most terrifying thing was that he had eliminated Wu Yue, whom she looked up to, during the Dao debate. She couldn't believe her eyes and ears. Was Zhu Xuanzhi that powerful? At the same time, old ancestor Yinshin was almost scared to death in a pavilion in an origin city of the Kunlun origin court. It's over, old ancestor Yinshin was about to cry. The more powerful Zhu Xuanzhi was, the closer he was to death. He fed Zhu Xuanzhi poison to test his medicine and even sold it to the Longbow Divine Range Zhu clan. The two of them were sworn enemies. Previously, when he found out that Zhu Xuanzhi was a 12-star genius, he was so scared that he fled far away from the Longbow Divine Range. He did not expect that Zhu Xuanzhi would participate in the superstar competition, which made him feel like he was haunting him. Now that he saw Zhu Xuanzhi defeating Wu Yue, he felt that the world had turned dark. If Zhu Xuanzhi did not die, he would be in big trouble in the future. The other side. Xian Mao's Dao ancestors were also cheering for Zhu Xuanzhi. However, this was only the first round of the Dao discussion, and the true victor hadn't been decided. After the first round of the competition ended, the superstar divine official split up again, and the second round of the test continued. Zhu Xuanzhi did not disappoint the people of the Longbow Divine Range. His opponents were all hopping mad at him and wanted to attack him. He defeated 6 prodigies in a row. Looks like the Full Sword doesn't just lower one's intellect. It can easily make one lose their rationality. Zhu Xuanzhi inwardly sighed in amazement. He was the Sword Emperor, and it was only natural for him to use his sword to defeat his enemies. Up until now, he'd become one of the hot favorites to win the Tao discussion. He had also caused the other geniuses on the sacred arena to feel immense pressure. It was too strange. This fellow could always infuriate his opponent. Near the superstar sacred stele, over 2,000 geniuses were discussing Zhu Xuanji's name. They were very curious about where Zhu Xuanji had come from. Seeing that Zhu Xuanji won again and again, Wu Yue felt much better. The more powerful Zhu Xuanji was, the less embarrassing his failure would be. In the blink of an eye, the finals of the Tao discussion had arrived. Zhu Xuanji's opponent was a 15-star genius, Jiyu Hanyu. She wore a blue and white robe, and her skin was as white as snow. She had a pretty face, and her black hair was coiled into a willow leaf bun. Her eyes were lively as she sized Zhu Xuanji up. They were the only ones left in the sacred arena. Fellow Daoist Zhu Xuanji, what do you want to discuss? Jiyu Hanyu asked with a smile, looking very gentle. Facing such a beauty, Zhu Xuanji wouldn't be merciful with his words. He directly asked, in the Kunlun Origin Court, how much power do women have? Even in the Kunlun Origin Court, the number of female cultivators was still less than that of male cultivators. The higher the cultivation, the more vicious the female cultivator. Only by being ruthless could they reach the top. Jiyu Hanyu replied with a smile, no matter how much, I want to have a share. Zhu Xuanji said, the question is not how much you want, but do you think the yin and yang ratio is reasonable? Jiyu Hanyu replied, any ratio is reasonable. Everything has its own destiny. What if I say that the power of the world should be divided equally between yin and yang? What do you think? Oh, could it be that you want to become a female cultivator? Of course not. I just feel that it would be better if there were more proud daughters of heaven like Fairy. Fairy, don't you wish for that? Or do you feel that the fewer proud daughters of heaven, the better? That way, you would be able to enjoy more popularity. How do you know how popular I am? Looking at your eyebrows, you look delicate and innocent with a smile on your face. Obviously, you have always been pampered. No matter how bright your smile is, I can see the disdain in your eyes. It's just like how you treat your admirers. You are the moon surrounded by the stars. How can there be more moons than stars in the prosperous starry sky? Jiyu Hanyu still maintained her smile while cursing in her heart. This kid is really mean. If these words were to spread, it would make her look very hypocritical. Not to be outdone, she began to fight back. The conversation between the two was getting faster and faster. Their words were also getting sharper and sharper. Countless living beings in the outside world were holding their breath. Jiyu Hanyu was very famous. Her 15-star aptitude was enough to prove everything. Moreover, she was a female cultivator. Zhu Xuanji used female cultivators as a starting point to discuss. How sinister. Many male cultivators despised him, but many female cultivators were on Zhu Xuanji's side. The reason was very simple. Zhu Xuanji said that the power of the world should be divided equally between men and women. He hoped that there would be more and more geniuses. At the same time, it was hard for women to find other women pleasing to the eye. Jiyu Hanyu quickly changed the topic and asked, if that's the case, then do you think that I can come this far and fight with you because others let me win? Or do they have other plans, throwing away their dignity as a cultivator? This sentence was digging a hole. If Zhu Xuanji said yes, those geniuses would definitely hate him. Among them, Wu Yue is the most typical example. With his strength and aptitude, he doesn't need this Tao debate to prove himself. On the contrary, if he wins, it will be boring. His modesty shows great wisdom. What about you? You are a 15-star genius who enjoys the love of countless people. Why are you competing with us, a low-rank divine range creature? Zhu Xuanji said seriously, giving Wu Yue and the other geniuses a way out of this embarrassing situation. Wu Yue looked at him again and suddenly felt that he was very pleasing to the eye. This kid knows how to behave. Shameless. Jiyu Hanyu cursed in her heart. This kid really knows how to talk nonsense. She tried her best to calm her mind and suppress the nameless evil fire in her heart. At the same time, She recited the scripture in her heart to calm herself down. She squinted her eyes and said with a smile, "You are a man, yet you want me to let you win. Don't you feel ashamed? This question is meaningless. Let's change the topic." Zhu Xuanji immediately interrupted and said, "Okay, let me ask you, how do you differentiate between good and evil?" Jiyu Hanyu replied, "I am good, you are evil. Those who attack others with their tongues are like you. Their schemes are as deep as the sea. I don't know how many creatures you have schemed to kill. It must be evil. I have great magical powers and have saved countless creatures in the universe. Naturally, I am good." Zhu Xuanji raised the corner of his mouth and said, "As you said, killing is evil and saving is good. The sovereign is high and mighty. He created everything for good. But countless creatures died under the sovereign's rules. Is this evil?" Chapter 687. Sovereign. All living beings were frightened. This kid is really audacious. He dares to talk about the sovereign in such a grand event. Is he tired of living? The creatures of the Longbow divine range were also frightened. They didn't want to be implicated. At this moment, God knows how many creatures were cursing Zhu Xuanji for courting death. Jiyu Hanyu was also frightened. "Is this kid crazy?" she said in a deep voice. "Naturally, it can't be considered evil. Everything has its own rules. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. If we don't sacrifice some, how can there be hope for future generations to survive?" "Wrong." Zhu Xuanji shouted in a low voice, sonorous and forceful. He righteously said, "This is naturally evil. However, the evil of the Supreme Being is not purely good and evil. His evil is beyond what we mortals can imagine. Good and evil are all done by him. He created us for the sake of good, but in order to create the younger generation, he monopolized the evil and eliminated the former. This kind of breadth of mind is the reason why he became the Supreme Being. The strong can bear everything, and the sovereign bears everything in the Kunlun origin court. No matter what all living beings think, his evil is glorious and a great fortune. We can't deny his evil because this is denying his great fortune. There is good and evil. This is reality. How can there be absolute good and absolute evil in the world? The sovereign is like this, we are like this, and the Kunlun origin court is also like this. The sovereign bears the greatest pressure so that we can live with peace of mind. Although it is evil, it is also the greatest good." Jiyu Hanyu was stunned by what he said. After he finished speaking, she immediately reacted. This kid was too good at flattering, wasn't he? The entire Kunlun origin court fell into dead silence. All living beings felt that what he said made sense. They couldn't help but respect the sovereign. But when they came back to their senses and thought about it, something was wrong. This kid is flattering the sovereign, isn't he too shameless? Zhu Xuanji stared at Jiyu Hanyu and said word by word, "You don't dare to point out the sovereign's evil. It can be seen that you are afraid of the sovereign. Why are you afraid? Could it be that in your heart, the sovereign's evil will harm you? Are you worthy of the boundless Kunlun's fortune? If there is no sovereign, how can there be a divine range? How can there be an environment where you can enjoy all the love? Are you worthy of the sovereign, worthy of your divine range?" Every word of his was like a knife, constantly stabbing Jiyu Hanyue's heart. Jiyu Hanyue's Dao heart instantly became unstable, giving the world fool sword an opportunity to strike. She immediately lost her mind. She felt that Zhu Xuanji was slandering her and wanted to kill her. Thinking that the entire divine range might die because of her, she got up in anger and slammed her palm toward Zhu Xuanji. "You're talking nonsense. His intentions are unforgivable." Then she disappeared. The Dao debate ended, and Zhu Xuanji had the last laugh. Boom. The Kunlun origin court was shaken. This result was too sudden. As Zhu Xuanji's tone changed, he instantly dug a pit for Jiyu Hanyu, forcing her to lose her composure and lose her composure. Needless to say, it was too exciting. The winner of this Dao debate is Longbow Divine Range's 12-star genius, Zhu Xuanji. The superstar divine official shouted loudly. His tone was impassioned and filled with the power to stir up emotions. The Longbow Divine Range almost exploded. Even the walls of the Great Tao could not block out the noise. The Kunlun universe reverberated with an earth-shaking commotion. Zhu Xuanji had shaken the entire Kunlun origin court. Even on the sacred platform, he could feel the Great Tao trembling. He heaved a long sigh of relief. I really won. Congratulations to Zhu Xuanji for winning 200 million merit points and the opportunity to enter the Great Tao tempering pool for 7 days. The superstar divine official shouted loudly. Next, he landed in front of Zhu Xuanji and motioned for him to take out his ID card. Next, he transferred 200 million merit points to Zhu Xuanji and said, after the superstar competition, you can go to the Great Tao tempering pool at any time. You can enter with your ID card. He looked at Zhu Xuanji with admiration in his eyes. He won the superstar competition with the cultivation of an early-stage Tao-treading saint. This guy is incredible. Zhu Xuanji bowed slightly before being sent out by the superstar divine official. Next was the competition of the next event. After returning to the vicinity of the superstar sacred stele, Zhu Xuanji immediately attracted the attention of all the geniuses. Even Ying Zhuge and Chu Morchen were looking at him. He was calm and composed as he sat in meditation in the air, looking at the light screen calmly. Jiyu Hanyu walked over, biting her lip. Her eyes were filled with resentment as she said, Zhu Xuanji, we are acquainted. As for whether we are enemies or friends, it depends on how fast you grow. Zhu Xuanji almost offended the sovereign. How could she act as if nothing had happened? I will try my best to become stronger, Zhu Xuanji said with a smile. He didn't have any malice toward Jiyu Hanyu. After all, how could he feel any sense of accomplishment when a man bickered with a woman? Jiyu Hanyu gave him a deep look before turning around and leaving. As the competition of another event began, the attention of the geniuses began to shift. Although Zhu Xuanji had won, he wasn't a strong cultivator in their eyes. In any case, Zhu Xuanji's name had already spread throughout the Kunlun origin court. Old Ancestor Longbow was very happy. He ordered the distribution of spiritual wine for the whole sect to celebrate. Zhu Xuanji's victory was worth bragging about for hundreds of millions of years. Just as Zhu Xuanji was cultivating, a man flew to his side. He opened his eyes and a strange look appeared on his face. Isn't this guy Ji Huanglin? Back in the Heaven Fiend realm, it was Ji Huanglin who brought him to the Heaven Fiend Star Island and gave him the Heavenly Law Jade. He then integrated the power of Heavenly Law into the Thunderclap Sword, upgrading it. At that time, Ji Huanglin dared to go against Buddha Yangling. He was extremely mysterious. Zhu Xuanji didn't expect him to be from the Kunlun origin court. Zhu Xuanji looked back at the superstar sacred stele. Sure enough, he saw Ji Huanglin's name. 16-star aptitude. When he first came here, he didn't see Ji Huanglin's name. After that, he didn't observe it carefully. He just roughly counted it. If Ji Huanglin hadn't appeared in front of him, he would have forgotten the name Ji Huanglin. He also didn't notice Ji Huanglin's appearance before. Ji Huanglin was wearing a silver-white robe, looking extremely noble. He looked at Zhu Xuanji with a complicated look in his eyes and said, "It seems that the Heavenly Law Jade didn't choose you by chance." Zhu Xuanji still felt a little guilty facing him. After all, he had stolen the Heavenly Law Jade and made Ji Huanglin busy for nothing. Zhu Xuanji sized Ji Huanglin up and found that Ji Huanglin's aura was even more unfathomable than before. He was taller, and his face was colder. As though he saw through Zhu Xuanji's doubts, Ji Huanglin said calmly, "The one in the Heaven Fiend realm was just a clone of mine. I communicated with you through my original will. If not for that, you might have been killed by my clone." Zhu Xuanji smiled and said, "Then should I thank you for not killing me?" Ji Huanglin snorted coldly, "Remember, you still owe me a favor. My Heavenly Law Jade was absorbed by you. I let you take advantage of me back then." On the Heaven Fiend Star Island, he helped Zhu Xuanji obtain countless natural treasures for his cultivation. "Yo, Brother Ji, are you familiar with this brat?" Chu Morchen flew over suddenly and asked with a mocking smile. The two super geniuses' approach drew Zhu Xuanji's attention again. Chapter 688. I'm not really familiar with him. I've met him in the lower realms before, and that brat even tricked me. Ji Huanglin looked back at Chu Morchen and shook his head with a smile. His tone was thought-provoking. Chu Morchen mocked, "Yo, you even sent your clone to the lower realm. You're still thinking about that illusory dream of being the Heavenly Law Lord?" Heavenly Law Lord? Zhu Xuanji immediately understood Ji Huanglin's intention. No wonder this guy wanted the Heavenly Law Jade. He wanted to control all the heavenly laws. But why would Ji Huanglin need the heavenly law with his cultivation? Brat, not bad. Continue to work hard. When you reach the Dao ancestor level, I will bring you along. Chu Morchen looked down at Zhu Xuanji and said with a smile. Zhu Xuanji was not angry because he had the right to be so arrogant. Soon, Ji Huanglin and Chu Morchen left. In their eyes, Zhu Xuanji was not a threat. He was not even qualified to speak to them on equal footing. Even so, Zhu Xuanji received many envious gazes. The superstar competition continued. The Kunlun Origin Court was still bustling. As the competitions passed, everyone forgot about the excitement brought by Zhu Xuanji. The Dao debate was not a real Dao debate. It was more for entertainment. So, the prize for the champion was obviously lower than the other competitions. Time continued to pass. In the blink of an eye, the learning competition was here. Zhu Xuanji was sent to the sacred platform by the hundreds of fierce lightning sovereign. Everyone present was a genius. Naturally, they were confident in their ability to learn. The learning competition tested not only one's talent in bloodline but also one's comprehension. A total of 489 geniuses stood on the platform. Even the third-ranked 16-star genius, Meng Shen, and the fourth-ranked 16-star genius, Chang Shengxiao, were there. 16 out of the top 50 on the Superstar Sacred Stele participated. All of them were high-spirited and looking forward to the competition. The Superstar Divine Official waved his right hand. Orbs of light floated in the air and lined up in rows. The lower they went, the more orbs there were. The geniuses could tell what energy techniques were hidden in them with their divine sense. There are 9 divine energy techniques in total. First God is the lowest and ninth God is the highest. After learning it, demonstrate it once. Do not hurt other geniuses. Except for first God's divine ability, the time for other divine abilities will be shortened. Also, each participant can only choose one divine ability. The time starts now. The Superstar Divine Official did not waste any time and directly gave the order. Most of the prodigies began to attack, and this scene once again stirred up everyone's blood. Zhu Xuanji had won first place in one of the events after all, and he was a dark horse at that, so he attracted the attention of countless creatures. In terms of learning ability, this kid shouldn't be too bad. The old beggar stroked his long beard and smiled, but he did not reveal Zhu Xuanji's ranking. After all, the other geniuses had even more terrifying talent. Yun Zhongxiu nodded and said, "He's already won the first place in one of the events. Even if he doesn't participate in the other events, it's enough." Speaking to there, she could not help but look at Zhu Xuanji again, as if she was looking at a legend. She bought Zhu Xuanji from the black market, but she did not expect Zhu Xuanji to have such achievements. It was simply too amazing. On the other hand, Xian Xianghua felt quite expectant. She remembered that Zhu Xuanji's talent in learning sword techniques was simply terrifying. Meanwhile, Zhu Xuanji locked onto the 9-god divine ability. There were a total of 12 9-god divine abilities, and only one of them was a sword Dao divine ability. Ultimate Chaos Dao. Upon mastery, one could use boundless sword qi to disrupt and even destroy the 3,000 great Daos. He probed it with his spiritual will and quickly obtained the cultivation method of the ultimate Chaos Dao. Fortunately, this divine ability had sword moves as well. Sword Dao divine abilities could not be separated from the sword after all, especially those ridiculously powerful divine abilities, which were mostly performed with sword moves. Of course, divine abilities like Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep and the Sword Fusion Technique did not require sword moves. All one had to do was to understand their intricacies. Zhu Xuanji took out the World Fool Sword and began practicing within a radius of 30 meters. This attracted the attention of the other geniuses. Is this brat stupid? Can divine abilities be cultivated like this? Ignore him. He's just playing to the gallery. TSK. A mere 12-star dares to choose a 9-god divine ability. This competition is not about whose divine ability is of a higher level, but who can learn the divine ability more efficiently. The faster one learns a divine ability, the better one can win. Hurry up. Meng Shun and Chang Shengxiao are already meditating. The geniuses discussed among themselves, while Zhu Xuanji entered a state of forgetfulness. The living beings in the outside world also felt that Zhu Xuanji was playing to the gallery. This brat is really shameless. Zhu Xuanji practiced his sword moves while comprehending the qi circulation technique. Divine abilities were about understanding. After each divine ability was mastered, one could use it at will. But before that, one had to practice the technique over and over again to fully understand it. Zhu Xuanji's sword moved extremely quickly. He only spent the time of half an incense stick to practice the ultimate chaos Dao once. By the second time, his speed had already increased. 10 times. 50 times. 100 times. Zhu Xuanji's sword moved even faster. His sword qi filled the 30 meters radius, which was so powerful that the other geniuses could not help but look at him. Especially the geniuses who were closest to him. They felt frustrated and felt that something was missing. It was difficult for them to get into the zone. The World Fool Sword was working. At this moment, someone had already learned a divine ability. He performed it toward the void outside the sacred platform and stood out. The superstar divine official brought him to his side through the air. The geniuses who chose a divine ability fell into despair immediately. If they could not beat the others with divine abilities of the same level, they had no chance of winning. But for divine abilities of a higher level, they could make use of the time difference. Zhu Xuanji seemed to be stimulated too. His sword moved faster and faster. He moved back and forth in the 30 meters radius. Although he was fast, his movements were not messy. He was domineering and elegant. Gradually, those who mocked Zhu Xuanji began to see him differently. This brat is really going to master it. His sword technique is quite good. It seems like this brat is quite accomplished in the sword's way. You can learn a divine ability in the sword's way like this. This isn't a sword technique. TSK. Is he going to be a dark horse again? This is going to be interesting. All the divine ranges and origin cities began to discuss Zhu Xuanji. Compared to the other geniuses who were meditating, he looked so outstanding. Most importantly, everyone could clearly see that the speed at which he swung his sword was increasing. After 200 times, Zhu Xuanji's sword speed reached a new height. At first glance, there seemed to be countless afterimages, and no one could see him clearly. 250 times. 300 times. 350 times. While Zhu Xuanji was focused on training his sword, other geniuses learned low-grade divine abilities one after another. Meng Shun and Chang Shengxiao entered a state of enlightenment and were not disturbed by the outside world. A great Dao vortex appeared around them, and their auras were sharp. A while later, Zhu Xuanji practiced the ultimate Chaos Dao's basic sword moves for the 400th time. Boom! A violent great Dao gathered toward him. Along with his sword qi, the space around him rippled visibly. That brat, Ji Huanglin, looked up at the light screen and narrowed his eyes. A tinge of disbelief flashed across his eyes. Chapter 689. Ultimate Chaos Dao. Chaos Dao. Zhu Xuanji mumbled to himself, but his body did not stop. At this moment, he became one with the World Fool Sword. He was the sword, and the sword was him. He could sense the great Dao around him, and so could the World Fool Sword. His sword moved with extreme speed. Toward the end, he repeated it almost every second. The 458th time. The 459th time. The 460th time. Fast as the wind and powerful as a dragon. At this moment, countless people focused their attention on Zhu Xuanji. Especially the longbow divine range. No one dared to breathe too loudly. They could sense that Zhu Xuanji was about to succeed. They could sense his boldness even through the screen of light. The surrounding geniuses dodged in fear, fearing that they might be injured by him. At the same time, the sound of his sword was too loud, and the chaotic Great Tao was twisting around. The superstar divine official stared at Zhu Xuanji with an odd expression. In the Tao debate, it could be said that this brat was lucky and eloquent. But this was a competition of learning. It was a competition of true talent. A 12-star could overpower a 16-star? What a joke! The geniuses levitating in the air looked over with their eyes wide open. How can it be? He's going to succeed. That's a 9-god grade divine ability. How can he cultivate it like that? Stop ting. Even Meng Shen and Chang Shengxiao have not succeeded. Who is this brat? The geniuses discussed among themselves in shock. They could not remain calm. The competition of learning was very important to them after all. It concerned their serendipity. It was fine if they lost to a 16-star genius, but if they lost to a 12-star genius, they did not dare to imagine how the divine range cultivators would criticize and mock them. The 489th time. The 490th time. The 491st time. The 500th time. Zhu Xuanji stopped abruptly and flew up. He levitated hundreds of meters in the air and placed his sword in front of him. He opened his eyes and held the sword in his right hand. With a twist of his wrist, he swung his sword toward the void outside the sacred arena. In an instant, countless sword chi crisscrossed in the void, causing the universe to collapse. All sorts of great Taos turned into colorful air currents that intertwined. A violent gale blew and shook the sacred platform. The scene was extremely shocking. The prodigies who were still in the midst of enlightenment were startled awake. Everyone opened their eyes and immediately saw Zhu Xuanji's figure. He placed his left hand behind his waist and raised his sword with his right hand, pointing it diagonally at the void. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and the demeanor of the Sword Emperor was as beautiful as a painting. The explosion in the void served as a foil to his calm demeanor. This sword strike was very relaxed. The universe seemed to be very fragile. At this moment, countless living beings were stunned by his figure. Such a handsome sword show. Meng Shen and Chang Shengxiao could not help but widen their eyes in shock. This is ultimate chaos Tao? They had an inexplicably surreal feeling. The ultimate chaos path was a top-notch sword Tao divine ability in the Kunlun Origin Court, and its creator was at the pinnacle of the sword Tao in the Kunlun Origin Court. The superstar divine official waved his right hand and pulled Zhu Xuanji to his side. Zhu Xuanji was expressionless. He spun the hilt with his right hand and sheathed the World Fool sword into the scabbard at his waist. From the beginning to the end, he did not reveal an expression of ecstasy, not even a trace of a smile. It was as if learning the ultimate chaos Tao was not a difficult task for him. It was indeed not a difficult task. How long did he take? The superstar divine official's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He looked at Zhu Xuanji as though he was looking at a monster. The surrounding geniuses looked at him the same way. Zhu Xuanji ignored them but felt a little proud in his heart. Fortunately, he had a divine ability in the sword Tao, or else he would only be a minor character. But this was normal. Even in the Kunlun Origin Court, how many cultivators did not have a sword? The sacred platform was silent. All the geniuses looked at Zhu Xuanji, stunned. They calculated the time in their hearts, and their hearts sank. Why did it turn out like this? Meng Shen mumbled to himself with a dazed expression. To him, if he could not get first place, it was meaningless to learn a powerful divine ability. Chang Shengxiao, on the other hand, quickly entered his cultivation mode. Even if he could not get first place, he would fight for second place. The other geniuses came back to their senses and entered their cultivation mode one after another. The outside world was in an uproar. Zhu Xuanji staged another Dark Horse's counterattack. Although the Tao debate could not prove anything, who would dare to doubt him this time? Some living beings said that Zhu Xuanji might have learned it in advance, but they were immediately refuted by the surrounding living beings. How could a doubt-treading saint learn the ultimate chaos Tao? The divine abilities chosen in the superstar competition were all exclusive techniques. They had to guarantee that they would not be leaked after the competition. Too powerful. Too powerful. Too powerful. Qiu Hu slammed the table and stood up in excitement. Sai Mengyang, who had always been calm, was also trembling in excitement. The old beggar burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. This is my disciple. Jiu Tianxia and Shu Qing also looked at the light screen in the sky in a daze. They could not come back to their senses for a long time. Xian Xianghua did not utter a word. Instead, she gave them a knowing look. They could already hear the cheers of the entire longbow divine range. Zhu Xuanji. So powerful. Our longbow divine range is going to rise. He's only a 12-star genius. I think he's at least 16-star. He surpassed two 16-star geniuses in the competition of learning. That's unbelievable. Ha 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 ha, we picked up a treasure. The Yu clan's contribution cannot go unnoticed. They were able to find such a genius from the black market. Emperor Red Dragon stared blankly at the light screen in the sky. Her ears were filled with deafening cheers. The creatures of this divine range only felt that it was a drama and was amazed. But her feelings were extremely complicated. If she had brought Zhu Xuanji back personally, wouldn't they be able to use such a genius? The more she thought about it, the more regretful she felt. It was as though she had lost her soul. Meanwhile, old ancestor Yinshin, who was far away in another divine range, fainted out of fear. While everyone was shocked by Zhu Xuanji again, he meditated behind the superstar divine official and cultivated quietly. The other geniuses could not help but admire him for his calmness. Although this kid's cultivation was low, his temperament and talent were really powerful. In time, he might become someone like Ying Zhuge. Time ticked by. After the superstar divine official confirmed the top 3, the competition ended. Unlike other competitions, it was very easy to distinguish the top 3 in this competition. The winner of this competition is Longbow Divine Range's 12-star genius, Zhu Xuanji. After the superstar divine official took back all the divine ability orbs, he shouted loudly. His voice resounded throughout the entire superstar competition. Congratulations, Zhu Xuanji. He has won 1 billion merit points and the serendipity of the Great Tao Tempering Pool for a month. Zhu Xuanji opened his eyes wide. This was the learning competition indeed. The reward was almost 5 times that of the Tao debate. Before the superstar divine official could speak, he took out his identity medallion. The superstar divine official took the medallion and sighed in his heart. Is this kid really just a Tao-treading saint? Could he be the reincarnation of some ancient god? Meng Shen and Chang Shengxiao were not in the top 3 because of their mental imbalance. The second and third place were both geniuses who chose a divine ability. How ironic. There was a mistake in publishing the previous chapter. Don't worry, I won't make you spend too much money. I will revise the chapter and publish it directly. Chapter 690. Returning to the superstar sacred stele, Zhu Xuanji once again enjoyed everyone's attention. On this day, the heavens' favorites looked at him with awe. Even Ying Zhuge looked at him curiously. Ji Huanglin's eyes became complicated. If he had killed Zhu Xuanji back then, wouldn't he have killed a super genius? Most importantly, he could have easily killed Zhu Xuanji back then, but he did not do so because of various reasons. Perhaps this was God's will. Some people were destined to soar into the sky with an unstoppable momentum. From today onwards, the Kunlun Origin Court has another Zhu Xuanji. TSK, is he really a 12-star genius? Don't tell me that the high-level examiner made a mistake. That's possible. With such learning ability, he's at least 15 stars. Could he be the reincarnation of some almighty figure? Think about which sword path almighty figures have recently reincarnated. Now that I think about it, it's been a long time since a peerless sword master has appeared. The geniuses discussed among themselves, while Zhu Xuanji began cultivating as usual. Now that he had won 2 billion merit points, it was like he had suddenly become rich. He could greatly modify the world in the Lotus and help Emperor Sword Court develop quickly. The more he thought about it, the happier he felt. At the same time, he was very interested in the Great Tao Tempering Pool. It was said that this thing could make the Great Tao soar and even change one's mortal body, but no one knew whether it was true or not. The next competition had already begun, but the shock that Zhu Xuanji brought to everyone was not forgotten as quickly as before. The top 1,000 divine ranges all had their eyes on Zhu Xuanji. The reason was simple. To them, the Longbow Divine Range did not deserve to have Zhu Xuanji. This kind of prodigy should need a stronger environment. Time ticked by. Zhu Xuanji would occasionally open his eyes to watch the superstar competition, but he was more looking forward to the Great Dao Talent competition. He could not wait to end the superstar competition and continue to grow stronger. He loved the feeling of becoming stronger. The faster, the better. Half a year later, there was a loud bang. Suddenly, Zhu Xuanji felt the heavens and earth shake violently. He opened his eyes and saw a blood-red crack in the dusky sky. Everyone, be careful. Enemy attack. Fierce Thunder Sovereign shouted in a deep voice, startling all the geniuses and causing them to turn around. Zhu Xuanji had a strange look on his face. There were still people who dared to attack the superstar competition. Tired of living? The other prodigies had the same expression on their faces. They were all in disbelief. The superstar competition was created by a sovereign. Interfering with the superstar competition was equivalent to offending a sovereign. It was definitely courting death. A gigantic hand stretched out from the blood-colored hole. The palm was like a blade, slashing horizontally and vertically, widening the blood-colored hole. This scene caused all the geniuses to feel a chill in their hearts. It was because this hand was too large, like a divine vein. Even though they were separated by several tens of thousands of li, they still felt as if they were looking up at a great mountain. Why is he here? The Fierce Thunder Sovereign squinted his eyes and mumbled to himself. His eyes were filled with fear. He immediately cast a spell to send a signal. The superstar competition had been held many times, and there had been instances of enemy attacks throughout history. Even though Supremes were lofty existences, there were still some existences that were too powerful for Supremes to kill for various reasons. Very soon, a huge face appeared in the bloody hole. The face was old and cold, and could even be said to be ferocious. Withered hair fell on his forehead, and his eyes were bloodshot like lightning. So many delicacies. His voice was hoarse and full of killing intent. Boom! The dim sky in front of him suddenly shattered. Endless cold wind blew, and a figure as burly as a giant god appeared. He was bare-chested and wearing pitch-black shorts. His calves were entangled with many vines. His bare feet were huge, completely out of proportion with his calves. The muscles on his upper body were extremely impactful. After taking a step forward, he bent over and walked into this independent universe. All the geniuses were shocked. Because this guy was carrying a mountain that was even bigger than him on his right shoulder. No one knew how many tens of thousands of meters tall it was. Looking closely, one could see that the mountain wall was bare, trapping countless souls and creatures. The lower half of those creatures and souls were stuck in the mud. Their faces were full of fear and resentment. Their bodies were twisting and struggling non-stop. The strangest thing was that no sound came out. Even Ying Zhuge, Chu Morchen, and Ji Huanglin couldn't help but frown. Old Demon Soul Mover. Someone cried out in shock. His tone was full of fear. All the geniuses were frightened. Zhu Xuanji, on the other hand, looked puzzled. What's the origin of Old Demon Soul Mover? Fierce Thunder Sovereign flew to the front and faced Old Demon Soul Mover alone. He said coldly, "Old Demon Soul Mover, you are here to interfere with the superstar competition again. Do you really think that the sovereign won't kill you?" Old Demon Soul Mover raised the corner of his mouth and sneered, "This time, I will eat you too." After that, he raised his left hand and grabbed at Fierce Thunder Sovereign. Fierce Thunder Sovereign raised his arms, and countless lightning bolts burst out, turning into a lightning net that covered the void and pounced toward Old Demon Soul Mover. Old Demon Soul Mover was completely unaffected. His left hand suddenly sped up and slapped Fierce Thunder Sovereign away. Boom! Fierce Thunder Sovereign smashed into the ground, causing the ground to collapse. No one knew if he was dead or alive. All the geniuses opened their eyes wide, including Zhu Xuanji. What's going on? Fierce Thunder Sovereign is so weak. No. It's because Old Demon Soul Mover moved too fast. No one could clearly see the slap just now. Old Demon Soul Mover opened his mouth and inhaled deeply. The earth shook, and the mountains in the distance shattered directly, turning into a dust storm that gushed into his mouth, including the sea of clouds in the sky. All the geniuses backed away from old demon Soul Mover. Even so, the violent suction force made them feel uncomfortable. Zhu Xuanji immediately activated the sword fusion technique and nine soul fusion technique. His condition improved tremendously, but even so, he could not retreat. This suction force was too powerful. What cultivation stage is he at? Zhu Xuanji's heart shuddered. Just a breath was already so powerful. It was hard to imagine what kind of force Fierce Thunder Sovereign was enduring. Looking in the direction of his gaze, old demon Soul Mover was so gigantic that it was as though he was going to swallow the entire world. The giant mountain on his shoulder was like a place where evil and resentment gathered. Countless vengeful souls swayed and danced wildly. At this moment, a golden ray of light descended from the sky. A man radiating with a golden radiance pierced toward old demon Soul Mover with a long spear. The golden flames transformed into a long pillar that occupied the entire world. It crashed into old demon Soul Mover and forcefully pushed him back. Origin Court War God, you dog, you are here again. Old demon Soul Mover roared madly, deafening Zhu Xuanji and making him dizzy. Origin Court War God, who was shrouded in golden radiance, remained silent. He swung his spear domineeringly, causing old demon Soul Mover to disappear into the darkness. Next, Origin Court War God chased after him and disappeared into the dark void. The world fell silent. The giant hole in the distance was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The geniuses looked at each other. They could see the fear and shock in each other's eyes. Old demon Soul Mover was terrified. Origin Court War God was shocked. Boom! Fierce Thunder Sovereign broke out of the ground and flew toward the superstar Sacred Steely. Everyone's expression turned weird. Because Fierce Thunder Sovereign's head was twisted by the slap. His face was facing the back, which looked very weird. Chapter 691. Fierce Thunder Sovereign grabbed his chin with his right hand. With a cracking sound, he turned his head around. From the beginning to the end, his expression was very calm, without the slightest hint of pain. He glanced at all the geniuses and calmly said, "Okay, with the Origin Court War God taking action, that old demon won't be able to cause any trouble. Let's continue watching the superstar competition." He waved his right hand, and a light screen appeared in the sky again. The sacred arena was still in progress, so it was not affected. The geniuses regained their composure, but it was still difficult for them to calm down. The figures of old demon Soul Mover and Origin Court War God could not be dispelled from their minds. Zhu Xuanji was the same. He was very curious about the realm of old demon Soul Mover and Origin Court War God. They felt that the geniuses of the nine vast heavens were so insignificant in front of them that they didn't dare to make a move. The path of cultivation is really long. Zhu Xuanji sighed in his heart. He looked forward to the end of the superstar competition even more. After this, he would go into seclusion for a period of time. Then, he would begin to accept missions from the Void Boundary War God frequently. He was prepared to rely on battle to become stronger. If it was possible. In the future, he would create his own divine range and help Emperor Sword Court take root. As for the Longbow divine range, they would support each other in the future. Yu Shenzhong had mentioned this a long time ago because it was impossible for Zhu Xuanji to stay in the Longbow divine range forever. After all, who was willing to bow down to the weak? With Zhu Xuanji's talent, he would surpass the Longbow divine range sooner or later. In the Kunlun Origin Court, divine ranges could also support each other. Otherwise, the weaker divine ranges would inevitably be eliminated. Zhu Xuanji began thinking about his future plans. He passed the projects one by one. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. The enthusiasm of the Kunlun Origin Court didn't diminish, and the great eliminations continued. After those who had experienced life and death came out, they relied on the atmosphere of the superstar competition to vent their emotions. He was getting closer and closer to the Great Dao Aptitude competition. Zhu Xuanji did not have much hope for this project. After all, his Dao had just been born, and the reason why those geniuses were so talented was related to their Dao. Zhu Xuanji heard from the geniuses around him that the top geniuses were almost all reincarnations of powerful cultivators. Their great Taos were nurtured even before they were reincarnated. Their talent was unimaginable. The reason for this was because the powerhouses had reached a bottleneck and had no choice but to recultivate. The further he progressed, the narrower his innate talent would become. Of course, there were exceptions. There would always be some prodigies who would shock the world the first time they were born. However, no such genius had appeared in this superstar competition. It had happened before, and the commotion it caused was far greater than the shock Zhu Xuanji brought. Since he had nothing to do, Zhu Xuanji began communicating with the sword spirit. Sword spirit, where is Hongmeng from? The sword spirit isn't sure either. Then what do you know? The sword spirit only knows that the stronger the swordmaster is, the stronger the system will be. The two will support each other without end. The sword spirit's words made Zhu Xuanji feel quite comfortable. He hoped that there was no limit between himself and the system. Otherwise, he would be reincarnated like those great cultivators. How uncomfortable would that be? It was no wonder that those super prodigies were so arrogant or apathetic. He was like a high-level big shot that had come to a beginner's village to open a new account. It was difficult for him to have a normal attitude. Time continued to pass. The Great Tao Aptitude competition had finally arrived. Zhu Xuanji landed on the sacred arena again. This time, he enjoyed a great deal of attention. Out of everyone here, there weren't many heaven's favorites like him who won first place twice. There were less than 10 of them. The most important thing was that his cultivation was at the bottom of the superstar competition, which made him even more dramatic and eye-catching. How many places can he get this time? I'm scared of losing. I will bet on first place this time. Crazy, Ying Zhuge and Chu Morchen are also participating. How can he get first place? Too strong. There will be a good show to watch this time. Ying Zhuge, I really want to see his performance in the competition of strength. Zhu Xuanji is doomed this time. Don't talk nonsense. The atmosphere of each divine range had reached an unprecedented level of excitement. The longbow divine range, on the other hand, was very calm because Zhu Xuanji had already won first place in 2 events. No matter how he performed this time, they would accept it. Zhu Xuanji looked around and found that there were more than 400 geniuses in the Great Tao Talent competition. 6 of the top 10 on the Superstar Sacred Stele were participating. They were Ying Zhuge, Chu Morchen, Meng Xin, Dabi Momo, Rulai Fu, and Wu Ya. Ji Huanglin and Ji Yu Hanyu, whom Zhu Xuanji had met before, were also present. It could be said that it was a gathering of stars and a showdown between the strong. The rules of the Great Tao Talent competition are group battles. Whoever can last until the end will be the champion. All great Taos will be reduced to the early stage of the Tao-treading venerable realm. You are not allowed to leave the sacred platform, nor are you allowed to attack the participants themselves. Once your great Tao leaves your body, you are not allowed to enter it again. Those who violate the rules will be eliminated immediately. The superstar divine official said loftily. Then, a light screen rose from the edge of the sacred platform, isolating the sacred platform from the void. Zhu Xuanji immediately sensed many malicious gazes. If a dark horse like him continued to win, it would be an insult to the other heaven's favorites. Therefore, he became the first target of many heaven's favorites. Zhu Xuanji sighed and released his sword Wei. The most difficult part of this competition was not to accidentally injure the geniuses during the battle. Otherwise, they would be directly eliminated. Zhu Xuanji revolved his great Tao at high speed around himself, and the expressions of the geniuses who were preparing to attack immediately turned grim. Shameless. At the same time, Ying Zhuge and Chu Morchen's great Taos directly collided. The sacred platform had some kind of special restriction that made everyone's great Taos show their colors. Ying Zhuge's great Tao was blue, holy and domineering. Chu Morchen's great Tao was fiery, like a fire dragon, ferocious and mighty. The two great Taos fought fiercely, forcing the surrounding geniuses to retreat with their great Taos. Ji Yu Hanyu suddenly walked up to Zhu Xuanji with an evil smile on her face. Zhu Xuanji shot a glance at her and immediately understood what this woman wanted to do. He didn't panic. He still let his great Tao revolve around him at high speed. Come and hit me if you dare. If you can't kill me, you will be the one who loses. The other heaven's favorites couldn't care less about him. They all started attacking the great dows of others. Most of the heaven's favorites were proud and arrogant. They would rather lose with a bang than win with no face left. But Zhu Xuanji didn't care. After all, he was an outsider. He didn't have many acquaintances in the Kunlun origin court. You still want to hide? Are you still a man? Jiyu Hanyu said with a cold snort. Her great Dao was like a crescent moon, slashing toward Zhu Xuanji's sword Wei. Zhu Xuanji's sword Wei was in the form of a silver sword. Facing the menacing great Dao, it suddenly flew up and fell toward Jiyu Hanyue's great Dao. This move was quite similar to the heavenly sword falling. Jiyu Hanyu smiled disdainfully as she manipulated her great Dao to collide with Zhu Xuanji's sword Wei. Boom! A gust of wind blew, fluttering the robes of the two. Their great Daos also began to fight fiercely. Chapter 692. At first, Jiyu Hanyu despised Zhu Xuanji. But she didn't expect Zhu Xuanji's sword Dao to be so tenacious. She couldn't defeat him easily. It seems that he really has more than a 12-star aptitude. Jiyu Hanyu narrowed her eyes as a ripple appeared in her heart. Zhu Xuanji raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "Fairy, what's the benefit of eliminating me? Can one person get into the top 3? Only the top 3 would get a reward." Jiyu Hanyu said disdainfully, "I didn't want to be in the top 3. I will vent my anger first." "What top 3? This kid is crazy. Don't you see how many 16-star and 17-star geniuses are participating? You have to dare to think about anything. Just like the first 2 times I won, if I don't dare to think about it, how can I get it? Let's not be delusional. You get second, I get third. As for Ying Zhuge and Chu Morchen, look at their fighting posture. How can they coexist?" Zhu Xuanji said seriously. As he spoke, he deliberately pulled out the World Fool Sword and pointed it at the sky to show his determination. Jiyu Hanyu suddenly felt that it made sense. If I can get into the top 3 in the Great Dao aptitude, she was immediately tempted but still hesitated. How do I know that he won't plot against me? Zhu Xuanji shook his head and said, "A man can't stand without trust. If I were such a villain, how could I have come this far?" Jiyu Hanyu was moved. Putting aside the Dao debate, Zhu Xuanji really didn't show any bad character. "Okay, let's join hands." Jiyu Hanyu agreed. She regretted it as soon as she said it. Why am I so easily convinced? Is it because I want to get into the top 3? So far, she had never gotten into the top 3 in the first 2 events she participated in. Zhu Xuanji separated his sword Dao from Jiyu Hanyue's great Dao and said, "Let's see if there are people who make us unhappy. We will eliminate them one by one and slowly develop. Let those super geniuses continue to fight. We will wait for an opportunity." Jiyu Hanyu nodded before taking Zhu Xuanji to find trouble with those enemies. Although Zhu Xuanji's sword Dao wasn't very strong, it was created by himself after all. It was perfectly compatible with him. Together with Jiyu Hanyue's great Dao, 2 against 1 was no problem. The great Daos were destroyed by them one after another. Those geniuses looked at Zhu Xuanji and Jiyu Hanyu with hatred but didn't dare to say anything. A loss was a loss. How could he lose his grace? After the battle, Jiyu Hanyue's impression of Zhu Xuanji changed. "You're quite smart." Jiyu Hanyu glanced at him and snorted with a smile. Zhu Xuanji smiled but did not reply. When this scene fell into the eyes of the people in the outside world, it caused a huge shock. Is this kid going to be a dark horse again? Jiyu Hanyu is so silly. Be careful not to be deceived by that kid. What's their relationship? Isn't Jiyu Hanyu an icy beauty? She actually joined hands with Zhu Xuanji. Damn it. It looks like he's going to enter the top 3. Why is it like this? I don't believe that he can still enter the top 3. The longbow divine range was in an uproar. Seeing Zhu Xuanji and Jiyu Hanyu teaming up, they were suddenly looking forward to it. Could it be that Zhu Xuanji was going to counterattack again? This was a competition of great Dao aptitude. In the Yu family. The old beggar laughed heartily. This brat's ability to pick up women is truly inherited from me. Xu Qing and Jiyu Tianxia rolled their eyes at him. They were too lazy to refute him. Qiu Hu winked at Xian Xianghua and asked, Realm Lord Xian, are you angry? Xian Xianghua tilted her head with a smile and replied, this shows that my little husband is charming. Why should I be angry? I wonder if I have such a blessing. Qiu Hu choked. He quickly snorted and said, of course. Unfortunately, no one believed him. Young Master Ju is extremely talented and charming. He will naturally attract talented women, Yu Zhongxiu said with a smile. But her smile was a little bitter. Fortunately, it was covered by a veil. Everyone continued to pay attention to the Great Dao Aptitude competition. One had to admit that Jiyu Hanyu was indeed very strong. She controlled her Great Dao to cast all kinds of divine abilities. Zhu Xuanji's Sword Dao was responsible for supporting her. The two defeated many geniuses one after another. This made other geniuses begin to imitate them. Only Ying Zhuge and Chu Morchen were still fighting one-on-one. Ji Huanglin looked for Zhu Xuanji and said, let's join forces. Zhu Xuanji narrowed his eyes and smiled, okay. It seemed that Ji Huanglin's ambition was not small. He wanted to be first. With Ji Huanglin's ability, there was still hope for him to win the top 3. Jiyu Hanyu furrowed her brow and asked through voice transmission, if he joins us, I will only be third. Zhu Xuanji replied, that's not necessarily true. What if he is first? Don't worry, I never buy or sell at a loss. Seeing that he was so confident, Jiyu Hanyu could only give up. The pace of the Great Dao Talent competition was very fast. In less than half a day, 200 geniuses had escaped. Some of them did so because their Great Dao came into contact with other geniuses. The Great Dao of the Dao-treading Saint realm could hardly cause harm to other geniuses. But due to the rules, they lost. Wu Ya suddenly brought one of his little brothers to Zhu Xuanji. Brother Ji, come and cooperate with us. Let me eliminate this kid first, Wu Ya said with a smile. In the Dao debate, he was eliminated by Zhu Xuanji in the first round. It was really shameful. He had to get back at Zhu Xuanji. Ji Huanglin, expressionless, said, words are useless. Let's fight. Having said this, his Great Dao took the lead. Zhu Xuanji, on the other hand, controlled his Sword Dao to cast the Ancestor Dragon Sword, transforming into a 5-clawed silver dragon. Jiyu Hanyu didn't delay either. The three of them fought Wu Ya and Zhu Xuanji together. Wu Ya didn't expect Ji Huanglin to be so decisive. He had no time to retreat and could only fight. In the end, under Ji Huanglin's strong leadership, Wu Ya and Zhu Xuanji were eliminated. In the process of flying to the Superstar Divine Official, they were drooling with regret and resentment. Well, they were cursing. Very easy, Zhu Xuanji said with a smile. Then, he gave Ji Huanglin a look, asking him to look at Ying Zhuge and Chu Morchen. The battle between the two 17-star geniuses was still inextricably tied. Their momentum was very strong, but it was a little weaker than at the beginning. If this continued, it would be very beneficial for Ji Huanglin. Ji Huanglin transmitted his voice to him and asked, what is your goal? Zhu Xuanji replied, third, I have already won first place twice. I don't need another one. This sentence was true. It was too difficult to get first place again. Of course, if everyone was eliminated, leaving only a dying guy waiting for him, he wouldn't mind creating a historical record. He would be the first genius under the age of 1,000 to win first place 3 times in a row in the Superstar competition. Just the thought of it was beautiful. After getting Zhu Xuanji's answer, Ji Huanglin seemed to feel more at ease. He took the initiative to walk toward the other geniuses. The three continued to fight. During this period, Zhu Xuanji was paying attention to the situation of the entire Saint competition. He specifically picked the geniuses with intermediate strength to fight. He kept the weak ones as if they were pigs. As for the geniuses who were too strong, he would let them exhaust each other and deal with them later. Chapter 693. Time passed bit by bit. Zhu Xuanji, Ji Huanglin, and Jiyu Hanyu seemed very relaxed. With the three of them working together, they were not tired at all. This also led to an increase in the number of small teams, with the largest group consisting of 6 geniuses. They belonged to the weaker group, so they weren't a threat for the time being. The stronger the prodigy, the more they didn't want to stick together. Ji Huanglin was an exception. He was too big a target, and even if he won with Zhu Xuanji and Ji Yuhanyu, no one would say anything. Because in the eyes of everyone, he was carrying 2 burdens. Another half a day passed. There were only 71 prodigies left in the sacred arena. Other than Zhu Xuanji, the rest of the geniuses had at least 14-star aptitude. Zhu Xuanji was very unusual among them. The battle continued. Ying Zhuge and Chu Morchen were still fighting to the death. These 2 fellows didn't seem to care about the outcome of the competition of Great Dao aptitude, and they only wanted to defeat each other. After all, they were the only ones with 17-star aptitude, and the divine ranges they came from were ranked extremely high, so the rewards were not important to them at all. They just wanted to prove themselves. As the number of sky prides on the sacred arena decreased, the atmosphere outside became livelier. This was the second to last competition. Looking at those spectacular and mystical Great Dao mystiques, putting aside the stakes, it was also very enjoyable to watch. This kid hasn't been eliminated yet. Ha ha ha. I feel like I'm going to make a killing. The brother who bet on Zhu Xuanji, do you want to drink with us later? Is there any justice in this world? A doubt-treading venerable won 3 rounds in a row. What is Ji Huanglin thinking? I have a feeling. Ji Huanglin and Ji Yuhanyu are going to be tricked by this kid. Everyone cried out in shock. Seeing Zhu Xuanji walking on the sacred arena so casually, they all felt that it was unreal. That's ridiculous. Didn't this kid come from the longbow divine range? How could he befriend 2 super geniuses? Also, could Ji Huanglin and Ji Yuhanyu have the dignity of experts? Ji Huanglin and Ji Yuhanyu didn't know the reactions of the outside world. They had their own thoughts and goals. Zhu Xuanji did not look at them, but he was curious in his heart. Are these 2 fellows affected by the World Fool Sword? 3 days later. There were only 32 geniuses left on the sacred arena. Except for Ying Zhuge and Chu Morchen, no one else dared to act rashly. Who do we fight? Ji Yuhanyu asked softly. Her eyes were a little excited as she looked around. Don't worry, Zhu Xuanji said, we're competing to see who can't hold back anymore. Those who could persist until now, except for him, were all powerhouses. Most of them had already reached the 9 vast heavens realm. Even if their great paths were suppressed, their magical powers were still powerful. Ji Huanglin glanced at Zhu Xuanji thoughtfully. In the team of 3, the weakest one was actually the one organizing the operation. Unknowingly, Ji Yuhanyu had already trusted Zhu Xuanji. Ji Huanglin didn't care. Instead, he was observing Zhu Xuanji. This kid is not simple. The corners of Ji Huanglin's mouth curled up as he withdrew his gaze. About 2 hours later, some geniuses could not hold it in anymore and attacked Zhu Xuanji and the others. The leader was the 16-star prodigy Meng Shen. He brought along 2 16-star prodigies and 1 15-star prodigy. They could not bear to see Zhu Xuanji continue living like this. He was too despicable. Ji Huanglin snorted coldly. His golden great path turned into a giant, blocking the 4 great paths that were attacking him. He stood alone against the powerful enemies, looking awe-inspiring. Ji Yuhanyu followed suit, while Zhu Xuanji turned around because other geniuses were preparing to deal with them. You guys have to think this through. If I stay until the end, you guys will have a chance of winning. If it's any other genius, you guys will be under a lot of pressure. I've already won first place twice, I don't need another one. I just want to stay a little longer. You guys understand? Zhu Xuanji said with a smile, and the 2 geniuses who were walking toward him stopped immediately. That's right. No matter how cunning Zhu Xuanji was, he had to fight in the end. This kid's great Dao was not considered strong, so he was easy to deal with. They glanced at each other, then turned around and charged at Ji Huanglin and Ji Yunshu's enemies. Are you all idiots? Meng Shen roared angrily, almost dying from anger. However, the other party did not answer him. After they started fighting, the other prodigies followed suit, and a chaotic battle broke out. Zhu Xuanji controlled the sword Dao to coil around his body, forcing the geniuses not to attack him, lest they accidentally hurt him. Jiyu Hanyu secretly despised him, but she didn't say anything. With Zhu Xuanji around, they were indeed safer. Because those geniuses were too stupid, they actually believed his lies. However, it seems like I believed it too. Jiyu Hanyu furrowed her brow. She felt that something was wrong. But when she thought that Zhu Xuanji's great Dao wasn't strong, she dispelled her worries. Zhu Xuanji's right hand rested on the World Fool sword on his waist. He was in a good mood. Come closer the better. He smiled proudly in his heart, hiding his merits and fame. Unknowingly, except for Ying Zhuge and Chu Morchen, all the other geniuses were within a kilometer radius of him. The World Fool sword was secretly playing a role. Because there was no Dao energy fluctuation, it made people ignore its existence. The other geniuses also had all kinds of accessories. The superstar divine official could tell who was using an artifact. If everyone could use an artifact, Zhu Xuanji wouldn't need to play. In fact, the effect of the World Fool sword wasn't that great. It was just a nudge. But sometimes, a little psychological deviation could change people's decisions. What's more, the situation on the sacred arena was changing rapidly. There was no time for them to think calmly. Boom! The great Dao of a 16-star genius was blasted apart. Then, he was moved away from the sacred arena by the superstar divine official. Ying Zhuge, it seems that it will be difficult to determine the winner, Chu Morchen said with a grin. Chu Morchen grinned. His smile was extremely ferocious. Ying Zhuge was expressionless. He didn't make a sound. His gaze was fixed on Zhu Xuanji. Chu Morchen immediately became angry when he saw this little move. This guy dared to be distracted while fighting me. I can't stand it. Chu Morchen immediately activated his great Dao and attacked with all his might. On the other side, Ji Huanglin was getting stronger and stronger. His golden great Dao was like the sun, particularly eye-catching in the chaotic battle. Jiyu Hanyue's great Dao was like the moon, defending him from the side. Zhu Xuanji would launch an attack from time to time. If he encountered a group attack, he would immediately retract his great Dao and wrap it around his body. The geniuses were defeated one after another. The battle situation was getting more and more serious. When there were only 15 geniuses left on the sacred arena, except for Chu Morchen, Ying Zhuge, Ji Huanglin, and Jiyu Hanyu, the other 10 geniuses attacked Zhu Xuanji. Zhu Xuanji had persuaded almost all of them. How could they tolerate him to continue living at this point? If they let this kid continue, they would be really stupid. Zhu Xuanji raised his brow as he manipulated his sword Dao to cast the primordial chaos sword shadow. The silver great Dao suddenly exploded, turning into billions of sword shadows suspended in the air, layer by layer, until the top of the void. All the geniuses opened their eyes wide. Damn! This is too wretched. Shameless. Everyone, attack together. This kid is unscrupulous in order to survive. There are so many of them. Although they are very weak, it won't be so easy to destroy them all. Chapter 694. Seeing Zhu Xuanji use the primordial chaos sword shadow and transform the great Dao into billions of sword shadows, the outside world was in an uproar. In order to survive, this brat would stop at nothing. Only the longbow divine range was excited. It seemed that Zhu Xuanji could still survive. Perhaps it would give them another surprise. Jiyu Hanyu looked at Zhu Xuanji with a weird expression and sighed. Is he really shameless? With so many sword shadows, he had to destroy all of them to eliminate his sword Dao. This was not easy, because these sword shadows were all flying around recklessly, and it was very easy for them to harm other great Daos. He was stirring up trouble. Among them, many sword shadows had already approached Ying Zhuge and Chu Morchen. Zhu Xuanji said calmly, "How shameless. This is a feast for the eyes for the spectators." That was true. Tens of billions of sword shadows filled the sacred arena. It was a spectacular sight. Even though countless creatures were cursing him for being shameless, it was undeniable that the atmosphere in the outside world was instantly ignited. The superstar divine official was satisfied. If Zhu Xuanji made it into the top 3 again, he would not be disgusted. Instead, it would be even more dramatic. The most important thing about the superstar competition was drama. If they were truly comparing aptitude and strength, why would they need to set up so many events? This was a stage that allowed the prodigies to display their talents in all aspects and boost their fame. The geniuses controlled the great path and charged forward, destroying the sword shadows one after another. It was as if fireworks were blooming above the sacred arena, extremely dazzling. Ji Huanglin and Ji Yu Hanyu immediately stopped and looked up at the battle above. Although it was called a great battle, it was actually the geniuses' great Daos surrounding Zhu Xuanji's sword Dao. Zhu Xuanji's way of the sword was divided into too many parts. Even though they were not dangerous, it would be too difficult to destroy them all. The geniuses didn't dare to let their great Dao unleash its full power, because that would accidentally damage the great Dao of other geniuses. When that happened, they might be surrounded and attacked by other geniuses. The great Dao aptitude competition was coming to an end, so he had to be careful. After Chu Morchen was infuriated by Ying Zhuge, he had no scruples at all. The battle between the two 17-star geniuses became more and more violent, and the scope of their battle rapidly expanded. Even though he was far away, Zhu Xuanji was still shocked. Too strong. He even suspected that the superstar divine official had not suppressed their great Daos to the doubt-treading venerable realm. No matter how confident Zhu Xuanji was, he felt that he had no chance of winning against these two geniuses. Soon, another prodigy was eliminated. When he was chasing the primordial chaos sword shadow, he accidentally hit another prodigy. In a short while, half of Zhu Xuanji's primordial chaos sword shadows were destroyed, but the remaining sword shadows were still massive in number. They circled above the sacred platform like a tornado with a diameter of 30,000 meters and a height that seemed limitless. What are you guys waiting for? Make your move. You don't have to worry about injuring my sword Dao. Zhu Xuanji reminded him, looking like he was ready to sacrifice himself for justice. Ji Yu Hanyu and Ji Huanglin nodded and made their moves. Boom. Boom. The battle above them became even more intense. A violent gale blew, causing Zhu Xuanji's white clothes to flutter loudly. An hour later. In addition to the three of them, Ying Zhuge and Chu Morchen, there were still two heavenly talents left. The chaotic battle came to a stop. Rulai Fu stared at Ji Huanglin and said solemnly, "Are you still going to be deceived by him?" Although this fellow had the name of Tathagata, he was not a Buddha. On the contrary, he was handsome and had long black hair. Ji Huanglin, expressionless, said, "Kill him first, then eliminate him, can't you?" Rulai Fu almost exploded in anger. A doubt-treading saint could survive until now, but he, a 16-star prodigy, was going to be targeted. Stupid. He cursed Ji Huanglin in his heart. At this moment, countless creatures were also cursing Ji Huanglin. Because Zhu Xuanji had won first place twice in a row, the vast majority of creatures thought that he would not enter the top 3 again because there had never been such a precedent. They made a lot of bets for this. In their eyes, Ji Huanglin was like their father's murderer. The other prodigy was also furious. He was ready to join forces with Rulai Fu to deal with Ji Huanglin. Wait. Zhu Xuanji suddenly took a step forward and stopped them. Before the two could speak, he took the lead and said, "Think about it, even if we are eliminated, can you compete for the top 2? The two frowned. They understood what he meant, but they still didn't want to be fooled. "You've already come this far. Don't you want to go further?" Zhu Xuanji said with squinted eyes. "In the end, the two of you will have a higher chance of winning against the 3 of us than against the other 2. You know better than me how powerful they are. Moreover, the 2 beside me won't let me go either. I'll be in the limelight if I get 5th place." When he finished speaking, the outside world was already in an uproar. This brat. He's too despicable. Are these geniuses idiots? I can't watch this anymore. Of course. Think about it from his perspective. If you were him, wouldn't you want to go further? That's right. Zhu Xuanji is really too weak. If he stays until the end, he will be the best opponent for them. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Most creatures were cursing Zhu Xuanji for being shameless, but there were also many who were convinced by him. Smart and quick-witted. If he was not powerful enough, he could only rely on his brain. Every time Zhu Xuanji spoke, he was very casual, as if he really didn't care about the ranking. Coupled with the World Full Sword, the ambitions of the geniuses would inevitably grow wildly. Ji Huanglin and Rulai Fu glanced at each other before turning to look at Ying Zhuge and Chu Morchen in the distance. Hundreds of millions of sword shadows rained down on Ying Zhuge and Chu Morchen's great dows. Seeing Zhu Xuanji take the lead, Rulai Fu completely believed him. Zhu Xuanji obviously didn't want to be in the top 3. He just wanted to stay in the top 3 for a while. So, he was willing to be cannon fodder. Ying Zhuge and Chu Morchen's great dows turned into 2 surging oceans with a diameter of 1,000 feet, just enough to cover them. Boom! 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 The 2 great Dao oceans blocked the primordial chaos sword shadow. The other 4 geniuses immediately rushed up, their great Daos following suit. Humph! All of you, get lost! Chu Morchen snorted coldly and shouted in a deep voice. His great Dao immediately split into a fire dragon to resist the joint attack of the 4 geniuses. Ying Zhuge could only be his opponent. He didn't allow others to intervene, even if one of the opponents was his good friend. Zhu Xuanji, watching from afar, sighed in his heart. Why do I feel that I can really enter the top 3? In fact, he was just trying to persuade them. So, his attitude didn't matter. But unknowingly, he had already entered the top 7. Interesting. While Chu Morchen was distracted, Ying Zhuge immediately erupted. The blue Great Dao suddenly expanded, swallowing Chu Morchen's Great Dao. It was a shocking scene. Not good. Chu Morchen's expression changed drastically. He had already ordered his Great Dao to retreat. Ji Huanglin, Rulai Fu, and the other geniuses increased their offensive. This time, Chu Morchen was besieged by 5 geniuses. The situation was not optimistic. How could this be? Chu Morchen's expression was extremely ugly. Rulai Fu saw hope and worked even harder. Chapter 695. In the face of the joint attack of the 5 prodigies, Chu Morchen's great Dao kept retreating, and he was in great pain. At this rate, he would lose without a doubt. After all, Rulai Fu, Ji Huanglin, and the other 2 heavenly geniuses were not easy to deal with. Coupled with the explosive strength of Ying Zhuge, how could Chu Morchen be a match for them? Zhu Xuanji did not stray too far away. He moved closer to them, looking like he was going to advance and retreat with the 4 of them. At this moment, the divine range behind Chu Morchen was probably in an uproar. Zhu Xuanji could imagine the scene of countless creatures cursing at him. But he didn't care. In the Kunlun Origin Court, divine ranges couldn't fight directly. They could only fight through the Great Elimination. In the Great Elimination, everyone's power was about the same, so Zhu Xuanji was not afraid of anyone. In any case, he and Chu Morchen wouldn't run into each other. After the time it takes to burn half an incense stick. Chu Morchen finally couldn't take it anymore. His great Dao was blasted apart, and he was eliminated. He looked at Zhu Xuanji and the others furiously, gnashing his teeth. Jiyu Hanyu heaved a sigh of relief. She walked up to Zhu Xuanji and transmitted her voice. You are really cunning. If it wasn't for Zhu Xuanji acting first, they would have been delayed for a long time. Because the deterrence of Chu Morchen and Ying Zhuge was too great. After Chu Morchen was eliminated, the other geniuses all turned to Ying Zhuge. As long as they eliminated Ying Zhuge, they would have the qualifications to compete for first place. Let's attack together, Ying Zhuge said softly, and the blue path above his head suddenly turned into a giant, roaring at the sky with an extremely strong momentum. Seeing this, the 4 geniuses immediately attacked Ying Zhuge together. Zhu Xuanji closed his eyes and comprehended the Dao. His heart quickly sank into absolute tranquility. Everything around him disappeared, and the great Daos appeared in his perception. Other than the great Daos of the 5 geniuses, he could also sense the existence of other great Daos stabilizing the sacred arena. He controlled his sword Dao to absorb the great Dao. The rules did not say that he could not cultivate on the spot, but he could not use his treasures. Otherwise, he could rely on the Tianxia map to provide him with an endless supply of Dao power. Of course, the other Sky Prides definitely had similar methods. Seeing that Zhu Xuanji had entered a state of cultivation, The living beings in the outside world were incredibly excited. You can still cultivate. Rulaifu. Look behind you. It's not that they don't want to watch it, but they are busy dealing with Yingzhuge. My God, I feel more and more that Zhuxuanji will counterattack. You're not alone. Everyone was very excited because the outcome of the Great Tao Aptitude competition was about to be decided. The beings of the Longbow Divine Range were also very excited. As long as Zhuxuanji could enter the top 3, he would create history. He was the only 12-star prodigy who had managed to obtain first place twice and top 3 once in his first attempt. To be precise, no one below the 15-star prodigies had ever won first place twice in a single superstar competition. This kid, the old beggar's eyes widened, and cold sweat covered his forehead. He stared at the screen of light in the sky and prayed for Zhuxuanji. The others did the same. Even Qiu Hu, who was usually very talkative, shut his mouth and watched the battle nervously. A look of anticipation appeared in Xian Xianghua's eyes. She believed that Zhuxuanji could give her a pleasant surprise. Boom! 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 5 types of great Taos collided madly with peerless might, causing the sacred arena to shake violently. Jiyu Hanyu looked back and saw that Zhuxuanji was in a meditative state. She immediately became angry. She transmitted her voice and asked, "What do you want? Quietly recover while we're fighting? You want to catch us all in one fell swoop?" Zhuxuanji calmly replied, "Even if I'm at my peak, can I defeat anyone here? I don't care, come here quickly." Jiyu Hanyue's tone was filled with impatience. If she listened to Zhuxuanji again, this kid might really become first. I can't tolerate it anymore. Rulaifu and the prodigies next to him also threw a threatening glance at Zhuxuanji. Zhuxuanji sighed and had no choice but to charge forward with his sword Dao. He once again used the primordial chaos sword shadow, turning into billions of sword shadows. He first used a billion sword shadows to explore the way before charging forward. Rumble. The 5 great Taos were hit by his billion sword shadows, slamming into the light screen at the edge of the sacred arena as if they were about to break through the light screen. "You," Rulaifu said angrily. He wanted to say something but hesitated. Although Zhuxuanji had accidentally damaged their great Taos, they couldn't blame Zhuxuanji. Who made him so weak? In addition, once he got close to Yingzhuge, his great Tao would be destroyed. Yingzhuge's great Tao giant shook his arms, directly shattering the billion sword shadows. It was extremely domineering. Immediately afterward, the great Tao giant raised his arms as 2 beams of blue light emerged from his palms and soared into the sky. The 2 beams merged into one, condensing into a light saber that was 50,000 feet long. The light saber slashed downward, bringing with it a sharp gust of wind. The 4 prodigies immediately manipulated their great Taos to cast their divine abilities to block this saber. Boom! The great Taos of Jiyu Hanyu and another prodigy were directly cut in half. Ji Huanglin and Rulaifu's great Taos couldn't withstand it and bounced back one after another. This, Jiyu Hanyue's beautiful eyes widened. She couldn't believe her eyes. The superstar divine official waved his hand and moved them behind him. Jiyu Hanyu looked back and met Zhuxuanji's gaze. Zhuxuanji looked regretful. He even shook his head regretfully. She was so angry that she almost vomited blood. This was completely different from what she had expected. She suddenly felt that she had been played by Zhuxuanji, but thinking about it carefully, Zhuxuanji didn't target her. She had lost to Yingzhuge. At the same time, Yingzhuge erupted and took the initiative to attack Ji Huanglin and Rulaifu. Not good. Rulaifu's expression changed drastically as he quickly retreated. He didn't want to be unable to even get into the top 3. At this moment, Zhuxuanji's great Tao condensed into the shape of a silver sword. It quickly rushed to the back of Rulaifu's great Tao and slashed wildly. Rulaifu was caught off guard. He had no time to resist because Yingzhuge was charging at him. He quickly dodged, staying away from Zhuxuanji. Ji Huanglin charged at him from the other side. "Damn you!" Rulaifu cursed. "Why am I being attacked by a group of people all of a sudden?" Under the interception of Ji Huanglin's great Tao, Rulaifu's great Tao could no longer dodge. Zhuxuanji controlled his sword Tao to cast Void Instant Kill. Swish! Rulai Fu's great Tao was pierced. Rulai Fu's eyes looked hideous. Fortunately, his great Tao was strong enough to hold on. However, Ying Zhuge's great Tao giant appeared behind him out of thin air. With a slash, his great Tao was directly cut off. Rulai Fu, a 16-star prodigy, was eliminated. Only Zhu Xuanji, Ji Huanglin, and Ying Zhuge were left on the sacred arena. Boom! The entire Kunlun Origin Court was in an uproar. Everyone went crazy. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. A Dao-treading saint was able to get into the top 3 of the Great Dao Talent Competition with his own wit. My Origin Court. You aren't lying to me, right? Damn, it's definitely an act. I don't believe it. There must be a divine range controlling the betting. My merit points are all gone. I can't live anymore. These bastards, there's something wrong with their brains. Zhu Xuanji got into the top 3. I can't bear it. I absolutely can't bear it. Are you telling me this is true? Chapter 696. Top 3. Zhu Xuanji let out a long sigh, a smile appearing on his face. This result had already made him very happy. Whatever happens next. He twisted his neck with a relaxed look on his face. Ji Huanglin and Ying Zhuge, on the other hand, were at loggerheads. Neither of them took Zhu Xuanji seriously because Zhu Xuanji's sword Dao was pitifully weak. Moreover, if they attacked Zhu Xuanji, it would give the other person a chance to take advantage of him. Ji Huanglin, I admire you very much. Just admit defeat directly. Otherwise, it will affect your performance in the competition of strength, Ying Zhuge said with an indifferent look. He was like a proud and aloof emperor. He didn't put Ji Huanglin in his eyes at all. The corner of Ji Huanglin's mouth rose as he said with a smile, there aren't many opportunities to fight with you. Not to mention, in terms of real strength, I am indeed not as good as you. But now, you and I should fight. Not far away, Zhu Xuanji asked, Ji Huanglin, do you want me to help you? He had taken advantage of Ji Huanglin a lot. He wanted to return the favor. As for winning or not, he didn't care. Third place was enough. Sharpness was easy to break. No need, just watch from the side. If I win, you still have the hope of competing for first place. If I lose, it doesn't matter to me who the second place is, Ji Huanglin replied. His eyes didn't leave Ying Zhuge at all. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly controlled the Great Dao and slammed into Ying Zhuge's Great Dao giant. A great battle broke out again. Zhu Xuanji blinked. Is he going to give me the second place? He sighed. This time, it's really not that I want to be the second place shamelessly. His sigh was seen by all living beings. They could use their divine will to scan the light screen and hear their conversation. Shameless. This is too. Oh my God, he still has a helpless look on his face. This is totally taking advantage of him and still acting innocent. Are the thoughts of super geniuses so strange? Why didn't I meet such a genius when I participated in the superstar competition? Everyone exclaimed. Ji Huanglin's words made countless creatures vomit blood. Especially those creatures who bet on him to get second place. Losing everything. The entire Longbow divine range shook. Old ancestor Longbow's loud laughter came from the top. Even though he had a high cultivation, he couldn't cover the cheers of the entire divine range. Even though Zhu Xuanji had won first place twice, the creatures still didn't expect him to enter the top 3. From the looks of it, he could still get second place. Once he became second, the Longbow divine range would truly have a turnaround. Ever since Zhu Xuanji got first place in the Dao debate, the Longbow divine range had gained many industries and good relations with the divine ranges. Together with the merit points they had bet on Zhu Xuanji, they had made a lot of money. It was no exaggeration to say that Zhu Xuanji had become the hero of the Longbow divine range. Even the other divine ranges nearby benefited from him. Zhu Xuanji was meditating on the ground with his arms folded across his chest, quietly watching the battle between Ji Huanglin and Ying Zhuge. It could be seen that Ji Huanglin was no match for Ying Zhuge. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Ying Zhuge, on the other hand, was calm and collected. Who was this guy in his previous life? That's way too strong. Zhu Xuanji sighed in his heart. In his eyes, Ying Zhuge's aura was no different from a Dao ancestor. It was hard to imagine how terrifying this guy would be if he was unrestricted. Ying Zhuge said, "Ji Huanglin, are you sure you want to continue?" Ji Huanglin's expression didn't change as he continued to attack. Ying Zhuge shook his head, and then his eyes narrowed. The great Dao giant suddenly rose and angrily slashed at Ji Huanglin's great Dao. Boom! A bright light burst out. Ji Huanglin took 12 steps back. His face turned pale. He wasn't defeated. He was still holding on. His great Dao was like a fallen leaf in the wind and rain. It would scatter at any time. "It's over." Zhu Xuanji raised his brow. He couldn't wait to end it. After the Great Dao talent competition was the competition of strength. Soon, the superstar competition would end. He could then cultivate in peace and become stronger as soon as possible. What he was looking forward to the most was the Great Dao tempering pool. It would be great if his sword Dao could transform. Just as Zhu Xuanji was lost in his thoughts, Ji Huanglin's great Dao suddenly burst out with a bright light. An earth-shattering explosion resounded. Zhu Xuanji was sent flying by a powerful and unstoppable gust of wind. He crashed into the light curtain on the edge of the sacred arena. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, spilling all over the ground. Damn! Zhu Xuanji cursed in his heart. He felt a churning pain in his internal organs. He even felt as if he was seeing stars. He landed on the ground and forced himself not to kneel down. The Great Dao talent competition is over. Longbow Divine Range's 12-star genius Zhu Xuanji won first place. He will get 1.5 billion merit points and the opportunity of the Great Dao tempering pool for half a year. The superstar divine official's voice came from the sky. The sacred arena immediately fell silent. All the geniuses floating in the air were dumbfounded. They didn't expect this result at all. On the other side of the sacred arena, Ying Zhuge and Ji Huanglin also stopped. They also looked a little surprised. Ying Zhuge furrowed his brow. A look of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Ji Huanglin was stunned. He fell into a trance. Zhu Xuanji was also stunned. Happiness came too fast. He couldn't react in time. "I won just like that." He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Ying Zhuge and Ji Huanglin in confusion. The uproar of the Kunlun Origin Court had already caused the universe space to tremble. Mother****, is this real? Are you kidding me? He can win like that? Is he pretending to be injured? This is too fake. Protest. He won. What an upset. My merit points. I'm not convinced. This is definitely a shady deal in the superstar competition. A million years later, I must tell my descendants not to bet in the superstar competition. Absolutely not. All the divine ranges and origin cities were in an uproar. Shouts, exclamations, cheers, screams, and so on converged together. It was deafening. 1.5 billion. I'm rich, Zhu Xuanji smiled. He looked very calm on the surface, but he would laugh his head off in the future. In this superstar competition, he had obtained a total of 2.7 billion merit points. 2.7 billion. Some small divine ranges could only earn so many merit points in a year. Next, the superstar divine official sent them out of the sacred arena. Zhu Xuanji is also the first person under the age of 1,000 to win first place in the superstar competition 3 times. He is also the one with the best results under 15-star aptitude. Remember, he is less than 600 years old this year. He is not a native of the Kunlun Origin Court, nor is he the reincarnation of a powerful cultivator. He comes from a mortal world and has fought his way to this point. Please remember this name. He will shine in the entire Kunlun Origin Court. The superstar divine official's tone was impassioned. Countless creatures came back to their senses and were shocked. In the eyes of most creatures, Zhu Xuanji was a dark horse. But they didn't expect his experience to be so legendary. He's less than 600 years old, and he came from a mortal world. The superstar divine official's words changed Zhu Xuanji's image. He had changed from a wretched, unscrupulous villain to a hard-working, inspiring miracle. Chapter 697. After returning to the superstar sacred stele, Zhu Xuanji caught the attention of all the geniuses. Even Ying Zhuge and Chu Morchen were looking at him. Ying Zhuge's eyes were filled with curiosity. He was attracted by Zhu Xuanji's experience. Chu Morchen, on the other hand, had a complicated expression. He was very angry, but he knew that he should not vent his anger on Zhu Xuanji, because that would be unbecoming of a powerful cultivator. He could only hate those super prodigies who had eliminated him. Jiyu Hanyu quickly walked up to Zhu Xuanji and said angrily, "You are really something. How could you get first place like that? Did you deliberately let your guard down just now?" Zhu Xuanji won the first place by being accidentally injured. It was so dramatic that Jiyu Hanyu was very envious. She originally had a bad impression of Zhu Xuanji, but seeing that he really got first place, she could not help but change her opinion of him. No matter what, the result was everything. It was not as simple as luck to be able to rank first in the Great Dao with the cultivation of a Dao-treading saint. Together with the superstar divine official's introduction, she looked at Zhu Xuanji again and felt that there was a halo around him. "You really did it on purpose. That's good," Zhu Xuanji said helplessly as he wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth. To be honest, he really didn't expect this. The other geniuses came up to congratulate Zhu Xuanji. After hearing the superstar divine official's words, they all felt that Zhu Xuanji was not just a 12-star genius. Such a prodigy must be befriended. Fierce Lightning Sovereign sized up Zhu Xuanji from high up in the sky and was shocked in his heart. He did not expect such a character to appear in this superstar competition. He previously felt that this superstar competition wouldn't be too exciting because he had hosted many superstar competitions. He felt that this superstar competition would only be a contest between Ying Zhuge and Chu Morchen. After living for countless years, he had even seen 18-star prodigies. Two 17-star prodigies naturally wouldn't pique his interest. "This brat is interesting. I reckon that Ji Zun will like him." The corners of Fierce Thunder Sovereign's mouth curled upwards. These words were spoken in his heart. Since the competition of strength was the last event, the superstar competition would give the geniuses some time to rest in order to make it exciting. At the same time, it was a chance for all the divine ranges and origin cities to open their bids. Zhu Xuanji became the most popular person. Almost all the geniuses came up to befriend him. Those who had lost to him in the past also took the initiative to express their goodwill. They weren't stupid. After the superstar competition, Zhu Xuanji would definitely soar into the sky and become a powerful existence. Coupled with his growth speed, only God knew what kind of existence he would become. He had become the champion of the superstar competition 3 times before he was 600 years old. Furthermore, he had come from the lower realm and fought his way up as a mortal. They even cursed in their hearts. Who had tested Zhu Xuanji for 12-star aptitude? It was as if he was deliberately tricking them. The outside world. Hong Yuan, the high-level examiner who had tested Zhu Xuanji's aptitude, was covered in cold sweat. He could not sit still. This kid, Hong Yuan, was also doubting himself. Why could he not see through Zhu Xuanji? Could it be that there was really a problem with his assessment ability? He fell into a daze, unable to extricate himself. Zhu Xuanji recuperated as he waited for the competition of strength to begin. It took a lot of time to exchange pleasantries with more than 2,000 prodigies, and he had to endure the pain. About half a month passed. The competition of strength had finally begun. This time, all the top 100 super prodigies were participating. Just like the Great Dao Talent Competition, it was a chaotic battle. However, they could go all out in the competition of strength. They did not have to worry about hurting others. The superstar divine official would try his best to save them. But if a prodigy died tragically, it would be normal. The divine ranges could not object. The sacred arena, which was tens of thousands of meters wide, seemed so small. A terrifying battle broke out between a group of people who surpassed Dao Ancestor. The light screen of the sacred arena twisted wildly as if it would shatter at any time. Zhu Xuanji was also watching the battle. He found that his eyes could not keep up with the speed of these prodigies. Too fast. A bunch of freaks, Zhu Xuanji exclaimed in amazement. Zhu Xuanji was amazed. He heard that none of the top 100 geniuses were more than 10,000 years old. In the entire superstar competition, the oldest one was no more than 100,000 years old. 100,000 years old was still considered young in the Kunlun origin court. This battle lasted for a long time. The outcome was not beyond anyone's expectations. Ying Zhuge, who was going all out, beat up the entire battlefield. He fought all the prodigies alone. No one under 16-star aptitude could take a single move from him. He was so powerful that he could explode. This battle was the least suspenseful. Before this, Zhu Xuanji thought that Chu Morchen would have a 50-50 chance against Ying Zhuge. He didn't expect Chu Morchen to be pressed to the ground and hammered. Even if someone joined forces with him to deal with Ying Zhuge, they still had no power to resist. Zhu Xuanji got up slowly and looked at the geniuses descending from the cloud vortex. His eyes were locked on Ying Zhuge. Ying Zhuge felt his gaze and couldn't help but look over. Their eyes met, and their gazes collided in the air. If it was before their great Dao aptitude, Ying Zhuge would definitely not have taken a fancy to Zhu Xuanji. Zhu Xuanji, work hard to grow. I want to fight with you at the same stage. Ying Zhuge looked down at Zhu Xuanji and said. His voice was loud and clear, resounding through the sea of clouds. All the geniuses heard him and looked at Zhu Xuanji in surprise. Zhu Xuanji nodded lightly and did not reply. It wasn't that he was afraid, but he didn't have the right to say nice words. He could only use his actions to prove himself. The Great Dao Tempering Pool will open at any time after the Superstar competition. Everyone can head to the Void Boundary Palace. There is a teleportation array there. The Ferocious Thunder Sovereign said. Then, teleportation gates rose from the ground one after another, as though they were virtual projections. At this point, the Superstar competition was over. Zhu Xuanji turned around and was about to leave. Jiyu Hanyu came up to him. Her face was covered in blood, and her hair was a little messy. But she still looked excited. Zhu Xuanji, when are you going to the Great Dao Tempering Pool? Zhu Xuanji glanced at her and asked, why? You want to take a bath with me? Jiyu Hanyue's face immediately turned cold when she heard this. She snorted and said, wishful thinking, I just want to know more about you. If possible, you can come to our divine range. We are a top-tier divine range that ranks in the top 100. Zhu Xuanji shook his head and said, I have no intention of going to other divine ranges for the time being. He continued to move forward and walked toward the teleportation gate. Jiyu Hanyue's beautiful eyes widened. She was so angry that she couldn't speak. This kid tricked me and he doesn't want to talk to me for a while. No wonder his talent is so terrifying. He must have spent all his time on cultivation. What a blockhead. A month later, find Heavenly Sage Xuanyang in the Void Boundary Palace. He will take you to reassess your aptitude. Ferocious Thunder Sovereign's voice suddenly rang in Zhu Xuanji's ears. Zhu Xuanji looked back and could no longer see Ferocious Thunder Sovereign. He smiled, turned around, walked into the teleportation gate, and disappeared. Back in the Saint Competition building in the Origin City, Zhu Xuanji was greeted by deafening cheers the moment he walked out of the teleportation array. He opened his eyes and found that the entire Saint Competition building was packed. Everyone was looking at him with excitement and fanaticism. Some even knelt down on the spot and worshipped him. Chapter 698. Zhu Xuanji, you're too powerful. Admirable. How did you do it? Your performance in the Great Dao is heaven-defying. He's so young. Seeing him with my own eyes, it feels so unreal. In this superstar competition, apart from Ying Zhuge, he's the most in the limelight. Did he really come from the lower realm? Looking at these people's excited expressions, Zhu Xuanji shook his head and smiled before disappearing. Cheng Ju, Longbow Patriarch, Yu Shenzhong, and other members of the Longbow Divine Range were already waiting outside. There are so many people. How do we squeeze in? Yu Shenzhong was so anxious that he kept stomping his feet. He couldn't possibly make a move, as that would make too many enemies. Ancestor Longbow was still in a state of excitement. No one knew what he was mumbling. At that moment, Zhu Xuanji appeared in front of them, and they quickly surrounded him. Everyone was so excited that they were talking incoherently. Under their escort, Zhu Xuanji returned to the Longbow Divine Range. Along the way, they met many creatures. Those creatures were very excited to see Zhu Xuanji. The Superstar competition was a grand event for the entire Kunlun Origin Court. All creatures had seen Zhu Xuanji, so they could recognize him at a glance. Now, Zhu Xuanji was a well-known face in the Kunlun Origin Court. His fame spread throughout the universe in a single day. After returning to the Yu family, Zhu Xuanji directly went to the courtyard. Xian Xianghua, the old beggar, and Yu Zhongxiu had been waiting for a long time, and seeing him, they all leapt at him. Xian Xianghua was the first to hug him. She pinched his face and said with a smile, "Lang Jun, you're really amazing." This time, she did not add the word little in front of Lang Jun. The others followed suit and fought to be the first to speak. Zhu Xuanji did not know who to answer. He had already guessed that this would happen, so he was not surprised. The Superstar competition was conducted in front of everyone's eyes. Zhu Xuanji didn't need to introduce the process. He just talked about his state of mind. Everyone was speechless when they learned that this guy was very calm in the Superstar competition. Actually, this was very normal. One could not feel the excitement of all living beings in the sacred arena. After chatting for 2 hours, Zhu Xuanji returned to his room. Xian Xianghua followed him into the house. They were already husband and wife. Usually, when Xian Xianghua came back, she would stay in his room. Yu Zhongxiu would avoid looking at her every time. After returning to Skyfall, the two of them gathered all of Emperor Sword Court's higher-ups. Xian Xianghua was the first to tell everyone about this matter, and everyone fell into a state of shock. "How long has it been? Father, is what Aunt Xian said true?" Zhu Xiaoxian swallowed her saliva. She didn't know how strong a Dao ancestor was, let alone how high the 9 vast heavens were. But Zhu Xuanji had conquered the top of the universe. Even his own daughter couldn't believe it. Jiang Shui looked at Zhu Xuanji with a face full of admiration. She hugged his right arm with both of her hands like a little bird. Daoya old man sighed, "Monster, monster." Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, Lin Chang'e, and the others were so excited that they kept waving their fists. Too domineering. Too awesome. Even the ceiling at the peak of the universe could not block Zhu Xuanji's brilliance. "You guys cultivate well. I will let Xian Xianghua manage the 24-stage Deep Black Lotus. When your cultivation is high enough, I will bring you guys to the Kunlun Origin Court one by one. As for me, I will cultivate with all my might. One day, I will open a divine vein for the Emperor Sword Court and we won't have to depend on others." Zhu Xuanji said with a smile. His words made everyone's blood boil. Open divine meridians. Strive for the Origin Court. Thinking about the great eliminations, professions, and all kinds of competitions in the Kunlun Origin Court, they couldn't help but feel excited. That was the real stage. On the same day, the Emperor Sword Court held a banquet to celebrate. The disciples of the Emperor Sword Court thought that their grand teacher had returned. They were all very happy and excited. As for the existence of the Kunlun Origin Court, it was not made public. Knowing about the Kunlun Origin Court too early was not a good thing for the disciples of the Emperor Sword Court. It was easy to bite off more than they could chew and not be satisfied with their current achievements. It was like a person who knew that his grandfather was a billionaire. His usual salary was 2,000 yuan, and his grandfather threw 10,000 yuan to him, but he still felt that it was nothing. It was difficult to feel a sense of accomplishment. After a few days of revelry, Zhu Xuanji preached to the disciples of the Emperor Sword Court. He used the Sword Master Haki and Great Dao's voice to lead the tens of millions of disciples to cultivate. After 20 days, he left the world in the lotus and handed the 24-stage Deep Black Lotus to Xian Xianghua. At the same time, he gave Xian Xianghua 10 million merit points to go out and do fewer missions. He told her to stay in the Kunlun Origin Court and cultivate well. With Xian Xianghua's strength, it was too dangerous for her to leave the Kunlun Origin Court. Xian Xianghua had no objection to this. After witnessing the Superstar competition, she also wanted to cultivate well. At least, she wanted to increase her cultivation. Zhu Xuanji left the Yu family and prepared to go to the Void Boundary Palace. After that, he would enter the Great Tao Tempering Pool to cultivate. Just as he was about to fly out of the Longbow Divine Range, old ancestor Longbow suddenly blocked his way. "Brother Zhu, are you going to the Great Tao Tempering Pool?" Old ancestor Longbow asked with a smile. He looked a little nervous. In the past month, the Longbow Divine Range had been trampled by envoys from various divine ranges. These divine ranges were all stronger than the Longbow Divine Range, making it difficult for him to neglect any of them. Even the top 1,000 divine range giants had sent envoys to visit him. "Yes, what can I do for you?" Zhu Xuanji nodded. He had guessed the other party's intention. Now, he didn't lack merit points. As long as the Longbow Divine Range dared to keep him, he would continue to stay. "You are already famous. You need to be careful. Some divine ranges will do anything to rope you in," old ancestor Longbow sighed. He used to place his hopes on Zhu Xuanji. But now, he couldn't take it anymore. The conditions offered by those giants were too generous. With those conditions, the Longbow Divine Range would be out of danger and even reach a higher level. And if Zhu Xuanji grew stronger, he would fly away sooner or later. But he really couldn't bear to part with Zhu Xuanji. With Zhu Xuanji around, the Longbow Divine Range would be popular. Not only could it earn a lot of merit points, but it could also attract countless creatures to flock to the Longbow Divine Range. Now, who didn't know that the Longbow Divine Range had found a super genius from the black market? Such a thing was extremely rare even in history. Zhu Xuanji asked with narrowed eyes, "Senior, if you have any difficulties, you can tell me at any time. Your Longbow Divine Range took me in, which is why I have today's prestige. No matter where I am in the future, the Longbow Divine Range will always be in my heart. If I can dominate the Origin Court in the future, I will surely support the Longbow Divine Range." These words were spoken from the bottom of his heart. If it was another divine range who bought him, he might still be a slave. Hearing this, old ancestor Longbow was moved. He even had a feeling of tears in his eyes. He patted Zhu Xuanji's shoulder heavily and said, "I will try my best to keep you. But if I encounter a divine range that can really help you develop better, I will let you go. Whether you leave or stay, you can rest assured. Even if I have to hand you over, I will choose a divine range that is truly suitable for you." That was all he had to say. He had made himself very clear. Zhu Xuanji exchanged some pleasantries with him before heading to the Origin City. No matter where he went, his strength was the most important. Chapter 699. Zhu Xuanji came to the Void Boundary Palace through the Origin City's Vocation Palace. He came to the tower where Heavenly Sage Xuanyang had appeared before and waited. Sure enough, in less than 10 breaths of time, Empyrean Xuanyang appeared. Fierce Thunder Venerate had said that if he came to the Great Tao Tempering Pool, he would have to find Heavenly Venerate Xuanyang to retest his aptitude. "You did very well in the Superstar competition. I will use my connections to let you stay in the Great Tao Tempering Pool for a year. Make good use of it." Empyrean Xuanyang smiled and said kindly. He was like a completely different person from before. It was evident that Zhu Xuanji had given him a big surprise. Zhu Xuanji nodded and said, "Many thanks, Heavenly Sovereign." Empyrean Xuanyang smiled and said, "There's no need to thank me. Continue to maintain your sharpness. The better you perform, the more benefits I can gain and the more face I will have." After that, he brushed past Zhu Xuanji and said, "Follow me, I will bring you to test your talent again." Zhu Xuanji immediately followed. Now that he had created a sword Dao, his aptitude should be even higher. However, he wasn't expecting too much. At least he knew his own limits. Under the lead of Heavenly Sage Xuanyang, Zhu Xuanji came to an empty palace. The walls were engraved with many ancient patterns. They were vivid and lifelike, as if many divine beasts would rush out at any time. As soon as they walked in, a golden mirror rose from the ground. It was 3 feet wide and 3 feet tall. Standing in front of it, your aptitude will be completely revealed, including your potential. Empyrean Xuanyang said with some anticipation in his eyes. Zhu Xuanji walked up to the golden mirror curiously. Under his gaze, there was no change in the golden mirror. It was still calm. He waited patiently, not in a hurry. Time ticked by. After the time it took half an incense stick to burn, Zhuxuanji frowned. It couldn't be broken, could it? He was about to turn around and ask Empyrean Zhenyang when a line of words appeared on the mirror. Heavenly Tao creation heart exterminating divine eyes diagram of providence serendipity great way of the sword. Zhuxuanji opened his eyes wide. Wasn't this too detailed? It could even detect the fortuitous opportunity of the primordial world. Aptitude cannot be determined. Can be an 18-star aptitude. A cold voice came from the golden mirror, which stunned Zhuxuanji. 18-star? Heavenly Venerable Zhenyang's eyes also widened, and both of them instantly became anxious. 18-star, just a 12-star aptitude was enough for him to open the back door and take care of him. What did 18-star aptitude mean to him? Even he couldn't speak. At this moment, his mind was blank. There was surprise, bewilderment, and a strong sense of dread. Such a genius was not someone he could control. If there were no accidents, Zhuxuanji would catch up to him in 10,000 years. The more he thought about it, the more complicated it became. Zhuxuanji turned and looked at him with a complicated gaze. Now that his trump card was exposed in front of Empyrean Zhenyang, he was naturally a little unhappy. Empyrean Zhenyang sighed and said, 18 stars, unbelievable. Zhuxuanji could not help but ask, you saw it just now? When Empyrean Zhenyang heard this, he immediately laughed loudly. Only the examiner will be able to see his own potential, while the others can only hear the report from the mirror. This is also a form of protection for the geniuses. The only existence that can see your potential is probably the sovereign. However, the sovereign is busy in seclusion, so how would he have the time to pay attention to your mirror? Empyrean Zhenyang shook his head and smiled. After saying that, he became excited again. An 18-star aptitude. How many years had it been since the Kunlun Origin Court had given birth to such a genius? Furthermore, this kid was not the reincarnation of an ancient almighty being. He immediately said, go to the Great Tao Tempering Pool first. Work hard. After that, he personally brought Zhuxuanji to the Great Tao Tempering Pool. The Great Tao Tempering Pool was located above the Void Boundary Palace. It belonged to another realm and was heavily guarded. The ordinary soldiers guarding this place all had Tao ancestor cultivation, and the general guarding this place was even more unfathomable. Even Empyrean Zhenyang had to bow to him. Dark clouds roiled here. There was a giant door in front of them, and above it was endless darkness. This boy has 18-star aptitude. I hope everyone can give him as much time as possible. Heavenly Sage Zhenyang said, cupping his fists. As soon as he said this, all the soldiers looked at Zhuxuanji in shock. The Guardian General was 100 feet tall. He was wearing heavy black armor with a breastplate that looked like a dragon's head. His face was covered in a long beard, making him look like a demonic version of Zhongfei. He looked down at Zhuxuanji and said in amazement, 18-star aptitude, no wonder you performed so well in the superstar competition. All right. Go in, you can stay inside for 2 years. Zhuxuanji was stunned. 2 years already? It seemed like the Kunlun Origin Court really gave preferential treatment to geniuses. He immediately bowed and walked into the giant door. Heavenly Sage Zhenyang left quickly after bowing to the Guardian General. It wouldn't take long for Zhuxuanji's aptitude to spread throughout the Kunlun Origin Court. On the other side, Zhuxuanji was walking on the sea of clouds. Along the way, he saw many warm water pools hidden in the clouds. Some were big, some were small, and most of the pools were already occupied. It was dead silent here. Only after walking in did he realize that there were so many powerful cultivators here. He didn't make a sound and soon found a great Tao tempering pool without any spirit. He walked straight into the pool and felt cold all over his body. He crossed his legs and began to circulate the Great Li Divine Suppressor technique. Boom! Zhuxuanji felt that he was in the Great Tao. As soon as he started cultivating, he felt that Tao energy was rushing at him from all directions, making his consciousness fall into chaos. His eyes unconsciously opened, revealing a pair of purple eyes that looked incomparably demonic. Longbow Divine Range, inside the Ancestral Hall. Old Ancestor Longbow and a group of high-level figures were standing in the hall. Sitting on the main seat was an evil-looking man. He was wearing a black and purple dragon robe. 2 fangs could be seen under his lips. He was wearing a phoenix feather crown on his head. He was sitting lazily. There was another person standing next to him. It was Ji Huanglin. "Have you thought about it?" The man in the dragon robe asked casually. Although his eyes were calm, they were full of majesty. Old Ancestor Longbow gritted his teeth and said, "Sovereign, your conditions are indeed generous, but you must guarantee that after Zhu Xuanji goes to your place, you will train him with all your might. You can't let him be neglected." "Sovereign." The man in the dragon robe was the range master of the 19th divine range. His name was Beast Sovereign. His strength was unfathomable. Beast Sovereign snorted and said in a displeased tone, "If this sovereign doesn't value him, will I come in person?" In the past, Old Ancestor Longbow wouldn't even be qualified to see him. But for him to speak like this was already giving him enough face. Old Ancestor Longbow sighed and said, "I agree." Ji Huanglin rolled his eyes and said, "You already have enough resources. You have made a big profit this time. Don't you think it's a little rude to show an expression of being bullied?" Old Ancestor Longbow felt embarrassed and quickly apologized. The other high-level figures of the Longbow divine range looked delighted. This was a deal that satisfied them all. It could even be said that they were pleasantly surprised. A genius like Zhu Xuanji would be a hidden danger if he stayed in the Longbow divine range. It felt so good to have such a surprise while sending him away. Chapter 700. Zhu Xuanji didn't know about the deal between Longbow divine range and Beast Sovereign. He was immersed in the great Tao tempering pool. At this moment, his mind was in a mysterious state. His consciousness was empty, but it was still there. This feeling was very mysterious. Perhaps this was the absolute calm that the old immortal mentioned. He instinctively activated the Great Li Divine Suppressor technique and began cultivating. Time flew. God knew how long it had been. Zhu Xuanji suddenly felt his soul shake. His consciousness instantly sobered up. He found himself immersed in the Great Tao tempering pool. Sword Taos wrapped around his body and materialized into dozens of silver swords. It was very dazzling. This, Zhu Xuanji was pleasantly surprised. He found that his sword Taos were more than 100 times stronger. He immediately entered a meditative state and began devouring the Tao energy around him to help his cultivation grow rapidly. The Tao energy here was endless and didn't have any strong resistance. He could absorb it like a sponge. Awesome. This is so awesome. Zhu Xuanji wanted to let out a long cry, but it was very difficult to do so in the Great Tao tempering pool. Moreover, it could easily affect others who were cultivating. Time continued to pass. On this day, he finally broke through. Intermediate Tao-treading saint. The Tao energy was like a stream that turned into a majestic river. It was unstoppable. The violent Tao energy made the water in the Great Tao tempering pool churn as if the water was boiling. Fortunately, it didn't make any sound. The surface of the pool was still calm. Under such a state, Zhu Xuanji continued to cultivate. His Great Li Divine Suppressor technique was also improving endlessly. It was unstoppable. No wonder the Great Tao tempering pool became the biggest attraction of the superstar competition. It was really exciting. If he could continue cultivating here, he didn't even dare to predict how powerful he would become. The speed of cultivation here was incomparable to the 4-star Tao rooms. Unfortunately, time passed quickly. A year passed in the blink of an eye. While Zhu Xuanji was cultivating, he was suddenly pulled out of the Great Tao tempering pool by an extremely powerful force. When he opened his eyes again, he was standing in front of the giant gate. You can break through to the intermediate Tao-treading saint in just a year. If you stay here for 100 years, won't you become a Tao ancestor directly? A 700-year-old Tao ancestor, TSK, the Guardian General sighed. The General sighed in amazement. Zhu Xuanji got up and bowed to him. Senior, how can I obtain the opportunity of the Great Tao tempering pool? Zhu Xuanji cupped his fist and asked. Anticipation could be seen in his eyes. The defending general couldn't help but laugh and said boldly, Go back and ask Heavenly Venerable Zhenyang. In order to nurture you, he will definitely arrange relevant missions for you. Zhu Xuanji noticed his strange expression, and so did the soldiers around him. Their gazes were filled with respect and admiration. He had not been like this before entering the great Dao tempering pool. Zhu Xuanji did not think too much and left quickly. Returning to the void boundary hall, he did not go to find Empyrean Jinyang, but directly returned home. A year had passed. He had to go back and take a look. Although she had the protection of the longbow divine range, he was still worried about her. Along the way, every living being that saw him would exclaim in surprise, "It's him, Zhu Xuanji." He came out of the void boundary palace, an 18-star prodigy. It's too scary. No wonder he was able to win first place in the superstar competition 3 times in a row. Why aren't those who mocked him jumping out anymore? Origin Court is really laughable. An 18-star genius was misjudged to be 12-star. They almost buried Zhu Xuanji. His cultivation has already reached the mid-stage of the doubt-treading saint. Zhu Xuanji listened to these discussions with a strange expression. The news of him attaining 18-star aptitude had spread so quickly. Was it done by the Origin Court, or was it deliberately pushed by Heavenly Venerable Jinyang? Not only that, but he also heard about the deal between the Longbow Divine Range and the Evil Sky Divine Range. The Longbow Divine Range couldn't withstand the pressure and wanted to send him out. The Evil Sky Divine Range was ranked 19th among the Super Divine Ranges. Ji Huanglin also belonged to this divine range. Zhu Xuanji was not disappointed by this but rather looked forward to it. If he entered the Evil Sky Divine Range, would he be able to obtain the fortuitous opportunity of the Great Dao Tempering Pool? He was already addicted to the Great Dao Tempering Pool. He loved the feeling of quickly becoming stronger. At the same time, he wanted to complete the mission as soon as possible. Reach the Dao Ancestor Realm within 1,000 years. In this way, he would be able to obtain the wish-fulfilling sword. His goal was the wishing gold treasure basket. In this way, the number of his divine swords would double in the future, which was equivalent to his strength increasing exponentially. Just thinking about it made him happy. In a good mood, he quickly returned to the Longbow Divine Range Zhu clan. After returning to the courtyard, Zhu Xuanji saw that only Yu Zhongxiu was there. She sat in the stone pavilion, dignified and beautiful, like a painting. Zhu Xuanji asked curiously, "Why are you here? Where are they?" Yu Zhongxiu had a complicated look in her eyes as she said faintly, "They are all cultivating in the Dao Tower." Looking at Zhu Xuanji, she felt very complicated. The current Zhu Xuanji was no longer someone she could climb up to. She regretted it. If she knew this would happen, she would have taken the initiative to capture the man in front of her. In the future, she might never have the chance to see him again. Thinking of this, Yu Zhongxiu's heart turned sour. "Lady Yu, why are you waiting for me here?" Zhu Xuanji asked. He could sense this woman's feelings but he wasn't interested. It was so easy for him to get a woman. His relationship and experience with Yu Zhongxiu couldn't move him. "The Evil Sky Divine Range wants to take you away. Are you willing?" Yu Zhongxiu asked. Old Ancestor Longbow was too ashamed to come, so he sent her. Even if Zhu Xuanji was in a bad mood, he wouldn't vent it on a woman. Zhu Xuanji calmly nodded and asked, "When do we depart?" "Any time." Just when Yu Zhongxiu was about to answer, Ji Huanglin walked into the courtyard. Zhu Xuanji turned to look at him and asked curiously, "Did you ask Beast Sovereign to take me in?" He had a good impression of Ji Huanglin. This person was open and above board. He would not bully the weak and had the demeanor of a powerful cultivator. Ji Huanglin shook his head and said, "Your talent is desired by all divine ranges. However, ever since your aptitude of 18-star was announced, more divine ranges came. The Longbow Divine Range is probably regretting their decision. If they had a few more days, they might have gotten double the benefits." Speaking of this, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yu Zhongxiu felt very awkward and didn't interrupt. The Longbow Divine Range was a lower middle-tier divine range after all. Facing a super genius, they could only give way. "Then let's depart after my people come back," Zhu Xuanji muttered. Zhu Xuanji muttered. He had heard about the Evil Sky Divine Range long ago. Although the name had the word evil in it, the Evil Sky Divine Range had a very positive reputation. No matter who they fought, the Evil Sky Divine Range was extremely domineering and never plotted. Especially Beast Sovereign, who was famous in the Kunlun origin court. His power was extremely terrifying. Yu Zhongxiu said, "I will send someone to inform them. After all, some of them don't know about your latest situation. They might be in closed-door cultivation for decades or even longer." Since she couldn't make Zhu Xuanji stay, she could only try to leave a good impression on him before he left. What if they could meet again in the future? Chapter 701. Thank you, Miss Yu. Zhu Xuanji looked at Yu Zhongxiu and said slowly, "It was Miss Yu who bought us from the black market. It's hard to predict fate, but if you have any difficulties in the future, you can come and find me." Although he had been bought by Yu Zhongxiu, he had never suffered any hardship. His treatment was vastly different from that of the slaves in the Longbow Divine Range. Yu Zhongxiu's emotions surged as she listened to his words, and all the words she wanted to say turned into a heavy nod. She quickly left to gather Xian Xianghua and the others for Zhu Xuanji. Ji Huanglin looked at Zhu Xuanji and said, "You are a void boundary war god, right? There's a mission after this. Let's do it together. This is a great opportunity. I'll do my best to protect you." "What serendipity?" Zhu Xuanji asked. In his eyes, apart from the great Tao tempering pool, there was nothing else that could be considered a fortuitous opportunity. It's a divine fruit that only bears fruit once every billion years. We need to snatch it. I'll tell you the specifics when the time comes. The rewards for this mission are also very great. One of them is the time spent in the great Tao tempering pool. Hearing this, Zhu Xuanji's interest was immediately piqued. He wasn't worried that Ji Huanglin would harm him. If that was the case, there was no need for Ji Huanglin to personally come to the Longbow Divine Range. Moreover, this mission wouldn't start immediately. The two began chatting in the courtyard. Ji Huanglin was very curious about Zhu Xuanji's experience, while Zhu Xuanji was curious about the Evil Sky Divine Range. The two told each other everything they knew and chatted happily. On that day, Xian Xianghua, the old beggar, Qiu Hu, and the others all returned. Sheng Tiandao said excitedly, 18-star aptitude. Evil Sky Divine Range. I really admire you to the point of prostrating myself before you. He rejoiced that he could cozy up to Zhu Xuanji before he left the heavenly law universe. It was the same for the others. Especially the old beggar. After knowing that Zhu Xuanji had 18-star talent, he became very worried. All along, he felt that he was the one who discovered Zhu Xuanji. But after hearing this news, he felt a great headache. He rode on Zhu Xuanji's coattails. No wonder that guy was so desperate for this kid. The old beggar sighed in his heart, while Jiyu Tianxia and Shu Qing admired Zhu Xuanji. They had all tested their talents, but compared to Zhu Xuanji, they were not even worth mentioning. When a person surpassed their own attitude, they couldn't even feel envious. The gap between them was just too big. Xian Xianghua didn't say anything, but her eyes were filled with admiration. Once, she protected Zhu Xuanji. Now, she looked up at Zhu Xuanji. The change in status and the widening of the gap didn't disappoint her. Instead, she enjoyed it. Which woman doesn't want to have a man she can rely on? No matter how determined a man was, he would occasionally want to have a warm family. Zhu Xuanji smiled and said, "Everyone, pack up and prepare to depart." Everyone nodded and returned to their rooms. On that day, Zhu Xuanji and the others left under the warm send-off of the Longbow Divine Range. Old ancestor Longbow also shamelessly came to see them off. Tears streamed down his face as if he had lost his beloved. Half-truths and half-lies. His heart really ached. He was really embarrassed. After leaving the Longbow Divine Range, Ji Huanglin took out a small golden boat. It quickly expanded into a giant ship for them to land on. Rumble, the golden wheel suddenly tore through the universe and disappeared into the distance. It passed through the divine ranges as though it had teleported. On the massive ship, Zhu Xuanji and the others did not feel any discomfort. The old beggar exclaimed, "This divine ship requires at least 100 million merit points, and it can withstand the attack of a Tao ancestor." The others were speechless. Zhu Xuanji raised his brow. Should I buy such a divine ship too? If I offend a Dao ancestor in the future, I can still run away. He had 7 billion merit points. He could totally squander it. Ji Huanglin turned around and said with a smile, with Zhu Xuanji's talent, he can choose any divine ship like this in the evil sky divine range. Not only that, but there are also divine clothes and countless treasures. There are only things that you can't imagine. 18-star aptitude was extremely rare even in the Kunlun origin court. After Beast Sovereign knew about it, he was overjoyed. His unhappiness with the longbow divine range disappeared instantly. He felt as though he had picked up a great bargain. He was extremely excited. He had already formulated a training plan for Zhu Xuanji. He wanted to train Zhu Xuanji personally. Even in the evil sky divine range, there was only one 18-star genius. That genius had lived for countless years and had become one of the leaders of the evil sky divine range. The golden ship was extremely fast. After about an hour, they arrived at the evil sky divine range. The evil sky divine range was hundreds of times bigger than the longbow divine range. They couldn't even see the top. After flying into the evil sky divine range, they saw a magnificent world. The golden divine ship rose up without slowing down at all. Soon, they came to the top and landed on a wasteland. Wait here. I will take him to the range master first, Ji Huanglin said before leaving with Zhu Xuanji. After saying this, Ji Huanglin left with Zhu Xuanji and turned into a ray of golden light, disappearing into the horizon. Zhu Xuanji couldn't see anything because of his Dao energy. After a while, the golden light dissipated, and Zhu Xuanji landed on the ground. This was a brightly lit palace. The ceiling seemed to be inlaid with a bright sun. The temperature was very high. Creatures below the Saint Realm might not be able to bear it. Beast Sovereign was sitting on a crystal throne. After seeing Zhu Xuanji, he revealed a sinister smile. Ji Huanglin, get down, Beast Sovereign said slowly. Beast Sovereign said slowly. Hearing this, Ji Huanglin immediately disappeared. Zhu Xuanji walked up to him and cupped his fists. Thank you for your kindness, Beast Sovereign. Since he had come to the evil sky divine range, Zhu Xuanji had to correct his attitude. He couldn't turn into Long Outyen and tell Beast Sovereign what to do. If that happened, even if he had a 28-star aptitude, he would still die. This sovereign appreciates you very much. In the future, your ID card will be stamped with this sovereign's mark. If you encounter danger, take out your ID card. In addition, this sovereign will send someone to take you to choose your resources, Beast Sovereign said with a smile, staring at Zhu Xuanji. The more he looked at Zhu Xuanji, the more satisfied he was. The more he looked at Zhu Xuanji, the more satisfied he was. This kid was devilishly talented. His behavior was also very good. He was neither servile nor overbearing. He understood etiquette. Such a genius could go further. Before Beast Sovereign's rise, he was also like this. Only when he was strong enough could he do whatever he wanted. Thank you, Zhu Xuanji thanked him again. At the same time, he was looking forward to what kind of resources he would get. Beast Sovereign continued, your exterminating divine eyes have a very powerful origin. This sovereign can find one of the 5 ultimate gods to teach you. Zhu Xuanji suddenly thought of barbaric ultimate god and asked, can you save barbaric ultimate god? I am indebted to him for teaching me. With Beast Sovereign's ability, this shouldn't be difficult. Barbaric ultimate god. It's a piece of cake. He will be your subordinate in the future. With your aptitude, he doesn't deserve to be your senior. Beast Sovereign shook his head with a smile. Beast Sovereign shook his head and smiled. He did not put barbaric ultimate god in his eyes at all. He paused for a moment before continuing, cultivate well. The evil sky divine range will do its best to nurture you. But you have to repay the evil sky divine range. Your first goal is to surpass and defeat Ying Zhuge. Chapter 702. Ying Zhuge. Zhu Xuanji was stunned. He couldn't help but ask, is the evil sky divine range related to his divine range? In the superstar competition, Ying Zhuge left the deepest impression on him. How long would it take for him to catch up with such a powerful genius? The most important thing was that while he was cultivating, Ying Zhuge was also cultivating. Ying Zhuge was a 17-star genius and a super divine range. His cultivation speed was absolutely terrifying. Yes, the evil Sky Divine range and the Emperor Divine range are mortal enemies. Every time there is a great elimination, the two sides will fight to the death. Now that you have joined the evil Sky Divine range, they will also target you in the future. So, this sovereign needs you to suppress Ying Zhuge and rub the Emperor Divine range spirit. Beast Sovereign nodded. Beast Sovereign nodded. When he mentioned the Emperor Divine veins, his expression turned a little cold. Zhu Xuanji could only say, "I will try my best." Since he had joined the evil Sky Divine range, he should serve the evil Sky Divine range. Beast Sovereign flipped his right palm as a fist-sized red flower with green petals flew out and quickly arrived before Zhu Xuanji. This is an 80-million-year-old body flower. After taking it, it can strengthen your physique. Your cultivation has been growing very fast recently, making your body a little weak, Beast Sovereign explained. After Zhu Xuanji took the body flower, Beast Sovereign waved his right hand and sent him out before he could even thank him. Ji Huanglin was waiting outside the door. Seeing Zhu Xuanji fly out, he said, "Let's go, I will take you to register your identity and collect the treasures and the blessed place." Zhu Xuanji nodded and put the body flower into the supreme storage. He swept his gaze around. This place looked very desolate. Thunderclouds were billowing. There were no weeds growing on the ground. The soil was a little moist. It was like a place where ghosts gathered. Under Ji Huanglin's lead, they came to a stone gate. Ji Huanglin swiped his ID card, and the stone gate immediately burst out with a colorful glow. They stepped through the stone gate and came to a bustling city in the blink of an eye. They were standing on a high platform that was 3,000 zhong above the ground. Buildings and pagodas stood in great numbers like mountains. Countless creatures were flying here and there. There were also many strange mounts and flying magical treasures. Heaven-shaking noises came from all directions. Zhu Xuanji could feel that the spiritual qi here was extremely majestic. It could even be compared to the space where the superstar sacred stele was located. As for the Longbow Divine range, it couldn't be compared to this city. As far as the eye could see, the appearance of the giant city was incomparably magnificent and shocking. Ji Huanglin flew in a certain direction, and Zhu Xuanji followed closely behind. Along the way, the creatures that passed by first bowed to Ji Huanglin before looking at Zhu Xuanji. All of the creatures' first reaction was to be stunned. SSS, Zhu Xuanji. His Zhu Xuanji. A man suddenly cried out in alarm. His voice was extremely loud, and it sounded like he had obtained an opportunity. Sure, countless gazes locked onto Zhu Xuanji from all directions. After the superstar competition, who could forget Zhu Xuanji's face? It's really him. Di Zun is mighty. He really managed to rope in this 18-star prodigy. Damn it, he made me penniless, but I still can't hate him. With Ji Huanglin leading the way personally, it seems that Sovereign Emperor wants to focus on nurturing Zhu Xuanji. Nonsense, 18-star aptitude, if it were you, wouldn't you nurture him? All sorts of discussions entered Zhu Xuanji's ears, but he was very calm and his expression did not change. He had experienced such scenes many times. Although it was not as impressive as this, he was already used to it. However, the evil Sky Divine range was indeed more enthusiastic than he had imagined. Half an hour later, Ji Huanglin brought Zhu Xuanji to a silver-white palace levitating in the air. There were many creatures walking along the corridors of the palace, and all of them were existences that Zhu Xuanji could not see through. They first came to a side hall. There were many wooden cabinets in the hall, and each of them was a flying artifact. They looked like models, and even the biggest one was not as tall as Zhu Xuanji. You can pick any artifact here. All of them are flying artifacts that can be controlled with spirit stones. You don't have to use your Dao energy to control them, Ji Huanglin introduced. Ji Huanglin introduced, and Zhu Xuanji nodded. He immediately wandered around the hall. Since he was going to choose, he would choose the highest and most expensive one. Each artifact had a wooden plate in front of it, with a price tag. The lowest one needed 50 million merit points, which made him sigh in amazement in his heart. The gap between divine ranges was really huge. Soon, he came to a phoenix carriage. The carriage looked like it was made of gold. It was resplendent and noble. It was pulled by 3 fire phoenixes, and 2 fire killins were beside it. They were flapping their wings and galloping on the spot like living spirits. The price was 1.3 billion merit points. This was much more expensive than Ji Huanglin's golden wheel. This is the Tri-Phoenix Chilean carriage. These 5 gods all have the cultivation of 9 vast heavens. As your cultivation grows, they will continue to grow stronger. This is the only one in the entire Evil Sky Divine range, and it has just been built. You came at the right time. If it were someone else, no matter how many merit points they had, they would not be able to buy it. Ji Huanglin walked up to Zhu Xuanji and introduced it to him. There was a trace of envy in his tone. Zhu Xuanji raised his brow and said, "Then, I want it." Ji Huanglin nodded before waving at a middle-aged man not far away. As expected, everyone here knew Zhu Xuanji. Beast Sovereign had already ordered that no matter what Zhu Xuanji chose, they would give it to him directly. Of course, he could only choose one treasure of any type. And so, Zhu Xuanji obtained the Tri-Phoenix Chilean carriage and sealed it in a scroll. Ji Huanglin told him that it would be best to let the Tri-Phoenix Chilean carriage recognize him as its owner after breaking through to Dao Ancestor. Zhu Xuanji couldn't help but feel a little disappointed after hearing this. Such an eye-catching treasure had to be hidden for a while longer. However, once the Tri-Phoenix Chilean carriage recognized him as its owner, it would be equivalent to having 5 pets with the cultivation of 9 vast heavens. Just thinking about it made him excited. Next was the selection of the Grotto Heavens and Blessed Lands. They were also selected in a palace. Each Grotto Heavens and Blessed Lands were marked with their grades and prices. There was also a general introduction. With a sweep of his divine sense, he could look down at the Grotto Heavens and Blessed Lands. In the end, Zhu Xuanji chose a Grotto Heavens and Blessed Land called Pure Sword Heaven. It was an extremely vast and independent world. The spiritual qi there was also top-notch in the Evil Sky Divine range. Ji Huanglin, who was leading the way, suddenly felt tormented. This kid's appetite is really big. He didn't keep a low profile at all. He chose the best. After that, Zhu Xuanji chose a divine robe worth 1 billion merit points. It was called the Purple Sky Stardust Robe. It could automatically adjust to the size of one's body. It contained restrictions that could resist fatal attacks, avoid the damage of spacetime electric currents, and even transcend tribulations. It had many functions. After Zhu Xuanji put it on, his entire temperament suddenly changed. Coupled with his purple eyes, he looked like a divine lord. He was majestic, handsome, domineering, and confident. When he stood next to Ji Huanglin, people could feel that his aura wasn't weak at all. It was even slightly stronger. Ji Huanglin didn't have such an expensive divine robe. Even if he had so many merit points, he was reluctant to squander them. Clothes make the man. As soon as Zhu Xuanji came to the Evil Sky Divine range, he became rich instantly. He was in a great mood. Chapter 703. After getting the Tri-Phoenix Chilean carriage, Pure Sword Heaven, and the Purple Sky Stardust Robe, Zhu Xuanji was very satisfied. However, the surprise was not over yet. Ji Huanglin took him to continue picking boots, crowns, servants, and so on. Beast Sovereign was completely considerate of him in all aspects. He had never imagined such treatment before. He was only protected in the Longbow Divine range and received a few merit points. Looking at the Evil Sky Divine range, they were very generous, showing the bearing of a super divine range. Zhu Xuanji's identity medallion was also transformed into the identity medallion of the Evil Sky Divine range. The identity medallions of different divine ranges were different to indicate their identity. If they were the same, there would definitely be a fight. After half a day, Zhu Xuanji returned to the golden ship with a rich harvest. Next, they were going to Pure Sword Heaven. "Master, how was it? What did they give you?" Qiu Hu asked curiously with a face full of expectation. The more generous Zhu Xuanji's treatment was, the more comfortable they would be. The old beggar nodded and said, You can see how much the evil Sky Divine Range values you now. Before Zhu Xuanji could speak, Ji Huanglin shook his head and said, "Don't ask, you will know soon." His tone was filled with helplessness. These guys didn't seem to know what 18-star aptitude meant. Any divine range would vigorously cultivate them and even have the opportunity to sit on the position of range master. Beast Sovereign used to have 18-star aptitude. He was recruited by the evil Sky Divine Range and took over the evil Sky Divine Range after becoming powerful. He was now looking for an inheritor. Divine ranges were like this. The position of range master wasn't the best. After a long time, one would get bored and want to rest. How many things did a divine range need to consult the range master? No matter how great one's ambition was, it would be worn down by time. Especially for super divine ranges like them, they had a solid foundation. There wouldn't be too much trouble, and it would be difficult to shake other super divine ranges. Next, the golden ship set sail for Pure Sword Heaven. Everyone was very curious about their next destination. Xian Xianghua couldn't help but ask Zhu Xuanji telepathically. Zhu Xuanji didn't hide anything from her. He told her everything he had obtained, which made her eyes widen. Putting aside Pure Sword Heaven, the treasures Zhu Xuanji obtained added up to more than 5 billion merit points. After all, she had been in the Longbow Divine Range before. She knew how huge this number was. It seemed that the evil Sky Divine Range really regarded Zhu Xuanji as a treasure. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, they came to a vast ocean, and Ji Huanglin asked Zhu Xuanji to take out the Pure Sword Heaven token. Pour your Dao power into it and shoot it forward to create an entrance to the barrier. Having heard this, Zhu Xuanji did as he was told. Soon, a hole that was dozens of feet wide appeared in front of him, looking like a whirlpool. The golden divine ship sailed into it, and they arrived at a vast and majestic world. The blue sky and blue sea stretched as far as the eye could see, and the spiritual energy was extremely abundant. There were many creatures here, but none of them had developed intelligence. They were like animals in the mortal world. The golden divine ship continued forward, bringing them around Pure Sword Heaven. This world will belong to Zhu Xuanji from now on. This is definitely the most top-notch grotto heaven in the evil Sky Divine Range. You can only enter with Zhu Xuanji's permission. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. You guys, who follow him, are really blessed. Ji Huanglin introduced with a smile. Even his blessed lands were not as high-grade as Zhu Xuanji's. Although he was envious, he was not jealous. He had always had the dream of becoming the lord of the evil Sky Divine Range. Zhu Xuanji was of the same generation as him. Zhu Xuanji might become his right-hand man in the future. He did not want Zhu Xuanji to grow too slowly. Qiu Hu, Sheng Tiandao, the old beggar, Sai Mengyang, Shu Qing, barbarian god Huang Luo, and the others were all dumbfounded. Such dense spiritual qi and such a huge world all belonged to Zhu Xuanji alone. Those who were brought by Xian Xianghua from the demon realm were trembling with excitement. Their realm lord's man was so favored. Their status would surely rise as well. After wandering around for a while, Ji Huanglin moved them out and said to Zhu Xuanji, "Those servants will come in a few days. At the same time, they will assign you a maidservant in charge. You can look for her if you need anything. You can trust her completely. This maidservant has been cursed. If she dares to disobey the master or the evil Sky Divine Range, she will be destroyed by the heavens." After that, Ji Huanglin left quickly on the golden divine ship. Xian Xianghua looked at Zhu Xuanji and said meaningfully, "Lang Jun, it seems like you are blessed to have a maidservant to serve you." Zhu Xuanji rolled his eyes at her and didn't bother to reply. Next, they began to choose a place to stay. Zhu Xuanji naturally wanted the most precious place. And so, everyone dispersed. Zhu Xuanji and Xian Xianghua came to the highest peak. The spiritual qi here was the densest. The entire mountain was planted with all kinds of treasures. "Are you going to move Emperor Sword Court next?" Xian Xianghua asked. Although Pure Sword Heaven was huge, it would be consumed sooner or later if a force was allowed to take root. It was also easy for disputes to arise. The evil sky divine range gave him pure sword heaven because they hoped that he could cultivate in peace and not waste time on other things. Zhu Xuanji said, they can't withstand such spiritual qi. They need to have at least connecting heaven level 10 cultivation to be qualified to come here. Moreover, developing here is not a good thing. If Beast Sovereign hears about it, what will he think? There were countless forces under the divine range. But most of them were scattered at the bottom of the divine range, at the edge, or in the Kunlun universe. In terms of the number of living creatures, the divine range was strictly controlled to prevent enemies from sneaking in or to make the divine range lose balance. Xian Xianghua nodded. Zhu Xuanji immediately sat down and began cultivating. Xian Xianghua, on the other hand, built a building nearby. The old beggar, Qiu Hu, and the others also found their own places to settle down. They were far away from each other, not wanting to disturb each other. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. A group of creatures exuding powerful auras flew over from the horizon and arrived above the mountain where Zhu Xuanji and Xian Xianghua lived. The leader was a woman in red. She had a beautiful face and a graceful figure. Her temperament seemed a little cold. She was dressed very nobly. The creatures behind her were divided into 2 groups of men and women. There were 3,000 of them each, and all of them looked expectant. They were naturally curious about Zhu Xuanji, who had been in the limelight recently. This slave, Chang Xian, has brought 6,000 slaves to greet the Lord, the woman in red said with cupped fists. The woman in red cupped her fists and said respectfully. Zhu Xuanji's voice came, "Come here." Upon hearing this, Chang Xian immediately came over to Zhu Xuanji. Zhu Xuanji, who was sitting on a boulder cultivating, looked at her and asked, "What's your cultivation?" Chang Xian, kneeling in the air, replied, 3 vast heavens cultivation. Those slaves are in the saint realm. They are responsible for taking care of pure sword heaven. 3 vast heavens. Zhu Xuanji raised his brow. Such an expert is his maid. 9 vast heavens was just a general term for a realm. It was divided into first vast heavens, second vast heavens, 3 vast heavens, and so on. The strongest was 9 vast heavens. Chapter 704. While Zhu Xuanji was observing Chang Xian was also secretly observing Zhu Xuanji. She had also watched the superstar competition. Zhu Xuanji had left a deep impression on her. When she knew that she was going to be Zhu Xuanji's maidservant in charge of matters, she was pleasantly surprised. A woman like her would eventually be attached to a prodigy of the evil sky divine range. None of the maidservants had ever left the divine range. They had never even been to the origin city. They had always been gathered together to cultivate and learn all kinds of knowledge. At the same time, they had to maintain their purity so that their future master wouldn't dislike them. It was Chang Xian's first time going out, so she was very nervous. She could only pretend to be calm and indifferent. Xian Xianghua appeared not far away and looked at Chang Xian. Chang Xian understood that she was Zhu Xuanji's woman, so she respectfully saluted. In the future, I'll leave the trivial matters of pure sword heaven to you. My subordinates are also in pure sword heaven. You can go and get to know them to avoid future misunderstandings. Take the servants to make arrangements. Don't disturb me unless I have instructions. Zhu Xuanji nodded. He was very satisfied with Chang Xian. At least this woman was pleasing to the eye. Understood. Chang Xian immediately left and arranged for 6,000 slaves to settle down. Zhu Xuanji did not think too much and closed his eyes to cultivate. After everything settled down, he prepared to go into seclusion to cultivate. Xian Xianghua shook her head and smiled. She also found a place to cultivate. The news that Zhu Xuanji had entered the evil sky divine range spread like wildfire in the divine range. The resources that he had obtained were even hotly discussed by countless creatures. Di Zun really put in a lot of effort. As the range master, it was impossible for Sovereign to use all the resources of the entire divine range. After all, there were many old immortals behind the scenes. Each of them had their own power and resources. Zhu Xuanji's divine range access was so rich. Naturally, it was Sovereign who paid for it. No matter what, Zhu Xuanji was the most famous person in the evil Sky Divine range. Everyone knew about him. The news spread further and further, and it even spread to the other divine ranges and origin cities, becoming the topic of conversation for countless living beings. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed quickly. Ji Huanglin came to visit again. He was carrying a cage with barbaric ultimate god inside. It was curled up like a docile black cat, looking very cute. Seeing barbaric ultimate god, Zhu Xuanji wanted to laugh. He said, "Don't pretend to be asleep. Isn't it better to escape with your life?" Having heard this, barbaric ultimate god opened his eyes awkwardly, but he still did not dare to look into Zhu Xuanji's eyes. Although it placed its hopes on Zhu Xuanji to escape, it did not want to become his subordinate. When it heard this news, it was as if it had been struck by lightning. First, it was ecstatic, then it collapsed. It couldn't believe that Zhu Xuanji had so much power to make Beast Sovereign speak in person. Later, it learned from the powerful cultivator who escorted it that Zhu Xuanji had won the first place in the superstar competition 3 times and was tested to have 18-star aptitude. 18-star. It almost wanted to curse the heavens. On what basis did this kid attain 18-star aptitude? It had been a torturous journey for it. It was too painful. "H, hurry up and call me master." Ji Huanglin snorted coldly, which made Zhu Xuanji want to laugh. Barbaric ultimate god seemed to have suffered a lot. He said weakly, "Master." Zhu Xuanji nodded and said to Ji Huanglin, "Many thanks." In just half a year, the barbaric ultimate god had been sent to him. Beast Sovereign was really powerful. After all, the barbaric ultimate god had a special identity and was suppressed in the Great Elimination. How many connections did he have to go through? It's a piece of cake. Let's start the master recognition and seal it, lest this guy offends his superior. Ji Huanglin took out a white talisman with red characters and handed it to Zhu Xuanji. Barbaric ultimate god heaved a heavy sigh. It was extremely uncomfortable. It felt even more uncomfortable when it remembered that it had dug out Zhu Xuanji's heart. In the future, it would definitely have a dark time under Zhu Xuanji's control. Under Ji Huanglin's guidance, Zhu Xuanji integrated the white talisman into his body and established some kind of connection with the barbaric ultimate god. He felt that he could make the barbaric ultimate god suffer a fate worse than death with just a thought. He could even kill it directly. This feeling was too good. He couldn't help but smile when he recalled how arrogant the barbaric ultimate god was. Seeing his smile, barbaric ultimate god felt ashamed. After that, Zhu Xuanji and Ji Huanglin exchanged some pleasantries before Ji Huanglin left. Zhu Xuanji introduced the barbaric ultimate god to Xian Xianghua and Chang Xian. He also told the barbaric ultimate god not to hurt any creature here. The barbaric ultimate god had been cursed. How could it dare to court death? If it hadn't dug out its heart, it would have dared to be mischievous. But now, it could only admit defeat. Chang Xian was very surprised after learning the identity of the barbaric ultimate god. After all, she was born and raised in the Kunlun origin court. Naturally, she had heard of the myths and legends of the 5 ultimate gods. She didn't expect that such a person was still alive and had become Zhu Xuanji's slave. She was excited about this. Beast Sovereign was really going to support Zhu Xuanji. She would be Zhu Xuanji's woman for the rest of her life. The stronger Zhu Xuanji was, the better she could live. At this point, the barbaric ultimate god joined the pure sword heaven. Zhu Xuanji would ask it for the Great Li divine suppressor technique when he wasn't cultivating. In order to please Zhu Xuanji, barbaric ultimate god also did its best. 20 years passed. During this time, Zhu Xuanji broke through to the 3rd level of the Great Li divine suppressor technique. The number of Great Li avatars had reached 2,370. This was all thanks to the barbaric ultimate god's dedicated cultivation. The barbaric ultimate god was also very surprised. The current Zhu Xuanji was like a completely different person. His cultivation talent was really terrifying. Not only him, but Zhu Xuanji also noticed it. When he was cultivating in the past, his cultivation speed was not this fast. At first, he thought it was because of the pure sword heaven, but later he realized that it was not the case. His aptitude had indeed increased. He suspected that it had something to do with the great Tao tempering pool. Otherwise, why would he have such a sudden change? Other than that, he couldn't think of any other possibilities. He was very close to becoming a late-stage Tao-treading saint. No wonder the cultivation of those geniuses was so terrifying. The spiritual qi and Tao power of the super-divine range were really abnormal. Ever since he came to Pure Sword Heaven, he felt that he was close to becoming a Tao ancestor. Xian Xianghua, Qiu Hu, and the others were also cultivating diligently. They did not leave Pure Sword Heaven. On this day, Zhu Xuanji was awakened by the mark on the ID medallion. He opened his eyes and took out the medallion. Brother Zhu, our Xian Mao's next mission is about to begin. Are you free? Yi Zhen's voice came from the identity token. Although he was laughing, his laughter was a little uneasy and not as carefree as it used to be. The current Zhu Xuanji was enough to make him revere him. Zhu Xuanji replied, "Anytime. Give me a time." After cultivating for so long, he needed to test his strength. It was not a good thing to keep cultivating blindly. Very well, then I will confirm it in a month. Go early and come back early. Don't worry, the rewards of this mission will not disappoint you, Yi Zhen said excitedly. Yi Zhen said excitedly. Zhu Xuanji nodded in response, and the conversation ended. Zhu Xuanji took back his ID medallion with a look of anticipation. After cultivating for 20 years, it was time to show off. I have countless legendary swords. I have countless legendary swords. Chapter 705. 1 month later. Zhu Xuanji left Pure Sword Heaven and headed for the origin city near the evil Sky Divine range alone. No one stopped him, but he could feel several divine senses scanning him. Although the Kunlun origin court was safe, Beast Sovereign was still worried that something would happen to him. Even if he was worried, Beast Sovereign would not stop him. Even the strongest prodigy had to go through the baptism of battle. After coming to an unfamiliar origin city, Zhu Xuanji asked around and found out where the Vocation Palace was. His appearance caused a commotion in Fang Yuan City. All the living beings in this origin city came from the nearby Great Divine Ranges. They were powerful, but they were still very excited and curious to see Zhu Xuanji. This year's superstar competition had made Zhu Xuanji successful. Later, it was revealed that he had 18-star aptitude, which meant that he had more potential than Ying Zhuge. Zhu Xuanji evaded along the way and finally came to the Vocation Palace. He found the side hall of the Void Boundary War God and teleported to the Void Boundary Hall. He wasn't on the first floor, but on the 98th floor. He went straight up. Different origin cities had different teleportation locations. Generally speaking, the stronger the origin city, the higher the teleportation array in the Void Boundary Palace. Soon, he arrived in front of the tower where Empyrean Zhenyang was. Nangong Jiarin, Yi Zhen, Xu Huang, and the others had been waiting for a long time. Seeing him walk over, Xian Mao's Dao lords came up to congratulate Zhu Xuanji. Now, Zhu Xuanji was already above them. When they heard that Zhu Xuanji had obtained a massive amount of resources from the evil Sky Divine range, although they were envious, they didn't dare to have any ill intentions. If they dared to plot against Zhu Xuanji, the evil Sky Divine range would surely kill them at all costs. This was also the reason why the evil Sky Divine range spread the news of Zhu Xuanji's treatment. They wanted to tell the Kunlun Origin Court how much they cared about Zhu Xuanji. Alright, enough with the pleasantries. You'll have plenty of opportunities later. Come here, I'll explain the details of this mission. This mission involves a divine range, so I can't let you go rashly, Empyrean Zhenyang said, drawing everyone to him. This task is to capture a Tao-treading venerable. Although his strength is not strong, he used to be from the Emperor Divine range. The Emperor Divine range has never put him on the wanted list. The Void Boundary Palace suspects that the Emperor Divine range wants to protect that guy. After all, that guy has the soul of an ancient giant demon in his body. Heavenly Sage Zhenyang talked endlessly, making Zhu Xuanji raise his brow. The Emperor's divine veins? He suddenly felt that there was something fishy about this matter. Could it be that this was arranged by Beast Sovereign? Otherwise, It wouldn't be so coincidental that he didn't encounter any questioning from the evil Sky Divine range along the way. It seemed like they wanted to test how he would react when facing the Emperor's divine range. After all, the evil Sky Divine range and the Emperor Divine range were mortal enemies. The target's name was Xie. He had a special bloodline and a 17-star aptitude. However, he could easily lose control. After Heavenly Venerable Zhen Yang handed over the task, Xian Mao left through the spacetime tunnel. Brother Ju, this divine robe of yours is not simple, right? Yi Jun said in amazement as he looked at Zhu Xuanji's purple sky stardust robe. His tone was filled with envy. It was the same for the others. Zhu Xuanji shook his head with a smile and said, "It's a gift from the divine range. I can't afford the clothes you are wearing." A Dao ancestor asked about the price of the purple sky stardust robe out of curiosity. After hearing Zhu Xuanji's answer, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed like the rumors were true. Zhu Xuanji received resources worth more than 5 billion merit points on the first day he joined the evil Sky Divine range. Nangong Jirin said with a smile, "Brother Zhu, you've soared to the sky this time. Don't turn against us in the future." The others teased him as well. Unknowingly, their attitudes were lower than before. "I only treat people based on feelings, not identity," Zhu Xuanji said, shaking his head. He had a good impression of Xian Mao. At least, they had never had any conflicts. They were united during missions and were highly efficient. The group chatted as they headed toward the universe where Xiehuali was. That universe was a high-level universe, but the previous overlord was destroyed by a divine range. Now, the universe was in chaos. Xiehuali thought that he could hide there to avoid the disaster, but it was a pity that he underestimated the Void Boundary Palace's intelligence capabilities. Even without spies, the Void Boundary Palace could divine it. It was extremely horrifying. There was no danger along the way. 3 days later, they came to the target universe. "Xu Huang, bring the 6 of them to gather intelligence." "We will wait here," Yi Jun instructed. Having heard him, Xu Huang and the other 6 Dao ancestors nodded, and they left quickly. This mission involved the Emperor Divine range, so they had to be careful. Zhu Xuanji immediately sat down in the void and began cultivating. Seeing how diligent he was, the others looked at each other in dismay. All sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts. The more talented a prodigy was, the more they would risk their lives to cultivate. Nangong Jirin asked Yi Jun, "There is news that Ying Zhuge may come. If we meet him, we must escape, especially Zhu Xuanji. We must save him even if we risk being imprisoned." Yi Jun nodded. The other Dao fathers had no objections either. If they were captured, they still had a chance to live. But if Zhu Xuanji was captured, the evil Sky Divine range would surely not let them off. Super Divine ranges were all very domineering. Zhu Xuanji heard their conversation but did not open his eyes. This was the reality. Even if he pretended to refuse, it was useless. Xian Mao wasn't giving him face. He was just afraid of the evil Sky Divine range. In the blink of an eye. 7 days later, Xu Huang and the others came back one after another. 2 of them were still injured. There were many native powerhouses in this universe, and the strongest among them could reach the 9 vast heavens realm. There are indeed traces of the Emperor's divine pulse. Xiehuali's information has been blocked, so we can't get any information. However, there is good news. Aside from us, there are other teams of Void Boundary War Gods who came here for a mission. Maybe we can join forces with them, Xu Huang said with a solemn expression, which made Yi Jun frown. The mission target was only 1 person. If they joined forces with other teams, they would have to fight in the end. But fighting with Void Boundary War Gods was better than offending the Emperor's divine range. Yi Jun looked at Zhu Xuanji thoughtfully. Maybe he could use Zhu Xuanji to intimidate the other Void Boundary War Gods. Sure. After we complete the mission, if there are other teams competing with us, we will use Zhu Xuanji to repel them, Yi Jun said. After that, he looked at Zhu Xuanji and asked, "Brother Zhu, do you mind?" Zhu Xuanji replied without opening his eyes, "I don't mind." With such a powerful backer, how could he not make use of it? Moreover, the more powerful he was, the more prestigious the evil Sky Divine range would be. This was not Wanshan Great Thousand. The evil Sky Divine range status was much higher than the Divine Cliffs. Even the top-ranked Super Divine ranges would find it difficult to destroy the evil Sky Divine range. The group heard him and became excited. They began to discuss the plan. A while later, Zhu Xuanji opened his eyes suddenly. His purple pupils looked extremely evil. "Someone is coming," he said with a deep voice. His exterminating divine eyes were extremely perceptive, so he discovered the situation before Yi Jun and the others. Having heard him, the group immediately took out their enchanted artifacts and prepared for battle. A stream of rainbow light came from the depths of the universe. Its aura was so powerful that it shook the space. Chapter 706. The newcomer was a muscular man wearing a black cloak with dragon scales. He had a dragon head and a human body. Sharp claws grew out of his sleeves like razor-sharp daggers. He looked at Xian Mao and the others and stopped less than 100 meters away from them. "Zhu Xuanji, I didn't expect you to come too. Aren't you afraid that the Emperor Divine Range will attack you?" The dragon-headed man asked with a cold smile as he locked his eyes on Zhu Xuanji. Yi Jun asked with a deep voice, "Who are you? Tell me your name. You can call me Dao Guardian Dragon. I'm here to ask for your help to expel the Emperor Divine Range." The dragon-headed man replied as he looked at everyone. He frowned slightly but soon relaxed. "Dao Guardian Dragon." Yi Jun and the others' expressions changed. Xu Huang asked with squinted eyes, "Dao Guardian Dragons are distributed in every high-level universe." Zhu Xuanji was curious. What was the origin of the Dao Guardian Dragon? "That's right. We are determined to protect the peace of the universe. The Emperor Divine Range is shameless to act in the dark. That's why we asked the evil Sky Divine Range for help. Because of this, you received this mission. I'm here to receive you," the Dao Guardian Dragon said. Most of the time, he was looking at Zhu Xuanji. Apparently, the evil Sky Divine Range had instructed him. Zhu Xuanji could sense the kindness in his eyes. The evil Sky Divine Range's arrangement. No wonder we can receive such high-level missions. Yi Jun frowned and mumbled to himself. The other Dao ancestors' expressions changed too. They immediately understood that they were being used. They looked at Zhu Xuanji instinctively. Zhu Xuanji could only shake his head and shrug. He really did not know. It was the evil Sky Divine Range's arrangement indeed. What a schemer. Not only did they give him the opportunity to train, but they also had all sorts of methods to ensure his survival. "All right, come with me." The Dao Guardian Dragon waved his hand and flew in another direction. Xian Mao and the others could only follow. Along the way, the Dao Guardian Dragon introduced the Emperor Divine Range situation in this universe. Until now, the Emperor Divine Range had become more and more rampant. They had begun to travel the universe openly in search of Xiehui. It was not a big deal for a divine range to conquer a universe in the Kunlun Origin Court. But there were always some divine ranges that advocated peace. They worked together to protect the universe, and the Dao Guardian Dragon was one of them. No matter where it was, justice would always have the upper hand in public opinion. This was especially so for high-class cosmoses. The god ranges wouldn't dare to attack them easily. Strange. Since Xiehui is from the Emperor's divine range, why is he hiding? A Dao ancestor asked curiously, afraid that there was a trap. The Dao Guardian Dragon answered, it should have something to do with personal hatred. It seems like Xiehui's family was killed by the geniuses of the Emperor Divine Range. That is why he awakened. Such things were not uncommon in the divine ranges. Only geniuses like Zhu Xuanji, who were heavily nurtured by the divine range and no one dared to offend them, could they cultivate without any worries. The Dao Guardian Dragon received information about Xiehui and was saved by a race. If he wanted to capture Xiehui, he had to first gain the trust of that race. This was suspected of deception. But there was no other way. Only by handing over Xiehui would the universe be at peace, and the Emperor's divine range would leave. Zhu Xuanji did not feel much about this. He did not speak and followed the group silently. 2 days later. They descended upon a great world and saw a group of strange creatures with deer heads and human bodies. They all looked rather old. The Tao Guardian Dragon was in charge of communication. Zhu Xuanji could not understand what they were saying, so he waited in boredom. After some negotiation, the Tao Guardian Dragon and Yi Jun left with them. Zhu Xuanji and the others stayed behind to wait for their return. Everyone, stay alert. A battle might break out at any time. Xu Huang reminded them as he looked around vigilantly. The scenery of this great world was beautiful and picturesque. But at this moment, their eyes were filled with murderous intent. The Tao Guardian Dragon said that the people of the Emperor Divine Range might be hiding in every corner. Half a day later, Yi Jun and the Tao Guardian Dragon flew over with a pale-faced young man in ragged clothes. It was Xie Huli. He looked mentally exhausted as though he had been tortured. The mission is so easy. Nangong Jirin asked with a raised brow. She felt that something was not right. The previous mission seemed easy, but Daohu Chozuan appeared, which almost scared them to death. Yi Jun shook his head and said, "The next part is the most difficult. Once this brat leaves this great world, the Emperor Divine Range will come after him." Zhu Xuanji sized up Xie Huli. This brat's eyes were lifeless, as though his heart had already died. He was curious what kind of soul this brat was hiding, for two super divine ranges to fight over. "Let's leave as soon as possible." The Tao Guardian Dragon muttered and looked toward Zhu Xuanji again. Although he was worried about Zhu Xuanji's safety, he was not frustrated. Instead, he looked forward to it. He had seen Zhu Xuanji's performance in the superstar competition and felt that this brat had many tricks up his sleeves. He might bring them unusual hope. Xu Huang took out a jade disc and said, "Everyone, come up." Shortly after, he stored everyone into the jade disc and merged with it. They turned into a stream of green light and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. In the jade disc, the Tao Guardian Dragon continued to tell them about the powerful cultivators of the Emperor Divine Range. The group listened attentively. Zhu Xuanji was most concerned about Ying Zhuge. Ying Zhuge was probably sent here to deal with him. Zhu Xuanji was no match for Ying Zhuge now. But if they were to fight, he would not back down. Boom! The jade disc suddenly shook violently, startling everyone. "TSK, TSK, where are you going?" A mocking laughter came from the outside. Xu Huang immediately cast a spell to stabilize the jade disc. Yi Jun and the others took out their enchanted artifacts and cast their divine abilities. Their Tao energy penetrated the jade disc and swept outward. Xie Huli mumbled, "Fate. We can't escape from the past after all." No one paid any attention to him. Everyone was tense. Zhu Xuanji was also prepared for battle. Once he activated the sword fusion technique and the nine-soul fusion technique, his power would increase tremendously. Together with the Great Li Avatar, he had a high chance of escaping. Boom! 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 The jade disc shook violently as though it would crack at any moment. The Tao Guardian Dragon gritted his teeth and said, "This is bad. I sense the aura of the fourth vast heaven. It might be Ying Zhuge. His cultivation was only at the first vast heaven, so he was no match for Ying Zhuge." Yi Jun and the others became even more anxious. They were only Tao ancestors, so it was impossible for them to defeat Ying Zhuge. Even if they worked together, they would not be able to defeat Ying Zhuge with just one hand. "You, escape with him." Yi Jun suddenly looked at Zhu Xuanji and cried out with a deep voice. Next, he took out a rosewood door. After he opened the door, it was pitch black inside. Zhu Xuanji did not hesitate and entered the door with Xie Huli. The Tao Guardian Dragon heaved a sigh of relief and gave a strange smile. Nangong Jirin dashed into the rosewood door suddenly, which shocked Yi Jun. Chapter 707. Carrying Xie Huli, Zhu Xuanji and Nangong Jirin shuttled through the dark void. "Looks like this is a conspiracy." Nangong Jirin sighed, her expression quite unsightly. Zhu Xuanji looked at her and asked, "Why do you say that?" Nangong Jirin sighed and said, "The Tao Guardian Dragon meant that the evil Sky Divine Range sent you here to gain experience. But now, Yi Jun directly told you to run away, and the Tao Guardian Dragon didn't even stop you. What do you think?" Having heard this, Zhu Xuanji felt that it was reasonable. Had the Dao Guardian Dragon been bribed? No, the look in his eyes earlier shouldn't be able to fool anyone. Or had Yi Jun been bribed? That wasn't right either. Yi Jun had no reason to harm him. Even if he was bribed by other super divine ranges, he wouldn't dare to do so. The evil sky divine range was so powerful that Yi Jun dared to provoke it. Zhu Xuanji frowned. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. It's not the Emperor's divine range. It's old demon soul mover. He's already controlling the people of the Emperor's divine range. Even your companions are being subconsciously controlled, Xie Huli spoke suddenly. With this, Zhu Xuanji shuddered. The terror of old demon soul mover was still fresh in his mind. In the superstar competition, if it weren't for Origin Court War God, these geniuses would have died. Old demon soul mover's aura was too terrifying. Nangong Jirin was also frightened. She knew more about the terrifying legends of old demon soul mover. She shuddered at the thought of old demon soul mover. For some reason, they felt as if a pair of eyes were spying on them. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable. No. If it really is old demon soul mover, we won't be able to escape through the spacetime tunnel. Nangong Jirin gritted her teeth, her eyes full of fear. Zhu Xuanji frowned and thought about how to escape. At this moment, a giant hand flew over from the darkness in front of them and grabbed the three of them. Zhu Xuanji's vision darkened. He felt that his body was being squeezed, as though he would be crushed at any moment. Old demon soul mover. Zhu Xuanji gritted his teeth and immediately used the 9-soul fusion technique and sword fusion technique. He wanted to resist, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. It's over. There was a loud bang. He felt the explosion of the giant hand, which almost killed him. Then, he fell to the ground. When he opened his eyes, he found that he had landed on a barren land with Nangong Jirin and Xie Huli lying next to him. The two of them did not die, but they were injured to varying degrees. They crawled up one after another. Nangong Jirin's beautiful eyes widened and her body began to tremble. Zhu Xuanji's expression changed as well. This was because they had landed on a huge palm. At the end of the horizon, there were 4 fingers that seemed to reach the sky. He subconsciously looked to the side, and there was indeed a thumb. Zhu Xuanji immediately turned around and saw old demon soul mover's horrifying face. That pair of eyes were numb and cold, enough to scare everyone to death. Nangong Jirin and Xie Huli hurriedly retreated in fear. They didn't dare to make a sound. Old demon soul mover didn't say anything either. He just looked at them quietly. This was a dark void, which made the environment even more eerie. Zhu Xuanji could sense old demon soul mover staring at him. It was like a child looking at an ant under his feet, curious but not complicated. However, for ants, this kind of gaze was extremely terrifying. Even if they were to be trampled to death, it would only be because of the other party's naivety and pure curiosity. After a long while, old demon soul mover didn't say a word and just looked at Zhu Xuanji coldly. Zhu Xuanji couldn't stand it anymore. What do you want? Just say it. Zhu Xuanji said with a deep voice. It was not that he was courting death, but it was too torturous. Live or die, just give me a straightforward answer. Xie Huli looked at him with a strange expression. Is this brat tired of living? Oh, no. The geniuses of the super divine ranges were all like this. Arrogant and stupid. Nangong Jirin was extremely nervous. She didn't dare to move or even breathe loudly. She kept sending telepathic messages to Zhu Xuanji, asking him to shut up. Zhu Xuanji ignored her and looked at old demon soul mover fearlessly. Old demon soul mover said suddenly, "There's something in your body. It's very mysterious. I can't see through it, and at the same time, it makes me feel very dangerous." Zhu Xuanji heard him and frowned. What is it? He couldn't help but think of the supreme legendary sword system. Other than the serendipity of the world's beginning, what else could make old demon soul mover so fearful? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Brat, how about you be my pet? Or else, I will eat them. Old demon soul mover looked down at Zhu Xuanji and said word by word. The word eat made Nangong Jareen and Xiehuli shudder. What's the end of being your pet? Zhu Xuanji asked. He was waiting. As long as Beast Sovereign sensed that something was wrong with him, he would surely come to save him. Although Old Demon Soul Mover was powerful, Beast Sovereign might not be afraid of him. It depends on your performance. I need you to be my pet to fight against the pets of other old demons. As long as you can win, I will let you live. Otherwise, I will extract your soul and make you wish you were dead, Old Demon Soul Mover said in a cold voice. Old Demon Soul Mover said coldly. His expression didn't change at all when he said this. It was because his expression didn't change that he looked extremely terrifying. Zhu Xuanji fell into silence. He didn't know what to say. Suddenly, a giant mountain rose behind Old Demon Soul Mover. Countless creatures and souls were still buried there, struggling silently. Okay. Zhu Xuanji said calmly. He had no other choice. He could feel Old Demon Soul Mover's murderous aura. It was like a stormy sea, soul-stirring. Old Demon Soul Mover grinned and flew forward. Zhu Xuanji looked back at Nangong Jareen and asked, "Are you okay?" As for Xiehuli, he didn't care. What should we do? Didn't the evil Sky Divine Range leave you a way to contact him? Nangong Jareen asked telepathically. She didn't want Zhu Xuanji to die here. Becoming Old Demon Soul Mover's pet was absolutely miserable. Zhu Xuanji shook his head. If there was a way, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Xiehuli sighed and said, "This is fate. I'm destined to be unlucky. You want to capture me, so you deserve to be stained with karma." Nangong Jareen walked up to Zhu Xuanji and looked at Old Demon Soul Mover. She gritted her teeth and said, "Senior, what do you want to let us go? If you want that brat, we can give him to you." Old Demon Soul Mover ignored her, which made her even more anxious. She didn't believe Old Demon Soul Mover's nonsense. Zhu Xuanji would definitely die in his hands, followed by her. Zhu Xuanji said, "Forget it. If we anger him, we will die now." Nangong Jareen's face was filled with despair. "Humph. You old demon, you think you can touch the genius of the evil Sky Divine Range?" A cold snort came. Zhu Xuanji raised his brow. Just when he was about to speak, a mysterious force teleported the three of them away. In the next second, Zhu Xuanji opened his eyes and saw Beast Sovereign standing in front of him with his back facing him. Nangong Jareen was stunned. She instinctively wanted to pull Zhu Xuanji back. "Thank you, Beast Sovereign, for helping us." Zhu Xuanji cupped his fist and bowed. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, he had a powerful backer. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 708. Who is he? Nangong Jareen asked softly. Beast Sovereign's spirit was really strong, which made her feel more confident. Zhu Xuanji must have thanked him because of the evil Sky Divine Range. The master of the evil Sky Divine Range, Beast Sovereign. Zhu Xuanji replied. Upon hearing this, Nangong Jareen felt as if she had been struck by lightning. How could this be? Such a big shot came in person. She instinctively looked at Zhu Xuanji. How terrifyingly talented was this brat? The evil Sky Divine Range's Range Lord treated him so well that the Range Lord had to follow and protect him secretly even when he was out on a mission. She had never heard of such a thing before and only felt that it was absurd. Of course, she was even more surprised. With Beast Sovereign's help, they were saved. Beast Sovereign, who is this kid to you? Old Demon Soul Mover stared at Beast Sovereign and asked in a deep voice. His hoarse voice made people shudder. Beast Sovereign smiled evilly and said, "What do you think?" As soon as he finished speaking, 2 golden spears appeared beside him. They were hundreds of meters long, and gusts of strong wind surrounded them, shaking the space. You want to capture this sovereign's person as a battle pet? Old Demon Soul Mover, if you don't lose a layer of skin today, don't even think of leaving. Beast Sovereign said in a domineering manner. 2 golden light spears suddenly shot out, creating a deafening sonic boom. In an instant, golden light shone ahead, illuminating the entire dark void. The light engulfed Old Demon Soul Mover's incomparably huge body. Raw Old Demon Soul Mover's roar resounded, shaking Zhu Xuanji and the others so much that they felt dizzy. Soon after, they were enveloped by a warm energy, and all the discomfort instantly disappeared. Zhu Xuanji opened his eyes and found himself surrounded by a golden radiance. Nangong Jirin and Xie Huli stood beside him. It seemed that this place should be inside the Tao energy of Beast Sovereign. Zhu Xuanji let out a sigh of relief and took out the Holy Light Redemption Sword. He stabbed it into his abdomen and started to heal himself. Nangong Jirin and Xie Huli looked at him strangely. "Are you possessed?" Nangong Jirin asked with a frown. "Beast Sovereign has already been sold. Can old demon Soul Mover still bewitch Zhu Xuanji's mind?" Zhu Xuanji rolled his eyes and said, "I'm healing myself." "Was there such a healing method?" Nangong Jirin was curious but didn't ask any more questions. Xie Huli looked at Zhu Xuanji with a complicated expression. Why does Zhu Xuanji have the protection of a super expert like Beast Sovereign? About an hour later, the golden light around them suddenly disappeared, and the three of them appeared in a starry sky. "Zhu Xuanji, your mission is still ongoing. This sovereign will only help you get rid of enemies that you cannot defeat. You will still need to compete with those in the same generation as you." Beast Sovereign's voice echoed in the universe. Only his voice could be heard, but he was nowhere to be seen. Nangong Jirin sighed. "Let's go." Beast Sovereign saved him this time, but what about next time? She understood that in the eyes of Beast Sovereign, there was only Zhu Xuanji. For her, this mission was still a perilous one. As the three of them continued forward, Xie Huli once again returned to his half-dead state. His eyes were lifeless. Zhu Xuanji and Nangong Jirin moved forward at full speed, vigilant of their surroundings. Between Beast Sovereign and Old Demon Soul Mover, who do you think is stronger? What happened to Old Demon Soul Mover? Nangong Jirin couldn't help but ask. The fear brought to her by Old Demon Soul Mover was too great, but the moment Beast Sovereign appeared, he immediately resolved the crisis, making her sigh at her own insignificance. For many creatures, Tao ancestors were high and mighty, but for some existences, they were really insignificant. Zhu Xuanji replied, "Beast Sovereign must be stronger, but not by much. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so long, and he wouldn't have left in such a hurry. He is probably injured." In the distance, the corner of Beast Sovereign's mouth twitched as he traveled through the space-time tunnel. "Can't this kid leave me some face?" As Zhu Xuanji had guessed, he was indeed injured. However, Old Demon Soul Mover's situation was even worse. Beast Sovereign shook his head with a smile and quickly flew toward the Kunlun Origin Court. On the other side, Zhu Xuanji's trio was also flying toward the Kunlun Origin Court. However, their strength was limited. Very soon, they were lost in the layers of universes, unable to find the way forward. Although the Kunlun Origin Court was above all universes, one couldn't reach the Kunlun Origin Court just by flying up. The rules of the universe were different. Some universes were in different directions, and some were even rotating. After 12 hours, Yijun suddenly contacted Nangong Jirin and asked where they were. Nangong Jirin also didn't know where she was, but she told him about their situation. Yijun sighed. "We're in big trouble. We probably won't be able to escape. If you guys can't complete the mission, then forget it. Staying alive is more important." When Nangong Jirin heard this, her heart sank to the bottom. Could it be that the other members of Shen Mao were trapped? "That's all I have to say. We will try our best to escape. This mission is cancelled. Life and death are up to fate. Do your best to escape." Yijun's voice was filled with desolation. With that, he cut off the connection between the identity tokens. Zhu Xuanji and Nangong Jirin fell into silence. So far, they hadn't seen anyone from the Emperor Divine range. How could they remain calm when the mission was suspended? Is the Emperor Divine range with Old Demon Soul Mover? Zhu Xuanji asked Xie Huli. After all, it was impossible for Old Demon Soul Mover to pass by this place. It was too much of a coincidence. There must be another reason. Xie Huli shook his head and sighed. The Emperor Divine range isn't any weaker than your Evil Sky Divine range. How much do you know about the Evil Sky Divine range? The waters of the Super God ranges are too deep. The Super God ranges might have mortal enemies, But there might also be people secretly colluding with each other. Zhu Xuanji frowned. Could there be people from the Emperor Divine Range in the Evil Sky Divine Range? That's right. They are mortal enemies after all. For safety, they must have sent spies to lurk among the enemy forces. Zhu Xuanji didn't speak but continued to think. He suspected that Beast Sovereign was using him as a chess piece. It wasn't just for him to gain experience. As a super genius of the Evil Sky Divine Range, once he went out, he would surely attract the attention of the Emperor Divine Range. Zhu Xuanji felt that this might be the reason. The three continued to move forward at full speed. After Yi Jun's communication, Nangong Jirin became even more nervous. She kept her mouth shut. Although she was looking ahead, Zhu Xuanji could sense that her divine sense was sweeping around. They didn't stop after passing through space-time tunnels. Xie Huili had actually fallen asleep while being carried. It looked like he was already used to hiding and being chased. In the blink of an eye, 4 days passed. They came to a barren universe. Broken soil, stones, and some dried corpses were floating everywhere. Apparently, there was a massacre here before. It wasn't the first time Zhu Xuanji saw such a scene, so he didn't feel any discomfort. However, ever since he entered this universe, he felt that something bad was going to happen. Nangong Jirin had the same feeling. Even her flying speed slowed down. Finally, "You are here, Zhu Xuanji." A familiar voice came from the front. Zhu Xuanji and Nangong Jirin immediately stopped. They looked over and saw Ying Zhuge standing on a slanted floating mountain in the distance, calmly looking at them. Chapter 709. Zhu Xuanji looked at Ying Zhuge from afar. He wasn't moved at all. After all, before coming here, he had learned that Ying Zhuge was also participating in this mission. There was no need to guess that Ying Zhuge's mission was to suppress him. "What do you want?" Nangong Jirin asked in a deep voice. She knew Ying Zhuge, who had the strongest performance in this superstar competition. She and Zhu Xuanji's strength couldn't be compared to Ying Zhuge at all. The difference was too great. Without the help of others, they were no match for Ying Zhuge. "You can leave. I only want to find him," said Ying Zhuge calmly. From the beginning to the end, his eyes were locked on Zhu Xuanji. At the end of the superstar competition, he even told Zhu Xuanji that he was looking forward to this kid's growth. Zhu Xuanji flew toward him without any fear. "Take him and hide to the side first," Zhu Xuanji said without looking back. Nangong Jirin wanted to dissuade him, but the words fell on the tip of her tongue. Ying Zhuge had already blocked them, so there was no way for them to escape. Zhu Xuanji directly used the Sword Fusion Technique and Nine Soul Fusion Technique, and he took out the Almighty Divine Snake Sword with his right hand. This sword required the cultivation of a mid-stage Dao-treading Venerable, which was just right. The Almighty Divine Snake Sword of controlling Daos was huge, and it seemed to have been transformed from a python. Its entire body was pitch black, and it had a metallic feel to it. The tip of the sword was forked, and it looked like a snake's mouth. Ying Zhuge glanced at his sword and quickly retracted his gaze. It was Zhu Xuanji's first time using a profound Dao-grade legendary sword. Ancient Gazing, Disaster Releasing, Universe Essence, Overturning Heaven, Connecting Heaven, Nine Extremities, Primordial Chaos, Profound Dao, Venerated Marquis, Vast Sky, Myriad Life Fusion, Court Overturning. The Almighty Divine Snake Sword of controlling Dao could devour the Great Dao, but he didn't know if it could devour the Dao energy of the nine vast heavens. At this moment, Zhu Xuanji's aura had already surpassed that of a Dao-treading saint. Nangong Jirin's beautiful eyes widened in shock. This kid, a Dao-treading venerable, could have such an aura? Nangong Jirin felt that Zhu Xuanji was not much weaker than her. "No wonder you were tested to have 18-star aptitude. Fight me, I will fight you with the same level of cultivation," Ying Zhuge said as he stared at Zhu Xuanji. He then immediately stepped into the air towards Zhu Xuanji. Boom! His aura erupted as well, and it was extremely powerful. Zhu Xuanji took the lead and clashed with Ying Zhuge. A layer of blue light appeared like an armor, blocking the almighty Dao-controlling divine snake sword. In an instant, the myriad sky divine snake sword began to absorb Ying Zhuge's Dao power. Ying Zhuge raised his brow. He didn't panic. The silver armor suddenly exploded, blasting Zhu Xuanji away. Zhu Xuanji used the primordial chaos sword shadow. Billions of sword shadows flew toward Yingzhuge from different directions, leaving him nowhere to escape. The universe space fluctuated, stirring up waves of cold spacetime winds. 81 sword souls condensed behind him. With him as the center, the tips of the swords pointed outwards, like the sword sect's immortal ghost weep. This was the sword light shield art, and he used it as a sword soul. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his purple eyes flickered with a cold light. The aura of a sword emperor was fully displayed. Yingzhuge stepped forward. The great desolation sword shadows couldn't touch him at all. They were all offset by his Dao force as if they were nothing. Very good. Zhu Xuanji, you did not disappoint me indeed. Yingzhuge smiled proudly. Even when facing Chu Morchen, he had never said such words. He was very excited. Although there was still an insurmountable gap between him and Zhu Xuanji, he had already recognized Zhu Xuanji's aptitude. If this kid was in the same realm as him, what kind of strength would he show? Zhu Xuanji didn't answer. He rushed up to Yingzhuge as the thunderclap sword appeared in his left hand. The two swords were like the wind as he launched a violent attack on Yingzhuge. However, Yingzhuge didn't even raise his hand. He easily blocked all of his attacks. Zhu Xuanji could block his two swords with just his Dao force. Although this guy didn't use the mighty power of 9 vast heavens, the strength of his Dao force and the quality of his physical body were there. It wasn't easy for him to hurt Yingzhuge. Even so, he had to do his best. If he lost, Yingzhuge would probably take him back to the Emperor Divine range. After that, he wouldn't be greeted with friendly treatment. Zhu Xuanji used all kinds of sword Dao divine abilities. They were ever-changing. Yingzhuge waved his palm. This palm contained infinite fortune. Facing this palm, Zhu Xuanji only felt that colorful illusions of heaven and earth flashed before his eyes. Immediately after, he was blasted away, vomiting blood. He gritted his teeth. He felt that his body was about to explode. Damn it, Zhu Xuanji was furious. His face turned cold. The angrier he was, the calmer he became. He tried to calm his mind. In such a state, his aura faintly grew stronger. His divine abilities were boundless and boundless, blasting the universe to the point of collapsing and creating spatial cracks. Yingzhuge began to exert his strength. He waved his hand as if he was painting with an invisible pen. He pointed at the mountains and rivers, squandering his Dao energy. Layers of illusions of heaven and earth appeared behind him. It was the 9 vast heavens law idol. He stared at Zhu Xuanji with blazing eyes as if he was looking at his prey. Seeing that the distance between the two was getting closer and closer, Zhu Xuanji's aura was gradually suppressed. Even if the almighty divine snake sword of controlling Daos kept devouring Yingzhuge's Dao energy, it didn't help. The gap between the two's Dao energy was too big. When could an ant drink the ocean? Nangong Jiarin was anxious, but she didn't know what to do. Xie Huli furrowed his brow. He didn't expect Zhu Xuanji to be so powerful. His cultivation had long reached the Dao ancestor realm. But later, he offended the Emperor Divine range, which caused his cultivation to be sealed. Even if he didn't have Dao energy, his vision was still there. As expected of an 18-star talent. Xie Huli sighed with a desolate expression. He could have enjoyed the same treatment as Zhu Xuanji, but his talent awakened too late. It was only after he caused such a disaster that the Emperor Divine range would not allow him to grow. They would only use him as a weapon. The more he thought about it, the sadder he felt. Fate was really unfair to him. Boom. Zhu Xuanji was once again sent flying. Just as he stabilized his body, Yingzhuge suddenly raised his hand and said, "Enough, let's stop here." Zhu Xuanji was stunned. He asked with a frown, "If you want to fight with your full strength, then do it." He thought that Yingzhuge was tired of playing. "I don't want to kill you, nor do I want to capture you. I just want to see your strength. Also, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't go any further." The corner of Yingzhuge's mouth rose as he said calmly. With that, he turned around. Zhu Xuanji did not loosen his brows and continued to frown. By the way, when you take on a mission in the future, take it personally. Don't trust the Void Boundary Palace too much, and don't trust the evil Sky Divine range too much. Beast Sovereign is indeed powerful, but he hasn't reached the point where he can make decisions with a single word. Ying Zhuge left these words and quickly disappeared. The universe was still on the verge of collapse. Nangong Jiarin, carrying Xie Huli, flew to his side and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Zhu Xuanji shook his head and replied, "I'm fine. He told us not to go any further. Could it be that there is already an ambush at the border of the Kunlun Origin Court? I have countless legendary swords. I have countless legendary swords." Chapter 710. I'm not sure, but we'll be in danger no matter where we go. Nangong Jiarin sighed, looking at Zhu Xuanji with resentment in her eyes. Ever since they had met this brat, there had been a total of 2 missions, both of which were extremely difficult, and they had been hunted down twice. Her enemies were all existences that she could not defeat, which made her feel helpless and sad. Zhu Xuanji understood the look in her eyes and was speechless. He was also wondering if he was possessed by the Star of Misfortune, or did fate do something to him back then? No matter what, the most important thing now was to think of a way to escape. If he was dead, there was no point in pursuing this matter. He discussed it with Nangong Jiarin and decided to go in another direction. They couldn't hide here. They had to move quickly. Leave him behind. Zhu Xuanji looked at Xie Huli and muttered, "Consider it as giving him a way out." Nangong Jiarin nodded. She had long wanted to abandon Xie Huli, but since Zhu Xuanji didn't say anything, she was too embarrassed to do so. Xie Huli's eyes widened as he said, "This place is barren. Can you throw it somewhere else?" Zhu Xuanji and Nangong Jiarin directly tore space and disappeared into the turbulence of time and space, leaving Xie Huli in a state of confusion. These 2 bastards. Xie Huli clenched his fists tightly. His expression was extremely gloomy. Zhu Xuanji and Nangong Jiarin shuttled through the darkness. The light was getting weaker and weaker. Even their perception was weakening. What happened? Zhu Xuanji asked with a frown. He felt that they were flying in the wrong direction. Nangong Jiarin moved closer to him, and their arms were touching. He subconsciously shrank back, only to hear her say, "There may be an absolutely dark area ahead. Our senses and divine thoughts will be shielded, and it's easy to get lost. We'd better stay close to each other. Don't worry, you're too young. I don't fancy you." Zhu Xuanji raised his brow. He was provoked. But now was not the time to bicker. They could not separate, or else it would be dangerous. Zhu Xuanji needed Nangong Jiarin's strength and experience. If he were to rely on himself, he would probably get lost in the endless universe. The 2 of them continued forward. After a while, Zhu Xuanji put his arm around her shoulder. Even so, he felt that his hand was gradually losing consciousness. "How could this be? You've been here before?" Zhu Xuanji asked softly. It was his first time coming to such a place, and he felt lost and uneasy. He did not know where the future lay, nor did he know what was hidden around him. The feeling of his senses being blocked was incomparably terrifying. In absolute darkness, nothing could be seen. Even the people around him were disappearing. "I'm not sure. Looks like we're in trouble." Nangong Jiarin sighed, her tone much softer than usual. In this desperate situation, her willpower also began to fade. Zhu Xuanji wanted to reply, but he suddenly found that his throat seemed to be blocked, and he could not speak. At this moment, endless sleepiness surged into his mind, causing his eyelids to become extremely heavy. In the end, he sighed silently in his heart. His consciousness completely fell into chaos. After an unknown period of time, Zhu Xuanji felt the warm wind blowing against him. He slowly opened his eyes and saw 10 suns hanging high in the crimson sky. Wisps of flames floated past his eyes. He sat up with difficulty and shook his head. He suddenly caught a glimpse of Nangong Jiarin lying next to him. Her clothes were disheveled and she was covered in scars. She looked very miserable. He looked down at his own body and found that he was also injured. He took out 2 holy light redemption swords and pierced one into his thigh and the other into Nangong Jiarin's abdomen. While healing himself, he observed his surroundings. They were lying in a desert with undulating sand dunes. There were only a few dead trees and no signs of living beings. Where is this? Zhu Xuanji furrowed his brow as he stared at the 10 suns above. He always felt that this scene was familiar. A sweet snort came from the side. Nangong Jiayin had woken up. She didn't panic. She was very calm. She noticed that her clothes were not covering her body. She couldn't help but glare at Zhu Xuanji before taking out a robe and wrapping it around her body. "I'm not interested in your old body," Zhu Xuanji said in a hoarse voice. Zhu Xuanji said with a hoarse voice. He still remembered that Nangong Jiayin had dissed him before he passed out. Nangong Jiayin immediately became angry when she heard this. Her throat was also very dry. She replied in a hoarse voice, "Humph, if I am willing to condescend to marry you, won't you be moved?" Zhu Xuanji stared at her with a strange look in his eyes and asked, "You don't know my current identity?" The look in his eyes seemed to be saying, "Are you worthy?" After going through life and death together in the absolute darkness region, the relationship between the two had obviously improved. In the past, they would not bicker like this. Nangong Jiayin looked at him bitterly, and then looked at the holy light redemption sword that had pierced her abdomen. "How many swords have you copied with my golden treasure basket?" She snorted coldly and asked. Thinking of this, she became angry. Zhu Xuanji had consumed a lot of her fate all of a sudden. She even suspected that it was because of this that she became so unlucky. Hearing her mention this, Zhu Xuanji felt that he was in the wrong and could only shut up. The two of them began to focus on recuperating from their injuries. At the same time, they were on guard against any sneak attacks. An hour later, Zhu Xuanji opened his eyes and asked, "Do you know what this place is?" His throat had returned to normal, and his complexion was much better. "I'm not sure. Let's look around." Zhu Xuanji nodded in agreement. The two immediately sheathed their swords and stood up. They didn't split up and walked forward. They didn't encounter any other living beings along the way. After walking for 7 days, they still hadn't reached the end. "Something's wrong. Is this a sealed world?" Nangong Jiayin frowned and muttered to herself. She looked a little nervous. Zhu Xuanji asked, "What do you mean?" She replied, "It means that we may be trapped here forever and can't escape. Only you and I will be left. We can't even cultivate. Didn't you notice that there is no spiritual qi or great Tao rules here?" Hearing this, Zhu Xuanji furrowed his brow. He didn't want to stay here. His family was in the Kunlun origin court. He had to go back. Thinking of this, he took out the almighty divine snake sword of controlling Taos and threw it into the sky. The legendary sword soared into the sky, trying to pierce through the sky. However, the almighty divine snake sword of controlling Taos stopped after flying to a certain height and fell weightlessly. Zhu Xuanji's brow furrowed even tighter. He didn't believe it and followed suit. When he flew to a height of 90,000 feet, the Tao energy in his body disappeared into thin air. His body fell uncontrollably. "What's going on?" Zhu Xuanji's eyes widened. He couldn't understand this scene. He suddenly stared at the 10 suns. He finally remembered why he felt that this scene was familiar. It was the same for the suns of the solar system. There were 3-legged golden crows inside. However, there were no 3-legged golden crows in these 10 suns. Instead, there were 10 giant babies curled up, white and chubby. Chapter 7:11. Zhu Xuanji fell from the clouds. Nangong Jiayin quickly caught him. The two landed on the ground. A moment later, Zhu Xuanji's condition returned to normal. He pointed at the 10 suns and said, "Look at them." Nangong Jiayin looked up and asked, "What's wrong? Aren't they just 10 suns? What's so special about them?" "I guess it's an innate restriction." Zhu Xuanji frowned, looking at her and asked, "You can't see what's in the suns?" Nangong Jiayin's cultivation was higher than his. It was impossible that she couldn't see it. "What's there? Is there something wrong with your eyes?" Nangong Jiayin said angrily. She was in a bad mood. The thought of staying here until she died made her very annoyed. "Eyes?" Zhu Xuanji couldn't help but reach out to touch his eyes. Could it be that only the exterminating divine eyes can see what's in the 10 suns? The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. So he told Nangong Jareen what he saw. Nangong Jareen frowned and said, "How is it possible? You can see it, why can't I?" Zhu Xuanji was helpless. He could only tell her about the exterminating divine eyes. One of the 5 ultimate divine eyes, the exterminating divine eyes. Nangong Jareen's eyes widened. She suddenly thought of something. Her hair stood on end, and she shuddered. Her body trembled as she murmured, "Could it be impossible? That's just a legend." Zhu Xuanji frowned again. Could it be that this woman thought of something? It was the first time he had seen Nangong Jareen so scared. She was even more desperate than when she met old demon Soul Mover. Nangong Jareen sat paralyzed on the hill as if she had lost her soul. "Hey, what the hell is going on?" Zhu Xuanji couldn't stand it anymore and asked angrily. Nangong Jareen was in a daze. She didn't say anything. Seeing this, Zhu Xuanji had no choice but to look at the 10 sons again. The 10 giant infants looked very peaceful. Their eyes were closed, and their bodies were slightly moving up and down with their breathing. Obviously, they were all alive. Zhu Xuanji felt very uneasy looking at them. He always felt that these 10 giant infants were extremely dangerous, especially with Nangong Jareen's reaction. After a long while, Nangong Jareen turned around and looked at Zhu Xuanji. She sighed and said, "Don't think about it. We are dead. They should be sovereign divine fetuses. We will be eaten by them sooner or later." Sovereign divine fetus. What was that? Zhu Xuanji looked confused. When the word sovereign was mentioned, he thought of the Kunlun origin court sovereign. Could there be some kind of connection between the two? That's right, it's a child raised by a supreme being. The supreme being divine fetus is hidden in an independent plane and is not restricted by space and time. Legend has it that every supreme being will raise a supreme being divine fetus. If one accidentally falls into it, one will definitely become food for the supreme being divine fetus. Nangong Jareen said worriedly. Zhu Xuanji asked, "Then who started this legend?" Nangong Jareen glared at him and said, "Now is not the time to talk glibly. Supreme magical powers are invisible to the naked eye. Only the 5 ultimate divine eyes can distinguish them. That's why the 5 ultimate gods died one after another." Zhu Xuanji sat down and did not reply. "What are you thinking about?" Nangong Jareen asked. This time, she had changed a lot, just like a woman. Zhu Xuanji replied, "Since I can't escape, then I'll just wait for death." He didn't really want to give up, he just wanted to calm down. Along the way, the things they encountered were getting more and more ridiculous. Anyway, there was no way to escape. It was better to rest. Seeing him so calm, Nangong Jareen's heart calmed down. Even this kid isn't afraid. What's there to be afraid of? He is so calm. He must be very confident. However, 10 days later, Zhu Xuanji still didn't move. Nangong Jareen bumped his shoulder and asked, "What are you thinking about? Why isn't this kid panicking?" "Waiting for death," Zhu Xuanji replied. Zhu Xuanji replied. He was indeed in despair. He couldn't even cultivate in this world. He couldn't feel Tao energy or spiritual qi at all. It was too lonely. If this continued, he would go crazy sooner or later. He would rather die in battle than die in such a useless way. Nangong Jareen rolled her eyes and asked, "What's the state of the sovereign divine fetus now?" She couldn't see the sovereign divine fetus, so she was even more afraid. But she kept pretending to be calm. Under such circumstances, the calmer Zhu Xuanji was, the more secure she felt. "Still sleeping. I guess he will never wake up," Zhu Xuanji replied casually. Zhu Xuanji replied casually with a perfunctory tone. He was really at his wit's end. Nangong Jareen bit her lip as she looked at Zhu Xuanji faintly. Zhu Xuanji opened his eyes, glanced at her, and asked, "What's wrong?" "Don't worry, if we die together," Nangong Jareen sighed. "I don't want to die, I really don't want to die," Nangong Jareen sighed and said in a very low voice. Who would want to die unless they were completely disheartened? Zhu Xuanji didn't want to either, but there was no other way. "If I'm strong enough," Nangong Jareen grew sadder and sadder. Her eyes even turned red. Zhu Xuanji's eyes widened as he suddenly thought of something. Boom! He soared into the sky and flew toward the 10 suns again. Nangong Jareen was startled. She got up and wanted to pull Zhu Xuanji back, but it was too late. Zhu Xuanji quickly rose like a sharp arrow soaring into the sky. He was unstoppable. He didn't use Tao energy but just his physical strength. An invisible force poured into his body as if to press him down. He rushed toward a sun with all his might, but his speed was getting slower and slower. In the end, he plunged into a sun. As if he had broken through a thin film, a dense and scorching Tao energy flooded him from all directions. There was Tao energy in the sun. He finally understood why there was no Tao energy in this world. It turned out that it was absorbed by the 10 giant infants. All the Tao energy gathered around them, forming 10 giant suns. At the same time, they could also affect the Tao energy. After Zhu Xuanji figured this out, he felt that it might be possible to break through with his physical strength. He didn't expect to succeed. He floated in the Tao energy and looked at the giant infant. In front of the giant infant, he looked so small. With a thought, Zhu Xuanji began to use the soul division technique. He wanted to refine this giant infant into a clone. Apart from this, he couldn't think of any other way to escape. He could only rely on the giant infant to rush out. But just as he began to divide his soul, the giant infant in front of him suddenly opened its eyes. Its eyes were pure but its brows were furrowed, looking angry. Zhu Xuanji was frightened. His body stiffened, not daring to move. Being stared at by the giant infant, he felt as if he was being stared at by old demon soul mover. It was too horrifying. Is it really the sovereign divine fetus? Zhu Xuanji thought in shock. If he dared to move, the giant infant would definitely make a move. Because he had already seen the giant infant's eager hands. The scene froze. He was motionless, and so was the giant infant. They didn't even bat an eyelid. After a few dozen breaths, Zhu Xuanji slowly retreated. The giant infant leaned forward toward him, scaring him into stopping immediately. If the giant infant leaned down a little more, it could swallow him in one gulp. Chapter 7:12. Zhu Xuanji was covered in cold sweat and did not know what to do. Why did this guy suddenly wake up? What was he trying to do? Zhu Xuanji could not see through the giant infant's gaze, but he could sense fatal danger. If he wasn't careful, he could be swallowed by the giant nascent soul. Nangong Jareen looked up at the sky from the sand dune. She saw Zhu Xuanji rushing into the sun and then remaining motionless. She felt strange and inexplicably got goosebumps. She couldn't see the giant baby. The unknown was the scariest. Seeing that Zhu Xuanji did not dare to move, she became even more afraid. She wanted to call out to Zhu Xuanji but was afraid of disturbing the sovereign divine fetus. At this moment, suddenly, she saw Zhu Xuanji's legs kicking. He was holding something with his hands, as though something invisible was attacking him. Could it be that the supreme divine fetus wanted to eat him? She immediately rushed up, wanting to help Zhu Xuanji. However, when she flew to 90,000 feet, the Tao energy in her body disappeared, and she lost her balance and fell. By now, Zhu Xuanji was already in the massive infant's mouth. The massive infant chewed on him, and he was barely able to avoid being touched by its teeth. However, the massive infant was simply too powerful, and if this went on, he would be eaten sooner or later. Damn it! Who gave birth to this fellow? What a freaking freak! Zhu Xuanji gritted his teeth as he cursed. He immediately took out legendary swords and stabbed them into the giant infant's upper and lower body cavities, causing the giant infant to cry out in pain. No matter how much the giant baby cried, Nangong Jareen couldn't hear it. Invisible and soundless. With the divine sword stuck in its mouth, the giant infant felt extremely uncomfortable. It struggled madly, and the rays of the sun became even brighter. Finally, the giant infant spat Zhu Xuanji out. His expression became savage, and he bared his fangs and claws at Zhu Xuanji. Evidently, he was completely enraged. Zhu Xuanji took a deep breath and suddenly withdrew his sword. He then cast the 9-soul fusion technique and sword fusion technique, breaking through the sun and rushing towards Nangong Jareen below. The giant baby rushed out. The sun behind him was attached to his body, and he instantly turned into a flaming man. The other 9 suns erupted as well. Raging flames blazed, turning into 9 fire gods high up in the sky. Nangong Jareen could finally see the outline of the supreme divine fetus, but she still didn't know its true appearance. "Why did you provoke them?" Nangong Jareen asked, gritting her teeth as she supported Zhu Xuanji. She could not understand what Zhu Xuanji was thinking. If he had a countermeasure, he should have discussed it with her. "I want to borrow their strength to escape," Zhu Xuanji said calmly. The scene just then made him feel a lingering fear, but he could not show it, or else it would be too embarrassing. The 10 supreme being divine fetuses were furious, floating high up in the sky. The raging flames on their bodies surged higher and higher, as if they were going to burn the sky apart. "What should we do now?" Nangong Jareen asked. She took out a golden staff with a string of jade beads in its mouth in her right hand and smashed the bottom of the staff into the sand. The entire desert was filled with sand waves, forming a sandstorm tornado that surrounded them. Zhu Xuanji took a deep breath and said, "What else can we do? Of course it's a fight." He took out the almighty divine snake sword of controlling Daos. Under the effects of the sword fusion technique and the 9-soul fusion technique, his aura was still at its peak. He soared into the sky and quickly swung his sword towards the sky. Countless sword chis raged out. Ultimate Chaos Dao. This was the sword Dao Theurgy he learned in the Superstar competition. The violent sword energy sealed the 10 supreme divine embryos from all directions, slicing them into countless pieces. However, when the sword chi dissipated, the 10 sovereign divine fetuses gathered together once again. The strange thing was that these supreme divine fetuses didn't come down. They just looked down at them from above, as if they were very afraid. "Wait, is there something underground?" Nangong Jareen's face changed as she spoke in a trembling voice. The mysterious power that could make Dao energy disappear did not touch the ground. Could it be that there was something terrifying hidden underground? Zhu Xuanji also felt that something was amiss and scanned down with his divine will. Nothing. The bottom of the desert seemed to be bottomless, and his divine sense could not reach the end. For a time, the scene fell into a stalemate. The sovereign divine fetuses floated above, unwilling to leave. Zhu Xuanji and Nangong Jareen couldn't escape and could only stay where they were. It was as if the great Tao of space didn't exist here, and they couldn't escape through space. "What should we do now? Have you noticed that the temperature is rising? I'm afraid the origin of this sand is not simple," Nangong Jareen said in a low voice as she glanced around. Looking closely, there was a lot of sand floating on the surface of the desert. The sand was trembling slightly, and the tremor was getting stronger and stronger. Zhu Xuanji's face darkened. If this continued, something bad would definitely happen. Will they burn to death? Or will they be buried by the sand? The two fell into deep thought, trying to think of countermeasures. Inside a palace, Beast Sovereign was sitting on a high seat, cultivating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. He furrowed his brow and murmured, "Sovereign divine fetuses. 10. Who the hell did this? Is it the current sovereign? No, he hasn't reached the point of creating sovereign divine fetuses yet." He felt that something was wrong. He couldn't sit down anymore. So he got up and disappeared from the palace. In the blink of an eye, he came to the spacetime channel and quickly shuttled back and forth. A figure stopped him in front of him. Surprisingly, it was Origin Court War God, still shrouded in golden light. Beast Sovereign stopped and asked in a deep voice, "War God, what's the matter?" Origin Court War God replied, "Sovereign, go back. You are not allowed to leave the Kunlun Origin Court during this time." His tone was very tough, not giving Beast Sovereign any face. Beast Sovereign narrowed his eyes and asked, "Why?" He wasn't afraid of Origin Court War God. While speaking, he flew toward Origin Court War God. "Sovereign has ordered that in the next 1,000 years, no range master is allowed to leave the Kunlun Origin Court. If anyone dares to violate this, I will take action directly," Origin Court War God replied. Spears of light appeared behind him, sparkling with golden light. They looked very dazzling. Beast Sovereign couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Sovereign's order. Could it be because of the sovereign divine fetuses? These two things were too coincidental. He couldn't help but think so. "Can you tell me the specific reason?" asked Beast Sovereign. He had spent so much effort on Zhu Xuanji. He didn't want anything to happen to Zhu Xuanji. Origin Court War God was silent for a moment before replying, "That existence is about to return. The Kunlun Origin Court needs your strength and also to protect you." That existence. Beast Sovereign's brow furrowed even tighter. He fell into deep thought. Soon, his expression changed. He anxiously said, "Let me save someone. It won't take long. I will rush back in the shortest time possible." Origin Court War God shook his head. He raised his right hand, motioning Beast Sovereign to go back. Beast Sovereign gritted his teeth and directly made a move. Countless demons flew out of his long sleeves, flooding toward Origin Court War God. While Origin Court War God was on guard, he directly tore the space with his hand and quickly slipped away. Origin Court War God chased after him even before the space crack closed. The two super-powerful cultivators passed through layers of space, chasing each other. "Beast Sovereign, I advise you not to mess around. Otherwise, don't blame me for not considering our past relationship," Origin Court War God said in a deep voice. His tone was filled with anger. Chapter 713. Beast Sovereign ignored the threat of the Origin Court War God and continued to move forward at full speed. The Origin Court War God was furious. He immediately sped up and chased after him, the golden light on his body shining even brighter. He raised his hand and sent out a palm strike. Countless golden beams tore through spacetime and electric currents as they shot towards Beast Sovereign. Beast Sovereign suddenly turned his head, his eyes sharp. He swept his right leg, and a strong wind swept across the group of golden beams. Then, his back smashed through the spacetime wall, and his figure disappeared. The Origin Court War God pursued him relentlessly. In the mysterious desert, Zhu Xuanji and Nangong Jiarin were still looking up at the 10 sovereign divine fetuses. They didn't dare to lower their heads, fearing that the supreme divine fetuses would suddenly descend. The supreme divine fetuses were descending bit by bit. It was only a matter of time before they reached the ground. The most frightening thing was that more and more sand was floating in the air, and the whole world was filled with a dry and hot aura. Zhu Xuanji did not speak and continued to think of a solution. There was a breakthrough in any situation, it was just that he hadn't discovered it yet. For example, the paragon divine fetus was afraid of the desert. There must be something in the desert. He grabbed a handful of sand in his hand and realized that the sand here was very heavy. Each grain of sand weighed 5,000 kilograms. It was truly strange. Nangong Jiarin was also thinking about this issue. Another 6 days passed. The 10 paragon divine embryos were less than 10,000 feet away from the ground. This distance was extremely dangerous for them. Zhu Xuanji felt that he could not endure it anymore. He immediately activated the Great Li Divine Suppressor technique and created 2,000 Great Li avatars, each of whom held a sword and soared into the sky. It was as if more than 2,000 stars were rushing towards 10 suns. The scene was extremely spectacular. What kind of divine ability is this? Nangong Jiarin asked curiously. She felt that the strength of these clones wasn't much different from Zhu Xuanji. Zhu Xuanji replied calmly, "Have you heard of the Great Li Divine Suppressor technique?" Nangong Jiarin shook her head. There were so many powerful cultivation techniques in the Kunlun Origin Court. How could she have heard of them all? The Dali clones surrounded the 10 supreme divine fetuses, and a chaotic battle ensued. The sovereign divine fetuses were no longer as sluggish, and they began to dodge and counterattack. Explosions rang out one after another, and flames and silver light flashed incessantly. In the end, all the Dali clones were annihilated, and the supreme divine fetuses were not injured. 2 of them even burped, looking like they were full. Zhu Xuanji frowned. He was really helpless. But he didn't want to wait for death. At this moment, the sovereign divine fetuses started to descend. Zhu Xuanji immediately pulled Nangong Jiarin and fled. The 2 of them dove into the desert and dove deeper. They wrapped their bodies with their Tao energy to prevent themselves from being squeezed by the sand. But as they dived deeper and deeper, a sense of heaviness began to appear. At the same time, they could sense that the sovereign divine fetus had also sunk into the desert and was chasing after them. Why did they suddenly riot? Nangong Jureen asked, gritting her teeth. If they were caught by the supreme being divine core, they would be eaten. That type of death was truly horrifying and tragic. Zhu Xuanji said calmly, if we keep going down, they will stop eventually. If we die here, then so be it. We have already tried our best. The supreme divine fetus was unfathomably powerful, so they could only run. He dived all the way down, not knowing how deep he had dived. Zhu Xuanji and Zhu Xuanji began to slow down. Their faces were flushed red, and the veins on their necks were bulging. They looked like they couldn't take it anymore. The supreme divine fetuses suddenly stopped chasing. Zhu Xuanji heaved a sigh of relief and stopped as well. At this time, a violent suction force came from below, directly pulling Zhu Xuanji and Nangong Jureen down. Zhu Xuanji felt the world spinning, and his consciousness became dizzy. Soon, he felt himself falling into a small river and instantly sobered up. He quickly got up as the water on his body evaporated. He looked around and found himself in a forest. There was a waterfall on the mountain in front of him, flowing with blue water. Nangong Jureen also stood up from the river. The river water soaked her clothes. She wiped her face and raised her eyes to look around. Her and Zhu Xuanji's eyes locked on a tombstone by the river. The two glanced at each other and immediately walked over. When they came to the tombstone, they saw a line of words, I am not willing to be buried here. I imprisoned the sovereign's son and controlled the fate of the origin court. Zhu Xuanji and Nangong Jureen frowned at the same time. The sovereign divine fetuses were imprisoned here. Who is this person? What does it mean to control the fate of the origin court? Zhu Xuanji took a step forward, took out the thunderclap sword, and gently touched the tombstone. Immediately afterward, the mound behind the tombstone instantly turned into flying ash and dissipated into the air. A big hole appeared, revealing a sarcophagus inside. Its surface was covered with green moss. Don't act rashly, Nangong Jureen warned. She was afraid that Zhu Xuanji would directly open the sarcophagus. What if there was an even more terrifying existence hidden inside? Zhu Xuanji nodded and said, go around and see if there is a way to escape. I will study it. Remember, safety is the most important. If you encounter a place you can't see through, don't go deep. Just sweep it with your divine will. Nangong Jureen nodded and immediately set off. Zhu Xuanji, on the other hand, wandered around the sarcophagus, trying to see if there were any mysteries hidden inside. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Nangong Jureen came back with a worried look on her face. She said, this is also a closed small world. It's less than 1,000,000 miles away. We can't get out at all. Apart from this sarcophagus, there is no other special place. There aren't even any restrictions. Zhu Xuanji nodded. In that case, it was this sarcophagus that sucked them here. He took out the inverted book sword. This sword could reverse karma and sever the fate between living beings. He slashed at the sarcophagus, wanting to test its effect. If he could sever the karma between the sarcophagus and a certain existence, there might be hope. Wha! The blade cut through the air, causing the space to fluctuate. A faint howling sound could be heard. The lid of the sarcophagus suddenly opened as a mummy appeared in front of them. It was wearing a rich and gorgeous golden robe. Its hands were clutching its abdomen. It had a peaceful face and a snake crown on its head. Nangong Jureen asked nervously, what are you doing? Zhu Xuanji calmly replied, nothing. If we want to leave this place, we should rely on him. According to the words on the tombstone, he suppressed the sovereign divine fetus here. He should have a way to let us leave. While speaking, he created a great Li avatar and went to check the mummy. Nangong Jureen was extremely nervous. She was afraid that this thing would come back to life. No matter how the great Li avatar searched, the mummy didn't move. This made Nangong Jureen breathe a sigh of relief. Soon, the great Li avatar found a wooden sign and brought it to Zhu Xuanji. This wooden sign was only the size of a palm. It was engraved with the word you. Zhu Xuanji poured his Tao energy into it, but the wooden sign still didn't react. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. This thing is just a decoration. Nangong Jirin suddenly said in a trembling voice, startling Zhu Xuanji. He looked up and saw that the mummy actually stood up. Its eyes opened, revealing a pair of pale, pupilless eyes. Chapter 714. Zhu Xuanji and Nangong Jirin didn't make a sound. The two stared at the mummy cautiously, ready to take action at any time. However, the mummy did not move at all, and it silently looked at Zhu Xuanji. Its pale eyes could cause anyone to feel a chill. With a thought, Zhu Xuanji's great Li avatar appeared behind the mummy and hugged its body. The mummy did not struggle and remained standing in the sarcophagus. That scared me to death. It doesn't have any Dao energy in its body. It should be dead. Nangong Jirin wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and sighed. Ever since she took on this mission, she had been trembling with fear. She regretted taking on this mission. He blamed himself for being too greedy. As for Xian Mao and the others, they didn't even know that they had been tricked. The more she thought about it, the more depressed she became. She pouted and looked like a little girl. Zhu Xuanji did not pay attention to her. He walked to the stone coffin and found that there was a dark hole where the mummy had been lying. There was a wooden sword inside, which was 20 centimeters wide. There was a small groove on the blade near the hilt. He immediately took out the wooden plate that the Da Li clone had found and embedded it into the wooden sword. The wooden sword trembled violently, and a burst of flame burst out. In an instant, the mummy suddenly turned into green smoke and drilled into the wooden sword. A soul rose from the flames. It was a kind-looking old man. He was a little chubby, and his eyes were squinted into slits. He looked at Zhu Xuanji with a smile. "Who are you?" Zhu Xuanji asked. He looked calm and did not panic at all. The other party was just a soul, so there was no need to be afraid. "How did you get here?" the old man asked with a smile. He did not answer Zhu Xuanji's question directly. Zhu Xuanji told them about what had happened. Now that the old man was their only hope of survival, he could only tell them. After he finished speaking, the old man smiled and said, "So that's how it is. Then you're dead for sure." Zhu Xuanji frowned and dug the wooden token out from the wooden sword. "Ah, what are you doing?" the old man exclaimed. Before he could finish his sentence, his soul disappeared. After that, Zhu Xuanji placed the wooden medallion back in, and the old man's soul appeared. He shouted in exasperation, "Boy! I am Heavenly Venerable Dorwuda, how dare you be so rude? Heavenly Lord Abominable? What kind of stupid name is that?" Zhu Xuanji's expression was strange. There was something that he did not know if he should say. "Do you want to escape this place?" Heavenly Lord Dord asked solemnly, his eyes flickering. Zhu Xuanji nodded and waited for him to continue. He hoped that it wouldn't be someone like the barbaric ultimate god, who needed him to tell jokes again. "As long as you eat the supreme divine fetus, you will be able to escape." Zhu Xuanji and Nangong Jirin felt nauseous after hearing this. Although they hated the sovereign divine fetus, they didn't want to eat these guys. Just thinking about it gave me goosebumps. "Is there any other way?" Zhu Xuanji asked. He felt that Heavenly Lord Dorwuda was teasing them. Empyrean Dawood smiled and said, "Of course there is, but the other method requires at least 16-star aptitude." "Are you worthy?" His expression was arrogant and his eyes were filled with disdain. Nangong Jirin said, "He has 18-star aptitude." Heavenly Venerable Dawood was stunned and said, "You're that amazing?" He looked at Zhu Xuanji closely and realized in sorrow that he did not have a physical body, and his soul was becoming weaker day by day. He could not see through Zhu Xuanji's talent at all. "I have this talent, and then what?" Zhu Xuanji calmly asked. He was neither arrogant nor rash. His calm demeanor made Heavenly Venerable Dawood look at him in a different light. Heavenly Venerable Dawood said with a smile, "Take me as your teacher, and I will teach you a supreme divine ability. I will let you integrate this independent plane, and you will be able to leave." Zhu Xuanji immediately became excited when he heard this. He asked, "What divine ability?" If he could become stronger, he naturally wouldn't refuse. "Don't worry, become my disciple, and you will help me overthrow the Origin Court in the future and return my soul, Heavenly Venerable Dawood said with blazing eyes. His tone was a little excited. He had been suppressed here for countless years. And the seeds of hatred had always been planted in his heart. Overthrow the Origin Court. Nangong Jareen was scared. She felt that this guy was crazy. How powerful was the Origin Court? It was absolutely invincible. How could it be overthrown? All the universes were created by the Kunlun Origin Court. Who could defy the Kunlun Origin Court? The previous sovereign and I were brothers. In the end, that guy betrayed me in order to become the sovereign. Originally, I was the one with the most hope to become the sovereign, Heavenly Venerable Dawood said, gnashing his teeth. His eyes were filled with anger. In order to atone for his sins, that guy didn't kill me. In the end, he even handed the sovereign divine fetus to me and asked me to take care of it. He bullied me because I was only a soul. How could I tolerate it? I suppressed the sovereign divine fetus, but that guy never came back. He sacrificed himself for the Kunlun Origin Court. I heard this from other creatures. Jushwanji and Nangong Jareen could come here. Naturally, there were precedents. In that case, why did you destroy the Origin Court? Just because you couldn't find your enemy? Jushwanji asked. He always felt that there was a secret hidden in this. The sovereign position could be fought for. What exactly could one fight for to become the sovereign? Heavenly Venerable Dawood replied, yes, in the final analysis, it's the position of the sovereign. He and I grew up together. We had no parents. We experienced life and death together. In the end, the more he spoke, the angrier he became. His eyes widened. Jushwanji said, okay, I promise you. Let's escape first. Destroying the Origin Court? Bulsh *T. Heavenly Venerable Dawood looked at him deeply and said, don't think you can deceive me. If you learn this divine ability, you will definitely become the enemy of the sovereign. Nangong Jareen furrowed her brow. She threw Jushwanji a glance, hoping that he wouldn't be impulsive. Now it seemed that Heavenly Venerable Dawood wasn't simple. He was extremely crazy. He actually wanted to destroy the Kunlun Origin Court. Without the Kunlun Origin Court, all the universes would be destroyed. Jushwanji fell into deep thought. He was thinking about how to escape unscathed. He hated this feeling of being threatened the most. Even if it was an opportunity, he still felt very uncomfortable. He had encountered many such threats in the first half of his life. No need. He won't become your disciple. An indifferent voice came. Beast Sovereign tore the space apart. His whole body was wrapped in black chi as he stepped out. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Nangong Jareen was pleasantly surprised to see him appear. I'm saved. Jushwanji didn't expect Beast Sovereign to suddenly come. Beast Sovereign stared at Heavenly Venerable Dawood and said in a cold voice, he is someone this sovereign has taken a fancy to. Who dares to threaten him? He raised his right hand and patted the air, directly scattering Heavenly Venerable Dawood's soul. The wooden token on the wooden sword flew out and landed in Jushwanji's left hand. Beast Sovereign looked at Jushwanji and said, go back with this sovereign. This mission has made things difficult for you. Beast Sovereign breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Jushwanji was unscathed. At this time, Origin Court War God tore the space apart and broke in. He glared at Beast Sovereign and cursed, Beast Sovereign, when are you going to stop messing around? Wonderful Book House. Chapter 7:15. I'm not messing around. I will go back immediately, Beast Sovereign calmly replied. When facing Origin Court War God, he didn't call himself this sovereign anymore. It could be seen that the relationship between the two wasn't ordinary. Origin Court War God breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Jushwanji, raised his brow, and said, so it's you. No wonder this guy lost his composure. You are his treasure now. He was afraid that you would break. Break. Jushwanji was speechless. But when he saw Beast Sovereign and Origin Court War God standing together, he couldn't help but think deeper. Nangong Jareen walked up to Jushwanji and bowed to the two seniors. Beast Sovereign sized her up and nodded slightly. Origin Court War God did the same. Obviously, they regarded Nangong Jareen as Jushwanji's woman. Otherwise, Given their status, they wouldn't have paid any attention to Nangong Jareen. The sovereign divine fetus is suppressed here. After we leave, we must seal the space here. Beast Sovereign glanced around and said in a deep voice. Origin Court War God frowned and said, Sovereign divine fetus? Does it really exist? Beast Sovereign squinted at him and said with a smile, yes, and it's very nutritious. Do you want to eat it? Jushwanji and Nangong Jareen's mouths twitched at the same time. It turns out that the sovereign divine fetus can really be eaten. That thing is too terrifying. Can it be swallowed? Get lost. Origin Court War God snapped. Hearing this, Beast Sovereign burst into laughter. It was the first time Jushwanji had seen Beast Sovereign laugh like this. Of course, he had only seen Beast Sovereign a few times. Afterward, Beast Sovereign waved his hand and took Jushwanji and Nangong Jareen away with his Tao energy. Origin Court War God followed closely behind. As soon as he escaped, he immediately stabilized the space with his Tao energy. Jushwanji and the other two continued moving forward. They were surrounded by darkness. It was the absolute darkness zone. After going back, don't come out. The Kunlun Origin Court is not safe during this time. Daohu Chozuan is preparing to invade the Kunlun Origin Court. You should cultivate well, Beast Sovereign stood in front and said. His tone was filled with killing intent. Obviously, he had a grudge with Daohu Chozuan. Jushwanji furrowed his brow and asked, is Daohu Chozuan so strong? Nangong Jareen was also shocked. They had encountered Daohu Chozuan on their first mission. It's indeed very strong. Its leader is an existence that has refined the 5 ultimate divine eyes to the extreme. He can destroy a part of the universe with a single glance, and his eyes can see through 10,000 worlds. He then changed the topic and said, you must keep an eye on your subordinate, barbaric ultimate god. Don't let him leave pure sword heaven. Jushwanji curiously asked, Daohu Chozuan did this to save him? Beast Sovereign smiled disdainfully and said, barbaric ultimate god doesn't have this ability. Among the 5 ultimate gods, only Daohu escaped. That was Daohu's scheme. He deliberately murdered the other 4 ultimate gods and seized the other 5 ultimate god eyes. He did it. Now, his eyes have merged with all the eyes of the 5 ultimate gods. Jushwanji thought about it. The battles in the Kunlun Origin Court were really complicated. Did everyone like to kill each other? Heavenly Lord Dawood was like this, and so were the 5 ultimate gods. After a while, Origin Court War God caught up. He flew to Beast Sovereign's side and cursed, if Daohu Chozuan attacks the Kunlun Origin Court while I'm away, you will be guilty. Beast Sovereign waved his hand and said, don't worry, you are not the only powerful person in the Kunlun Origin Court. If those old guys make a move, Daohu Chozuan and his brats will suffer. The two were talking and laughing. They weren't too afraid of Daohu Chozuan. Jushwanji and Nangong Jareen didn't interrupt. The two began communicating via voice transmission. Naturally, they were talking about Xian Mao. They didn't know if Yi Jun and the others were still alive. They had a feeling that they were already dead. Under the leadership of the 2 powerhouses, they quickly moved forward. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, they returned to the Kunlun Origin Court. This speed shocked Jushwanji and Nangong Jareen. How strong are Beast Sovereign and Origin Court War God? After returning to the Kunlun Origin Court, Beast Sovereign directly sent Jushwanji and Nangong Jareen back to Pure Sword Heaven. The two looked at each other, speechless. Nangong Jareen asked with a playful smile, how is it, do you want to marry me? Jushwanji, expressionless, said, go back. Nangong Jareen said helplessly, how can I go out? It's the evil sky divine range outside. Why don't you let me cultivate here for a while? Take me with you the next time you go out. Jushwanji thought for a moment before nodding. Anyway, Pure Sword Heaven was very big. It didn't matter if she lived in one place. Next, he took Nangong Jareen to Changxian and asked her to make arrangements for her. Seeing Changxian's appearance and temperament, as well as her unfathomable aura, Nangong Jareen was secretly shocked. No wonder Jushwanji was very well behaved with her. This kid seems to have a lot of beauties around him, and all of them are very powerful. The two women communicated as they flew. Nangong Jiayin was even more shocked after learning that Chang Xian was Zhu Xuanji's maid-in-charge. Isn't Beast Sovereign thinking too much of Zhu Xuanji? She even suspected that Zhu Xuanji was Beast Sovereign's son. After returning to his residence, Zhu Xuanji went to find Xian Xianghua. Jiang Shui and Zhu Xiaoxian were also there. Xian Xianghua was afraid that they would leave her behind in terms of cultivation, so she released Jiang Shui and her daughter and used an array to help them slowly get used to the spiritual qi here. She told them about their experiences during this period of time, which made them tremble with fear. It's so dangerous. Jiang Shui held Zhu Xuanji's hand, a look of distress and fear on her face. If Zhu Xuanji really can't come back, what should I do? Xian Xianghua also frowned but didn't say anything. Zhu Xiaoxian raised her brow and asked, "Father, do you like that Nangong Jiayin? This damned girl is stirring up trouble." Zhu Xuanji coldly snorted and said, "I like that you will never get married." Zhu Xiaoxian immediately curled her lips upon hearing this. Her current state was to chase after Zhu Xuanji. In Emperor Sword Court, no one dared to pursue her. She also looked down on those disciples. So until now, she had never fallen in love. Fortunately, she had Xian Xianghua as an example. She could endure loneliness. Her goal had always been to become an existence like Xian Xianghua. Jiang Shui glared at Zhu Xiaoxian before asking Zhu Xuanji, "You won't go out again?" Zhu Xuanji grabbed her lily-white hand and said with a smile, "Yeah, I will accompany you and teach you cultivation from now on." It was time for him to stop and have a good rest. On the other side, Beast Sovereign was sitting on a high throne in his palace. A man was half kneeling on the ground. He had goat horns and was wearing purple brocade clothes. "How's the situation?" Beast Sovereign asked with his eyes slightly closed. The man replied, "The people of the Emperor Divine Range have already returned. The news about old Demon Soul Mover has already reached the Origin Court. Now, the Emperor Divine Range is under investigation." Beast Sovereign said, "I'm not asking you about this." When the Emperor Divine Range was mentioned, his tone was calm as if the evil Sky Divine Range and the Emperor Divine Range weren't mortal enemies. The man quickly replied, "Ying Zhuge has already questioned the Emperor Divine Range. It won't be long before he takes the bait, which will bring him one step closer to becoming Zhu Xuanji's subordinate." Chapter 716. Increase the intensity and try to get him to jump over as soon as possible. Zhu Xuanji needs his sparring partner, especially for the next test, understand? Beast Sovereign nodded. Ying Zhuge was just a chess piece in his mouth. The purple-clothed man cupped his fists and said, "Yes." With that, he disappeared on the spot. Beast Sovereign fell into deep thought, his eyes flickering with a strange light. After a while, he snorted coldly and said, "Who do you think you are? You want to defeat me? You are not worthy at all." After returning to Pure Sword Heaven, Zhu Xuanji began teaching his wife and daughter cultivation. He no longer went out. He didn't even go to the evil Sky Divine Range. Nangong Jiayin was also cultivating in peace and didn't disturb him. Spring passed and came. Dozens of years passed. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 650 years old. Gacha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Armageddon, Sword of Dragging the Masses, Primordial Chaos, Sword of Right and Wrong, Supreme Lord, Divine Shadow Sword. The sword spirit's voice sounded out in Zhu Xuanji's mind, and he opened his eyes involuntarily. "Noble Lord Divine Sword." He immediately brought up the information of the ultimate Divine Shadow Sword. Sword name, Supreme Divine Shadow Sword rank, Noble Lord description. This is the power of a Supreme Venerable. When the sword is swung, hundreds of millions of divine shadows will attack at the same time. Its lethality is extremely terrifying. Using this sword requires at least a perfected doubt-treading Venerable's cultivation base. Ultimate Venerable? Zhu Xuanji narrowed his eyes. These years, he had often read books and knew many legends about the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhu Zun was one of them. It was said that the Ultimate Venerable was once the god of war of the Origin Court and was extremely powerful, but he later fell in the process of opening up the universe. Could it be that Zhu Zun was also absorbed by the supreme legendary sword system? Zhu Xuanji was in deep thought. No matter what, he had to seize the time to cultivate. He still had the mission of reaching the Dao ancestor realm within 1,000 years. After that, Zhu Xuanji continued to cultivate. He was getting closer and closer to the late stage of the Dao-treading saint realm. Jiang Shui and her daughter had already begun to break through to the saint realm. During this time, Zhu Xuanji also brought Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and other trusted subordinates out to help them adapt to the spiritual qi of pure sword heaven. Now, they could already cultivate on their own and lived on the mountainside. "Father, let's spar with our sword skills." Zhu Xiaoxian walked over with her sword and giggled. Zhu Xuanji said without opening his eyes, "Go and find Barbaric Ultimate God." Barbaric Ultimate God, who was taking a nap under a tree not far away, heard this and immediately ran away. Zhu Xiaoxian pouted. "He's too boring." Zhu Xuanji was helpless. He got up and took out the thunderclap sword and said, "I will teach you a sword technique. How much you can comprehend will depend on your own luck." With that, he began to swing his sword. Zhu Xiaoxian was eager to learn and learned quickly. She had a photographic memory and a high level of comprehension. Sometimes, Zhu Xuanji even suspected that she had the supreme legendary sword system as well. Because of this, Zhu Xiaoxian would pester him every few years, acting all spoiled and unreasonable, wanting to learn the sword Dao divine art. After he finished practicing the sword technique, he sat down and meditated. Zhu Xiaoxian pondered for a moment, then turned around and left. Dragons gave birth to dragons, and phoenixes gave birth to phoenixes. This girl's talent made Zhu Xuanji especially proud. Teaching one's own daughter was the easiest. 3 months later, Chang Xian appeared in front of Zhu Xuanji. She bowed and respectfully said, "Master, someone from the outside world has come to see you. It's Lord Ji Huanglin." "Let him come here," Zhu Xuanji said. It had been a long time since he last saw Ji Huanglin. Could it be because of the mission mentioned last time? "I'm afraid that Beast Sovereign will not allow him to participate in the mission again, lest he dies prematurely." After 5 breaths, Ji Huanglin appeared in front of Zhu Xuanji and asked with a smile, "Brother Zhu, how's your cultivation recently?" "Not bad, what about you?" Zhu Xuanji replied in unison, smiling. The two had no grudges against each other. In the evil sky divine range, Ji Huanglin was his only good friend. Ji Huanglin said, "Not bad either. I came to you today to tell you about Ying Zhuge." "Ying Zhuge?" Zhu Xuanji asked doubtfully, "What happened to him?" After the last mission, Yi Jun and the others disappeared. Zhu Xuanji hadn't contacted them until now. They were most likely dead. This made him a little unhappy with the Emperor Divine range. Of course, he still had a good impression of Ying Zhuge. Ying Zhuge rebelled and escaped from the Emperor Divine range. Now the Emperor Divine range is looking for him everywhere, causing chaos in the Kunlun Origin Court, Ji Huanglin said with a complicated expression. As soon as he said this, Zhu Xuanji's expression changed. Ying Zhuge rebelled. Why? Isn't he the most favored genius of the Emperor Divine range? Zhu Xuanji furrowed his brow and looked at Ji Huanglin. Ji Huanglin shrugged his shoulders and sighed, "It's because of you that Ying Zhuge was found to have deliberately let you go, which angered the Emperor Divine range. Your appearance had already affected the Emperor Divine range's attitude toward Ying Zhuge. But now, Ying Zhuge was punished by the soul-devouring lightning punishment. In the end, he was rescued by a mysterious expert of the evil Sky Divine range. He even broke through the Great Dao Wall of the Emperor Divine range. At the end, he couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. His tone was filled with pride. The powerful evil Sky Divine range feared no one. They even dared to break into the Emperor Divine range. Zhu Xuanji was a little stunned. He didn't expect Ying Zhuge to end up like this because of him. What about now? How's Ying Zhuge's situation? Zhu Xuanji asked. In all fairness, he still didn't want Ying Zhuge to die. He hadn't defeated Ying Zhuge in a fair and square manner. Ji Huanglin shook his head and said, "I don't know. But the Emperor Divine range will send an army to surround the evil Sky Divine range. Don't go out." At the same time, Be careful. Some experts can even sneak in silently. You are definitely more attractive to them than Ying Zhuge. In the final analysis, this was all because of Zhu Xuanji. The Emperor Divine Range must want to kill him as soon as possible. Zhu Xuanji fell into deep thought. Chang Xian, who was standing to the side, remained silent. But she was also very shocked in her heart. She didn't expect that Zhu Xuanji could cause two super divine ranges to start a war. It was the first time she had seen such a powerful genius. Okay, I will tell you about this. I should also go and join in the fun. Presumably, the edge of the Evil Sky Divine Range has already been surrounded by the Emperor Divine Range. Ji Huanglin burst into laughter before turning around and leaving. Chang Xian hurriedly sent him off. Zhu Xuanji, on the other hand, was thinking. Beast Sovereign wanted him to defeat Ying Zhuge, and now he is going to save Ying Zhuge. Why? Super divine ranges are really messy. Zhu Xuanji shook his head and prepared to continue cultivating. No matter what, strength is the most important. Just as he was about to sit down, Beast Sovereign suddenly appeared in front of him, scaring him into standing up straight. Before he could speak, Beast Sovereign asked in a deep voice, Zhu Xuanji, what kind of person do you want to be? Huh? The question of increasing my value suddenly appeared. Zhu Xuanji replied, the pinnacle of the sword Dao. I only seek to be invincible. Beast Sovereign smiled. His smile made Zhu Xuanji's blood run cold. After this matter is over, Ying Zhuge will belong to you. He will serve you forever, just like the barbaric ultimate god. Beast Sovereign's tone suddenly changed as he said with a meaningful smile. Zhu Xuanji was stunned. Ying Zhuge will be my servant.